Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the another amazing audiobook. Today, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing author of this novel. Their creativity, imagination, and hard work have brought us this incredible story that we all love and enjoy. Truly, their talent is inspiring, and we owe them so much for creating this wonderful world. If you love this novel as much as I do and want to support the author, please check out the link in the description. Supporting them helps ensure that they can continue to create more amazing stories for us to enjoy. And if you enjoy the audiobooks I create and want to support me, you can become a Patreon member. As a Patreon member, you'll not only support my work, but also get the chance to request novels that are freely available on the internet. Depending on your Patreon tier, I will work on creating an audiobook for your requested novel. So let's show our appreciation to the author and keep this amazing community growing. All the details you need are in the description below. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Chapter 1 Everyone is the protagonist. The crowded streets. Feng Le put his hands on the back of his head, raised his head and said, "Chio, why do you suddenly want to watch a football match? Don't you always talk about this bunch of losers? Why don't you kick it yourself? What? Is there a sense of crisis? Is it because you are afraid that I will go and play with them?" Next to him, a boy with black hair and red eyes was drinking milk tea, with a smile on his lips. A sense of crisis? What sense of crisis do I have? Growing up, it seems like someone has never beaten me in a kick, right? If I have a sense of crisis, then you're not afraid that you can't even keep up with me. Feng Le rolled his eyes and muttered. On the other hand, the boy narrowed his eyes and looked at the bird's nest in front of him, feeling a sense of excitement in his heart. His name is Yi Liangqiu. He is not from this world, but he traveled through time and came to this world where sports is paramount. According to his understanding, in this world football, volleyball, various sports occupy international events, and wars between countries now even rely on games to resolve them. It started from the moment when he passed by the football field in front of his house and saw Feng Le. He understood everything. This is the Blue Prison. Hearing the cheers inside, Feng Le couldn't wait any longer. "Chio, the competition inside is about to begin. Don't worry." Yi Liangqiu smiled and was buying popcorn. He took out his mobile phone and handed it to a beautiful woman. The veins on Feng Le's forehead bulged, and he directly grabbed Yi Liangqiu's arm and pulled him away. "Until I sat down." Yi Liangqiu had no choice but to eat popcorn and was almost dragged away without paying. Feng Le sneered, "Chio, tell sister shall we what happened to me today?" Yi Liangqiu clasped his hands together and said, "No, I'm wrong. Isn't it okay? It just so happened that while the two were talking, the game on the field has already begun." After watching the game for a few times, Feng Le seemed a little bored and said, "By the way, Chio, you haven't answered my previous question yet. Why did you come to watch this game on purpose? Advertisement. Isn't this nothing exciting?" Yi Liangqiu looked at Jie Shi, who was sweating on the field, with a smile, and said, "Lu, do you think football is a sport for a few people?" Feng Le thought for a few seconds. "If we count the number of people on the court, it should be 11. Yi Liangqiu smiled and said, "I think football is a one-person game." "Why?" Feng Le was confused. After all, if a golf course cannot be played without any one person, how can it be said to be a one-man game? Yi Liangqiu stared at the playing field, as if Jie Shi was being played by a cat, and continued, "All sports, whether it is football or volleyball, as long as you love this sport, then there will be a strong desire to compete and a sense of hunger. And once you want to become stronger, you must first learn to abandon your teammates. Egoism is the key ingredient to strength." Feng Le covered her head with a bitter look on her face. Chio, can you make it more complicated?" "Ha ha ha." Yi Liangqiu laughed twice, said no more, and looked towards the competition venue. Not long after, there was no suspense in this game and Jie Shi was finally defeated. And a voice sounded in Yi Liangqiu's mind. "Congratulations to the host who is about to start the main mission." Yes. Since he is a time traveler, he would not dare to go out and say that he is from another world without any system. And his system is called emotional system. The so-called emotions are not the emotions of the people around him, but that he is treating the world as the audience of animation. Yi Liangqiu, who walked out of the bird's nest, looked at the sky and smiled. Let me see if you egoists can excite me. The game begins. As expected, the unexpected happened. Bang bang bang, knocking on the door woke up Yi Liangqiu, who was sleeping. Feng Lu looked excited and walked into his home skillfully, without even having time to take off the pigtails tied on his head. Apparently, this guy was overjoyed. Qiu, I got this. I saw that he was holding an agreement in his hand, which was a letter from the Football Association inviting file. Feng Lu showed off, let me tell you, Qiu, I'm very strong. Yi Liangqiu, with his messy hair on his head, sighed helplessly, is this what you're talking about? Feng Lu was stunned. Isn't this what he has in his hand? Qiu, you have it too. They invited you too. Yi Liangqiu nodded, I just received it not long ago. I didn't want to hit you. I didn't expect you got it too. Okay. Feng Lu reacted immediately and almost pounced on Yi Liangqiu, it's a shame that I was still thinking about how to comfort you. Yi Liangqiu pulled off the bee music hanging on his body, with a look of helplessness on his face, okay, you're still like a child. Are you going to go to Qiu? Feng Lu looked at Yi Liangqiu expectantly, fearing that he wouldn't go. Yi Liangqiu smiled and said, of course I want to go. I can't let you go leveling alone, right? It is a coincidence that Yi Liangqiu has been alone since she came to this world. She has never even seen her parents. She only has one sister who brought her up, and she is also the sister Xiaowei that Feng Lu talks about. As for Feng Lu, he was just a little monster picked up on the football field. Saying that, Yi Liangqiu rolled his eyes, you're not planning to spend another night at my place, are you? Feng Lu nodded, Qiu, don't you welcome me? Welcome, I just feel sorry for you to sleep on the sofa. Remember to keep your voice down when watching football programs. Afterwards, Yi Liangqiu turned around and went back to the room to continue sleeping. Obviously, this is not the first time. Feng Lu smiled and turned on the TV and lay down on the sofa. It should be right here. You're on the right track, right? Autumn. Feng Lu asked. But Yi Liangqiu didn't hear his voice, and countless barrage conversations passed in front of him. First. It's about to start. I can't wait. Desolate, take off. According to the system's instructions, this world is being played in the form of animation, and the so-called perspective will constantly switch. Anyone may be the protagonist. Including self. Yi Liangqiu looked at Jie Shi, who was standing at the door. Now the identity of the protagonist was worn by him, so when he got closer, so many barrages appeared. If you want to get emotional value, then you can only touch him, or crush him on the field and let all eyes turn to you. Thinking of this, the cells in his body seemed to be trembling uncontrollably, and the corners of his mouth could not contain the smile. Chapter 2: The self-serving game begins. As if he felt someone was watching him, Jie Shi turned around and looked into Yi Liangqiu's corrosive eyes. For a moment, he subconsciously took a step back. It was as if I felt an inexplicable intimidation. Jie Shi couldn't help but secretly thought, this man's eyes are so scary. It's not just him. Even when the barrage saw Yi Liangqiu's eyes, he said fear almost at the same time. This guy looks like he's not easy to mess with. But aside from his eyes, this man is so handsome, and even more intimidating than the little white rabbit Jie. I'm going to become a fan. It was just a look, and Yi Liangqiu did not expect it to turn into this. He only heard the emotions in his mind kept ringing. In an instant, it reached 10,000. This made him a little overwhelmed. Netizen, intimate sister, has developed a crush on you, and your mood value +10. The netizen don't come in has developed a good impression of you, and the emotional value is +20. It was almost non-stop, and even the barrage in front of him was floating more and more. Yi Liangqiu showed a smile. As expected, as long as he showed a certain level of performance in front of the protagonist, he would get an opportunity. And, if you want to completely devour Jie Shi's protagonist aura, you can only rely on strength to crush him. Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining fans. Newbie reward, S-level physique. Note, S constitution can help you maintain high-intensity exercise in sports, including wound healing, body strength, speed, etc. In an instant, Yi Liangqiu felt a burst of heat in his body. Mainly for a person like him who exercised all year round, this was equivalent to soaking directly into a hot spring. This feels very good. It's equivalent to directly giving yourself the physique of a top athlete. But this state didn't last long, and it quickly returned to its normal state. Yi Liangqiu withdrew his gaze. In just a short moment, he had completed a transformation that was unimaginable to ordinary people. He is increasingly looking forward to the next progress. After all, he is an outsider himself. Jie Shi came to his senses as soon as he stood at the door, still feeling frightened. The feeling just now was completely different from what he usually felt on the court. Just by looking at him, he could feel that this man was very strong, unimaginably powerful. It's not just him. It's over. The protagonist has just begun to see such a scary person. I can't imagine what kind of monsters are inside. Have you read the spoilers of the manga? Upstairs, don't you know that this thing is all original? Even the official didn't tell us who the protagonist is. If the perspective hadn't been focused on Jie Shi, I would have thought that the person just now was the protagonist. For a while, there was endless debate in the barrage conversation. But more is the discussion about who is the protagonist. Yi Liangqiu, who walked inside, had already seen countless people's heads, most of which were discussing how this football association training would unfold. A small number of people have also noticed that everyone here seems to be a forward. Even Feng Lu also saw many familiar figures. After all, he watches football games from time to time. He has watched various high school and college games recently and recognized many people. Without exception, all forwards. Qiu, how strange. It's all forward. Yi Liangqiu nodded. He was not surprised that they were all forwards. He still knew a little about the direction of the plot, but not completely. After all, he was not a god and did not have such an excellent memory. Besides, it was completely impossible for him, a former bystander, to remember all the details. This is also a new experience. At this moment, a burst of light suddenly flashed on the central stage. Along with the sound of speaking, a figure slowly appeared on the stage. It's Hua Xin Sherba, still with those dead fish eyes. Congratulations to all you rough stones. Almost all of you sitting here are players selected based on my ideas. 300 players under 18. That's right. You should have discovered that everyone here is a forward on the court. At this point, Yi Liangqiu knew everything. The operation of raising Gu began. Create the world's #1 forward. Almost everyone looked at him in surprise. The barrage scrolling speed also became faster at this time. Let me go, isn't this the same as raising Gu? People upstairs, stop raising Gu. He said it was a prison. It should be said that he was a prisoner. The corners of Yi Liangqiu's eyes twitched. It was exactly what this group of people said. Coming here is basically like going to prison. Everything needs to be left behind, and you only need to think about how to score goals. At this time, Hui Xin's speech has also been completed. He opened his hands and said, "So, you future supernovas, you choose to get the opportunity to be on the world stage. Or should we continue to go back to the boring arena? Now, start choosing." After the words were spoken, a voice of objection rang out. Football is a team sport, not a selfish game as you say. I don't agree with your idea. The corners of Hui Xin's mouth rose, but she didn't respond to him. At this time, Yi Liangqiu moved. He walked directly towards the opening door. Even when passing by the men, his lips moved slightly, but in the silent hall, his voice was particularly clear. Ridiculous team spirit, if not, go play football on the baby bus. His words were heard by all. The men also froze on the spot. With the first leader, countless people rushed in following Yi Liangqiu's footsteps. Hui Xin seemed to have anticipated everything, and the corners of her mouth were rising crazily. Blue buses drove toward the blue prison. Yi Liangqiu, who was sitting in the back row by the window, yawned, but his eyes were fixed on the window. He was not looking at the scenery outside. But, emotional value. After all the fuss just now, his popularity has risen to an unimaginable level. Even the emotion value has skyrocketed to around 100,000. His system also unlocks the store. I saw that in the store, there are many things that can be purchased with emotional value. It can even be described as an exaggeration. Various sports technologies and even improving various functions of the human body are clearly priced. It's just that they are a bit expensive. Just like professional level dribbling. The required emotion value is 100 million. Note, amateur, ordinary, proficient, substitute, professional, champion, the dominance brought by each level is unimaginable and will only be known after purchasing. Yi Liangqiu couldn't help but feel helpless when he saw this damn store. As a player, being able to come to the Blue Prison means that all the skills he has mastered have reached mastery. But I want to stand out here. You must reach the professional level. Rather than rely on this stuff to improve, he also needs to find his own path little by little. Chapter 3 Pursues Stronger. Yi Liangqiu looked at the special tights in his hand and couldn't help but think that Huixin Shiba was willing to spend so much money to bet that he could create a player that the whole world would be crazy about. Perhaps in his eyes, football is everything to him now. Seeing the Z289 stamped on his clothes, Yi Liangqiu showed a smile, and a terrifying aura seemed to bloom in his scarlet eyes. Following the instructions, he also came to the door of a room. The door was pushed open. Everyone inside looked at the last person to arrive. "It's you!" Jie Shi exclaimed. From the previous encounter at the door, there was also the disdainful remarks made in the hall just now. He was almost not the only one who knew him. Everyone present looked at Yi Liangqiu with a hint of hostility in their eyes. Of course, except for one Bi Lu who is sleeping on the ground. Yi Liangqiu looked at the people in front of him carefully and responded, "Oh, it seems that you all remember me." With that said, he walked towards Jie Shi, looked into his eyes, and grinned, "This is fate. Perhaps God asked me to come here to crush your pride." Jie Shi's eyes subconsciously avoided his gaze, and he took a step back unconsciously. Whenever he came into contact with the person in front of him, he always felt a slight flicker, a swallowing feeling as if he was being dragged into the abyss. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Yi Liangqiu smiled and looked at everyone present. As expected, since he was able to come here, there was naturally one less person. It's Ryosuke Kira. He was able to come here and directly squeeze out his friend who was full of team spirit, and even went to other teams. Of course, he didn't care. Since he came here, he naturally wanted to crush everyone. At this time, various barrages continued to appear in front of his eyes. I knew this kind of monster would definitely be in the same room as the protagonist. After all, without a strong person as a stepping stone, is the protagonist still the protagonist? Upstairs, are you overthinking it? The official website says that this anime has no protagonist. Are you so sure that Jie Shi is the protagonist? It's really funny. Seeing such comments, Yi Liangqiu had no other emotions. Just as he thought before, anyone here can be the protagonist as long as he is strong enough. He was stunned for a moment. The big screen not far away lit up. The figure inside is none other than Huixin Shiba, with a serious look on his face and a hint of ridicule in his tone. Have you changed your clothes? Dear players. Attention, you are all roommates in the same room now, and you are also your opponents in the future. In my personal opinion, I compared each of your data and came up with a ranking, which is the ranking on your team uniforms. This is about more than just representing your place in this blue prison. It also represents the standard of one's own strength. Everyone looked at the serial numbers on their bodies, and some were looking at the serial numbers of others. As soon as Jie Shi saw his 299, his whole body felt bad, and his eyes turned to Yi Liangqiu. Z289. If ranked according to serial number, this guy is the strongest person on the scene. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, Jie Shi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If the distribution was really based on rankings, and there were 300 players in the entire blue prison, wouldn't he be the second to last? How many monsters are ahead? However, Yi Liangqiu knew that this was all a script, but he couldn't help but laugh. Although he knew the operating rules of the entire blue prison, but with his own strength, he should not only get such a ranking. Therefore, the allocation of personnel to each court in this prison is not matched according to strength. Instead, Huixin Shiba has already made a fair and just and careful layout. After all, if all the powerful players are allowed to go to the same stadium, do you need other miscellaneous fish? At this time, Ishin Shihachi continued, the ranking will continue to rise with the elimination. In this prison, as long as the players can rise to the top 5, they can participate in the subsequent competitions unconditionally. That means being selected for the youth team and participating in the World Cup. By the way, I'm telling you something. If you are eliminated from the blue prison, your football life will also stop here. I will never be able to join the national team in this life. Hearing this, everyone in the entire hall was stunned. Little did they know that coming here was actually putting their football lives on the line. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed a little quiet. Ishin Shiba continued, now that we are here, if we want to survive, we need to be selfish. The next test will also start with this premise. As he spoke, he slowly smiled. At this time, a football fell from the ceiling. Ishin Shihachi's words continued, let's start. The time limit is 136 seconds. The person who touches the ball is a ghost. At the last moment of time, if the person who is a ghost cannot shoot the ball to other people, then you can pack your things and leave. The game begins. The next moment, the figure on the big screen disappeared. A timer appeared, plus a human-like avatar, and the name below was Igarashi Rimu, who was ranked at the bottom 300. Suddenly, Yi Liangqiu smiled, it's interesting, life, there should always be something exciting. If you are afraid of being eliminated, then why do you come here? His eyes were also looking at Yumarashi who was holding the ball. Lan Liming looked at the ball at his feet, then looked at the people around him and muttered to himself. Everyone seemed to understand the rules and stayed away from this guy, fearing that they would become the next ghost. It's not my fault, if I lose, I will go back and be a monk for the rest of my life. Compared to this, I would rather stay here. Of course I have to give it a try. The next second, he drove the ball straight towards the crowd. Looking at this scene, Yi Liangqiu stood still and did not move. Instead, he raised his head and grinned. In the eyes of everyone who was shocked and confused, he was so fast that he came directly like a black shadow. In front of Lan Liming. Lan Liming has not yet reacted. The ball has actually been intercepted by Yi Liangqiu. He stepped on the ball with one foot and looked down at Arashi Limu, who was much shorter than him. The scarlet pupils seemed to exude a sense of oppression. He looked at everyone and slowly said, we have all come here, naturally in pursuit of becoming stronger. The name, Yi Liangqiu, also appeared on the screen. Everyone was already in shock. Lan Liming stammered, don't you know the rules? Those who become ghosts will be eliminated. Chapter 4 The ball hasn't been shot yet, it doesn't mean it's over. Out. Yi Liangqiu showed a smile, don't the game say you are out when the time is over? The game is not over now. Lan Liming's pupils shook violently. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, unable to figure out what he was thinking. Others are afraid that they will become ghosts. And he actually took the initiative to be a ghost, is this person mentally ill? Or is he a madman himself? Thinking of this, he couldn't care less and immediately ran away from Yi Liangqiu, for fear that he would become a ghost again. Everyone on the field looked at Yi Liangqiu warily, waiting for his next move. However, Yi Liangqiu never moved. He just stared at the time. 1 minute had passed. Did he give up? Jieshi was far away, and he was confused in his heart, but he quickly put this kind of thing out of his mind. After all, what this man said just now. Everything proves that this guy is extremely scary. It's impossible to give up. At this time was ticking, and even Ishin Shiba, who was observing all the courts, came to the Z-shaped court. He looked at Yi Liangqiu, standing alone in the center, holding the ball but never moving. But he showed an imperceptible smile. On the court, only the person who gets the ball has a chance to shoot. At this time also came to the last minute. Yi Liangqiu suddenly said, on the court, only the one who shoots the ball is the most dazzling one. He doesn't even dare to touch the ball, and even avoids other people's passes. In my eyes, he is a complete waste. There was a bang sound. The football under his feet was like a cannonball shooting towards one of them. If everyone hadn't been paying attention to Yi Liangqiu, there would have been no time to react to the ball that was shot at such a fast speed. Fortunately, I managed to escape. However, Yi Liangqiu's speed at this moment was shockingly fast. He even kicked the ball behind everyone but didn't shoot it out. The sweat on everyone's cheeks couldn't stop flowing down. They couldn't understand what this madman wanted to do. If you want to see *M, see *M quickly. This keeps putting pressure on them, so they might as well just pass the ball to themselves. That's right. Facing Yi Liangqiu's weird situation, their pressure was even greater than that of Yi Liangqiu who got the ball. After all, being a ghost has its benefits. He doesn't need to be worried, he just needs to wait until the end of time. It would have been nice to have hit one before. But these people who are running around are under tremendous pressure. Now once it is shot, I'm afraid the game will be game over. Isn't there another one sleeping there? Why don't you pass the ball to him? Lan Liming looked terrified, and his eyes also noticed Feng Luo, who had been lying on the ground. Yi Liangqiu was silent and looked at Feng Luo, who was lying down. He almost forgot about this guy. He must have watched the football program at his house for too long last night. And his eyes were also looking at the time. There was still half a minute left in the time. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth curled up. There was a bang sound. The football was like a cannonball fired at Bilu, who was lying on the ground. However, he did not hear the scream as he imagined. Instead, Feng Luo actually caught the ball at his feet in a weird posture. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Huh? Has it started yet?" Suddenly, he looked at Yi Liangqiu and said, "Qiu, you are actually in the same room with me. I thought you went to another room." Yi Liangqiu chuckled, "Wouldn't it be nice to be together? Now you have your chance to chase me." Feng Luo showed a smile, "Qiu, isn't it too early to talk big? It's not yet certain who will chase whom." Others saw that the two people actually started chatting, and understood that the two people actually knew each other. It's just, under this situation, they are still in the mood to chat. Are you kidding? At this time, Yi Liangqiu pointed to the countdown time on the screen and gave a kind reminder, "Luo, if you don't pass the ball, you will be out." The next second, Feng Luo moved, and he showed a smile, "Is it over? The time is not up and the ball hasn't been shot yet, it doesn't mean it's over." Everyone was stunned by these two people. Whether it was Yi Liangqiu or Feng Luo, who had just received the ball, the words spoken by the two people were surprisingly similar. The ball hasn't even been shot, it doesn't mean it's over. Yeah, the game isn't over yet before the ball is shot. However, Feng Li's target was not them, but Yi Liangqiu. He rushed towards Yi Liangqiu with the ball without even the slightest hesitation, as if he was specifically targeting one person. His eyes seemed to have changed, as if he was looking at a prey. At this moment, there are only 10 seconds left. Looking at Feng Luo rushing towards him, Yi Liangqiu showed a smile and said, "It hasn't changed at all, they devour each other and grow with each other. Only by constantly challenging the strong can we become stronger. If you don't challenge the strongest, how will you know how weak you are? Qiu, at this moment, I will defeat you." Feng Li's extremely fast speed and dribbling made the ball seem to leave an afterimage under his feet. The next second, the ball shot towards Yi Liangqiu. But at this time, Yi Liangqiu looked calm. When the ball was about to fly in front of him, his body jumped up, and the muscles on his thighs seemed to bulge at this moment. Volley. There was a bang sound. The speed of this kick was so fast that no one could react, and it hit Imamura Yuda's front door directly. The force was so huge that even blood flew into the sky. At this moment, the time on the screen has reached the last 3 seconds. There is no doubt that the final person to be eliminated has appeared. Yi Liangqiu landed smoothly, without any surprise in his eyes, as if he had already expected that this kick would hit this person accurately. Everyone else was stunned. Even Jie Shi looked at Yi Liangqiu in disbelief. The kick just now was extremely exaggerated. A ball flew from someone else's foot, and before it even stopped, this guy actually volleyed it out. This not only requires predicting how long it will take for the ball to reach your range. There's also precision, strength. Without any of them, it would be impossible to hit Imamura Yudai. However, this exaggerated scene happened just now in front of all of them. Jiesher swallowed his saliva subconsciously. If this guy's ball was coming towards him just now, he had no confidence in avoiding it. It was too fast, it was almost there. Everyone thought Yi Liangqiu was just avoiding the ball. But he ejaculated. Chapter 5 Selfishness. Everyone looked at the monster Yi Liangqiu, and the entire stadium seemed to be quiet for a moment. However, his attention was not on the person he knocked down, but on the voice that kept ringing in his head. Emotional value plus 100. Emotional value plus 666. In just a short moment, the emotional value continued to skyrocket. And the barrage scrolls at a dizzying speed. WC, wonderful, really wonderful. As for this person's kick just now, I apologize for being rude before. Apologies included. All apologies flooded the screen in front of Yi Liangqiu. When he took over the ball, the audience kept complaining and showing off. And after this kick, countless people were confused. The corners of Yi Liangqiu's mouth curled up slightly, enjoying the pleasure of destroying other people's futures. It seemed that the game was over, and Feng Li's fierceness just now disappeared without a trace. He scratched his head. How? I thought you were going to shoot me. But, did you do that kick just now on purpose? Feng Li seemed to see that Yi Liangqiu's kick was not out of thin air, but had already been prepared to eliminate that person with purpose. Yi Liangqiu responded, did you see it? Feng Li nodded. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this kick may be luck. After all, it is easy to hit the goal with a volley, but it is difficult to hit a person accurately. People can move, but the goal cannot move. In the moment just now, Yi Liangqiu could choose everyone on the court. Feng Li was also the nearest one. But he didn't choose to kick back. Instead, he ejaculated the person at the far end. That's right. According to the distance just now, Imamura Yudai is at least 10 meters away from Yi Liangqiu, which is the farthest direction from him. However, Yi Liangqiu still chose him. Qiu, aren't you afraid of missing the shot? Feng Li asked with a smile. The corner of Yi Liangqiu's mouth curled up, if the shot misses, I won't stay here. If you want to become stronger, you can only challenge your own limits. Feng Li rolled her eyes at him, yes, yes. If it were him, he would never use such exaggerated footwork to gamble on a ball that might fail. But Yi Liangqiu was different. As he looked at the barrage, he had a deeper understanding of the audience. What the audience wants to see is something exciting, a moment when adrenaline surges. If they don't even dare to bet on their luck, how can they please these unscrupulous people? Only by constantly improving yourself and using your own abilities to shoot the most perfect shot can you be recognized. At this time, Imamura Yudai, who had been eliminated, had just reacted. He covered his bleeding nose and looked first at the ball on the ground and then at Yi Liangqiu. Am I being eliminated? His pupils glazed over for a moment, obviously just for a moment. He opened his eyes and blinked, and he was eliminated. And the future football career is completely over. Suddenly, he clenched his fists angrily, and just as he was about to question, a voice sounded. Aren't you ready to leave? Ball. Yi Liangqiu walked over slowly, his tone was very calm, and he seemed to have no sympathy. Are you going to question me, or why do you want to ask this place to cut off your future? Or maybe you still have some pride in your heart. Imamura Yudai's anger that just arose was quickly extinguished. When he looked into Yi Liangqiu's eyes, he began to stutter a little. But Yi Liangqiu continued, you had a chance to stay. The moment I kicked the ball, there were only 5 seconds left. And there are 3 seconds left when the ghost turns into you. 3 seconds is not a long time for forwards like us, but it is definitely not a short time. You have every chance to make a second shot within the 3-second gap. Oh no. It's a human shot. However, you froze in place and gave up resistance. Yi Liangqiu's tone gradually became colder. Why, if it were on the field, I would pass the ball to your hands, and there would be 3 seconds left before the end of the game. And you got the ball and stood there, waiting for the time to run out. Imamura Yu is silent. From beginning to end, he just treated this ghost-catching game as a game, not a competition. What Yi Liangqiu said is not unreasonable. In the few seconds left, the ball came to his feet, and his choice was to give up. If it was during the game, he would probably be scolded by his teammates. While others listened to Yi Liangqiu's indifferent explanation, they were all stunned subconsciously. If at that moment, the ball had been shot towards them. I'm afraid, everyone has pretty much the same choice, except that they don't have the desire to attack. You know, everyone here is a forward. If you don't even dare to kick the ball out, why kick it? For a time, the atmosphere became even more depressing. Imamura Yu's eyes were red. he couldn't help but cry. He just walked away and took a deep look at Yi Liangqiu. Maybe he was thinking in his heart that he really shouldn't be here. At this moment, the screen lights up again. Hui Xin stared at everyone with a face that deserved a beating. She was silent for a few seconds before speaking. "That's very well said, I heard it all." His eyes seemed to be looking directly at Yi Liangqiu through the screen. It was obvious that this guy had been observing here since the end of the game. He even waited for Yi Liangqiu to finish speaking before turning on the screen. Football is a selfish game, only the one who scores the goal can get the honor. Just like this game, the room you are in is exactly the same size as a football penalty area. Almost all scoring methods are completed in this penalty area. Most players can only perfectly reflect the players' cooperation, thoughts in their hearts, and desire to shoot in this penalty area. Even the so-called time is set based on the data recorded by the average player, and this game is not just about showing selfishness. And judgment. The person holding the ball can be a defender or an attacker. Everything depends on the ability of the ball holder to reflect the value of the ball. If you don't even dare to touch the ball, you don't deserve to be a forward at all. At this time, everyone in the stadium recalled Yi Liangqiu's words just now, and finally saw clearly how they had avoided the ball just now. After saying that, Hui Xin paused and continued, "And on top of that, Yi Liangqiu, I have seen all your actions, whether it was the volley you made in the last remaining time, or the always having the ball in his hands. Exactly like the ultimate egoist I expected. This is the quality I want. Self-interested, selfish, just to show off his most powerful attack method, even if it costs him the loss of his future football career." At this moment, the barrage is also scrolling crazily. "Stop talking, from now on I will bet all my bets on autumn stocks. This guy is the protagonist, the future #1 striker in the world. Fart, my little Bilu is a potential stock." Although the barrage was extremely noisy, Yi Liangqiu was also happy to watch it. After all, it was quite good to kill boring time. Chapter 6 Coach, I want to learn to volley. Finally, after the screen turns off, everyone who stays will pass the first level. But compared to the game that just ended, everyone had complicated feelings, except Yi Liangqiu and Feng Luo. The two were still discussing what to eat later. At this time, Jie stepped forward and seemed to have experienced the brief excitement just now. He was much braver than before. "Hello, my name is Jie." Yi Liangqiu was also a little surprised, but he still extended his hand. He was not a cold-blooded animal, he still knew how to reciprocate the kindness of others. "Just on the court, maybe I am a bit scary." Jie showed no embarrassment and asked, "That volley you just shot was so cool. But, why did you choose that person?" Just like Feng Li's question just now, he also saw that Yi Liangqiu's kick was very purposeful. "Why?" Yi Liangqiu touched his chin. "Does challenging the limit count? After all, this kind of difficult action requires precision and even predicting your movements. I only had this idea temporarily." As he said this, he smiled, "But in the end I succeeded." The corner of Jieshi's mouth twitched, completely unable to understand. So this guy made a judgment call at the moment he was playing football. Just want to try to see if you can hit it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel cold all over. Isn't this guy afraid that he won't be able to hit the target and will be eliminated in the end? Just when he came to his senses, Yi Liangqiu had already bypassed him and walked towards the canteen. Through the explanation of Ashin Shiba, everyone's ranking determines the food they can eat. Some people can eat steak, and some can only eat natto. This is the ranking system. Only by improving your ranking can you get better returns. Feng Lu looked at the vegetable salad in his hand with a displeased expression, but then he looked at the steak rice bowl in Yi Liangqiu's hand, his eyes widening. "Steak? Qiu, why can you eat steak?" Yi Liangqiu chuckled, "Of course it's the ranking. Didn't you hear the guy wearing glasses say that as long as the ranking is high enough, you can even eat some high-end overseas food?" "Ah." Feng Lu cried sadly, he had no idea about this. Yi Liangqiu sighed, then took half of the steak from the bowl and put it into the Bilu bowl. Feng Lu almost hugged Yi Liangqiu without holding the plate. "Sure enough, Qiu is still good to me." Of course, Feng Lu was not the only one who had bad food. Almost all the people at the bottom of the rankings received food that was unpalatable. What pickled cucumbers, natto? Anyway, Yi Liangqiu had no appetite after seeing it. After finishing the food on the plate, just as he was about to leave, a figure sat opposite Yi Liangqiu. It is the national god. He held a plate of dumplings in his hand and stared at Yi Liangqiu, as if he had something to say. Just when Yi Liangqiu glanced at him, he couldn't help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. He didn't hate the national god. After all, a person who abides by the rules and has a fair and just heart can't be too bad. But I don't want to have anything to do with this kind of person. Just when he was about to leave, the god of country spoke. Wait. I have something to ask you. Yi Liangqiu raised his eyebrows, thought for a few seconds and sat down again, compared to the questions asked by Jie Shi and Feng Luo. This guy asked for advice when he opened his mouth. That's right. His question was about the last volley, why it could be so accurate, and how to seize the opportunity to kick the ball out. Basic knowledge that all players can know, volleying is not difficult for them, but it is also difficult. Because the angle of the volley determines whether the ball will be blocked. But obviously, Yi Liangqiu's volley was too exaggerated, and he kicked it out the moment the high-speed rotating ball reached his feet. For most people, it's impossible. At least in the eyes of the national god, he is not good enough. Moreover, volleying requires continuous proficiency to lock the ball in the position you want, and you can only roughly calculate the ball within a certain range. After all, this kind of ball is basically easy to score when facing a wide goal. But Yi Liangqiu fell in love with one person. Even if many people are given countless opportunities to shoot such a ball, they may not be able to hit it accurately. Yi Liangqiu explained, it's all luck. The god of country shook his head, no. I can see that your kick was not luck, but your absolute confidence in your own strength. As a person who exercises all year round, in the situation just now, he could clearly see Yi Liangqiu's thigh muscles bulging, which was a sign of preparation. So, volley is one of his favorite weapons. This is also the reason why he wanted to find Yi Liangqiu. Learning new weapons is a challenge for a forward, but it is also an opportunity to surpass oneself. Yi Liangqiu shrugged, forget it if you don't believe it, and why do you think I should teach you? Everyone who comes here is an enemy. Teaching the disciples to starve the master to death, right? The god of nations was silent for a few seconds, looked at the dumplings in front of him, and pushed them out. Before I learn how, I am willing to share half of my daily food. How? Yi Liangqiu was stunned, and suddenly laughed, you are really interesting, you actually think that I will teach you just for such a small amount of food. Are you thinking too much? A few days later. As the training mode of the Blue Lock prison opens, everyone who enters the second level will have a period of time to adjust their status. In the football field, Yi Liangqiu watched helplessly in front of the goal, and Feng Luo kicked a ball every once in a while. The national god jumped up and wanted to repeat the volley that day, but sometimes he succeeded, but sometimes he couldn't even touch the ball. As soon as Jie Shi walked into Liang's training ground with the ball in his arms, he immediately saw Yi Liangqiu leaning against the wall. You are here too? Yi Liangqiu nodded. After a few days of getting along, at least the relationship between everyone has eased a lot. Jie Shi, a silly goose, is not afraid of Yi Liangqiu and will come up to talk to him from time to time. Yi Liangqiu has become somewhat accustomed to it. Seeing the national god training on the training ground, Jie Shi was full of energy. Is the god of country practicing volleys? It seems I have to work harder. He turned his head and looked at Yi Liangqiu. By the way, aren't you going to train? I heard they said the second level will start in a few days. If you are kicked down, stop blabbering. Yi Liangqiu shook his head, you only need to train your own, don't worry about me. Jie Shi frowned and walked to the training ground holding the ball. Looking at Jie Shi going away, Yi Liangqiu fell into deep thought. It was not that he did not need training, but that he was adapting to his current body at an extremely fast speed. Due to his S-level physique, his speed and strength have increased, so he has not yet fully adapted. The emotional value has also increased to a certain level in a short period of time, but the skills in the mall are still too expensive, even if Yi Liangqiu sells them, they can't afford them. Take a breath. Yi Liangqiu looked at the empty stadium, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 7 Selfishness and Weapons. Aren't you really going to teach him a lesson? Feng Luo wiped his sweat, looked at the national god who was playing football, and asked, this guy has a very good physique. If I can learn your volley, I will definitely become more powerful. It's just that, my body is a little inflexible. Yi Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Feng Lo. Please, isn't this what you promised? I was ready to say no. That's right. Yi Liangqiu didn't agree that day, but Feng Lo was greedy for dumplings and finally agreed on Yi Liangqiu's behalf. Feng Lo scratched his head and smiled. I don't think they are all on the same team, maybe the next game will be a competition. I'm not sure, what I'm teaching now will help our team score. Yi Liangqiu didn't know that this guy was just greedy, but he also looked at the people training on the court. Everyone has their own weapons. Jie Shi still doesn't know how to use his spatial perception ability, or rather his eyes. The shortcomings of the national god are more obvious, that is, personality, football skills. As for Feng Li's dribbling, there is no need to say more. Yi Liangqiu knows it very well. The other people present had almost no value in Yi Liangqiu's eyes. Whether it's a 1,000-cut leopard horse or a little monk. If they maintain their current state in the real game, their team will not be aggressive at all. Thinking of this, Yi Liangqiu sighed and walked towards the court. Bi Lu Comet smiled and followed. Hey, stop first. Yi Liangqiu walked behind the god of the country and said. The god of the country was stunned for a moment, and the ball at his feet almost deflected. He turned back to look at Yi Liangqiu, seeming a little tired. Yi Liangqiu sat down on the ground and extended an invitation gesture. After the god of the nation was silent for a few seconds, but did not sit down, he spoke in a deep voice, it's not my rest time yet. Just as he was about to turn around and pick up the ball. Yi Liangqiu's voice sounded, do you think this training method is effective? Continuously repeating an action can deepen your muscle memory, but on the ever-changing court, the weapons you create may even make you completely lose confidence. If you think I'm right, then sit down. The god of country pursed his lips and finally sat down. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Liangqiu pointed to the people who were training and said slowly, do you think their training is useful? The god of country turned around and saw Jie Shi shooting continuously, and the young monk sparring with others. Obviously everyone is training. So what does this sentence mean? He was a little confused. At this time, Yi Liangqiu continued, the people who can come here are all forwards, and they are also players who have shown certain strength on the field. To put it plainly, it's potential. Then there are your own weapons. Weapons. The god of the country was stunned, could the weapons you are talking about be the things you are good at? Yi Liangqiu shook his head, no. The weapon is the way to score goals. It's also a reflection of the player's own abilities. As he said that, he pointed at Feng Lo, just like this guy can rely on this ability to kick the most exciting goal on the court. He relies on more than just his weapons. Dribbling. Feng Lo interjected from the side. Boom, sound. Seeing that Yi Liangqiu had skillfully punched him on the head, he continued, the way to score goals is not just to rely on one's own ability. There are also selfish motives. Isn't this the reason why you want to learn volley from me? I want to show myself better on the court and shoot wonderful shots better. I want the whole world to see this unparalleled shot. This is selfishness. Only when selfishness is combined with one's own weapons can one be considered a real player. The god of country touched his chin and seemed to understand a little bit, that is to say, do you think I am missing something? But I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Since you want to learn a technique, you must be proficient and thorough. Even if it is due to my own reasons that the skill fails on the court, it is also my own fault. If I want to become stronger, I must learn more things. Yi Liangqiu smiled, his eyes seemed to have seen through the god of the country, if you think so, then I have nothing to say. Then he patted his butt and stood up. He looked back and said, a volley requires not only proficiency, but also flexibility. Your body is not built for this type of skill. I suggest you switch to a fixed-point long-range shot. The god of country was silent, seemingly considering. Feng Lo, who was walking beside Yi Liangqiu, had a look of disdain on his face. Qiu, it's rare to see you talk so much. Does that guy have high potential? Yi Liangqiu nodded, the national god's physical fitness is very strong, and his body that has been trained for a long time can support high-intensity running. It can be said that this guy is a shovel on the court. With a little training, your future achievements will not be low. What I said so much is just to tell him that if something is not suitable for him, he should throw it away as soon as possible. Really? Feng Li's lips raised. After several days of training, everyone's condition has reached their most ideal state. In the multi-person dormitory, the screen lit up again after a few days, and Huixin Shiba was holding a bucket of instant noodles in his hand, eating it happily. Hey, all the stars seem to be having a great time these days. And now the break is over. As he put down the instant noodles in his hand, a picture appeared on the screen. There are 5 teams including you where you are. There will be a selection match next, and only the top 2 teams can successfully advance. Lei Shi had an angry look on his face, and his shark-like teeth looked very scary. Hey, are you kidding? How can we play as forwards? However, Hui Xin seemed to have heard what he said and grinned. In the early days of football, there wasn't really any positional distinction, as long as you could score goals. And that's exactly what I need you to give up everything and start learning football again. Abandon the world's understanding of football so far, put all new concepts and new ways of playing in your mind. It ended up being a shot. Now the world does not need a team, but a new hero who can be born in this cruel game. Yi Liangqiu grinned, a new hero. Why not call it a fight between people? A battle list appears on the big screen. Team X versus Team Z. A new round of knockout rounds has begun. Chapter 8: A Group of Selfish People. The screen did not turn off at this moment. Hui Xion's figure reappeared, and he opened his hands. The 5 teams will compete in a loop inside the building, and the 2 teams with the most points will advance. As for the remaining 3 eliminated teams, there are other possibilities. Like, scoring champion. The person with the highest goal score in the team can advance even if the team is about to be eliminated. Individual scores, and team scores. The choices you face are not just positional confusion, but also personal conflicts between people. This is a battle to create football from scratch. Enjoy it. The first game is about to start in 2 hours. I look forward to your performance. As the screen closed, the sound echoed through the lounge. No one spoke. Yi Liangqiu looked at the others. Without exception, some people understood the meaning, while others could not understand the meaning. But to put it clearly, it's about scoring goals. Jiu Yuanxia narrowed his eyes and sat in his seat to explain what Hui Xian meant just now. He slowly raised his head. So everyone, have you decided on the position you want to play? We are a team now, and the forward position cannot be touched by everyone. Someone has to sacrifice. Having said this, he looked at Yi Liangqiu. As the strongest person here, Jiu Yuanxia's idea was undoubtedly to arrange the game around Yi Liangqiu so as to win. I have no objection. Even Lei Shi, a violent person, actually agreed after seeing him for a long time. After all, the suppressive power Yi Liangqiu showed in the first game made everyone present understand that as long as this guy is not eliminated, he may really be able to help everyone here enter the 3rd round. Yi Liangqiu smiled slightly, which was also the effect he wanted. The reason why he shined in the previous round was of course not just to gain the emotional value of the audience, but also to make the team fight with him as the center. Strong strength means that you can do whatever you want. There is no doubt about it. At this time, General Zhu Yuanxi's station layout had also been distributed. To be honest, I don't really want to be a goalkeeper. As long as I can win. Iman was speechless as he put on his gloves. He looked around at the crowd, but if I can't even win the first game, then I will also play. After all, the whole team is a forward, and everyone has their own pride. Why would you be willing to be a doorman? As 2 hours passed. Led by Yi Liangqiu, he seemed to have entered the stadium with a group of soldiers. And his eyes met the person walking towards him from the opposite side. The two stopped at the same time, and the auras on their bodies seemed to have begun the first round of confrontation. Yi Liangqiu couldn't help but secretly thought, the king of the court, Ma Lang, is an extremely egotistic player. He only regards the people in his team as supporting roles, but he has an advantage that many people cannot possess. Self-disciplined and tidy. It's true that a person cannot be judged by his appearance. At this time, both sides could clearly feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Everyone's attention was on the 2 people at the front. Ma Lang looked at Yi Liangqiu with some disdain. As for Yi Liangqiu, he stepped on the ball and smiled. The radio also started broadcasting. During the first selection game, all foul decisions will be made through VAR judgment, including any inappropriate behavior between players. The above will be given a warning, and serious cases will be directly disqualified. Next, the first game in Building 5 is about to start, with a 45-minute half. Team X versus Team Z, start. With a whistle, the game begins. At the same time, Yi Liangqiu directly passed the ball to Feng Luo. Feng Luo, who received the ball, understood immediately and raised the corners of his mouth. Enjoy the game, now you will face a court demon who is entering the state. After all, not everyone can accept provocation. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the ball at Feng Li's feet, and the people on the opposite side rushed over to steal the ball. But facing Feng Li's flexible movement and dribbling, he was like a kitten being played with. However, at this moment, Feng Lu was stunned. I saw that the ball at his feet was broken, not by the opponent, but by his teammate. The little monk smiled and stepped on the ball under his feet. He seemed a little embarrassed. If I remember correctly, only the one who scores the goal can score, right? In other words, no matter what position, what layout, in the final analysis, only the one who scores the goal can be the hero. After all, the whole team is a forward, and everyone has their own pride. Why would you be willing to be a doorman? As 2 hours passed. Led by Yi Liangqiu, he seemed to have entered the stadium with a group of soldiers. And his eyes met the person walking towards him from the opposite side. The two stopped at the same time, and the auras on their bodies seemed to have begun the first round of confrontation. Yi Liangqiu couldn't help but secretly thought, the king of the court, Ma Lang, is an extremely egotistic player. He only regards the people in his team as supporting roles, but he has an advantage that many people cannot possess. Self-disciplined and tidy. It's true that a person cannot be judged by his appearance. At this time, both sides could clearly feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Everyone's attention was on the two people at the front. Ma Lang looked at Yi Liangqiu with some disdain. As for Yi Liangqiu, he stepped on the ball and smiled. The radio also started broadcasting. During the first selection game, all foul decisions will be made through VAR judgment, including any inappropriate behavior between players. The above will be given a warning, and serious cases will be directly disqualified. Next, the first game in Building 5 is about to start, with a 45-minute half. Team X versus Team Z, start. With a whistle, the game begins. At the same time, Yi Liangqiu directly passed the ball to Feng Luo. Feng Luo, who received the ball, understood immediately and raised the corners of his mouth. Enjoy the game, now you will face a court demon who is entering the state. After all, not everyone can accept provocation. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the ball at Feng Li's feet, and the people on the opposite side rushed over to steal the ball. But facing Feng Li's flexible movement and dribbling, he was like a kitten being played with. However, at this moment, Feng Lu was stunned. I saw that the ball at his feet was broken, not by the opponent, but by his teammate. The little monk smiled and stepped on the ball under his feet. He seemed a little embarrassed. If I remember correctly, only the one who scores the goal can score, right? In other words, no matter what position, what layout, in the final analysis, only the one who scores the goal can be the hero. With his laughter, he was about to dribble past someone. A figure knocked him over. I saw the god of the country looking at the little monk coldly and taking the ball in his hands. In that case, I can just fight alone in an upright manner. What do you mean? Leisure looked angry and quickly ran forward. Are you not even planning to score a goal? That's exactly what I want. Only Jiu Yuanxia knew that this was not possible and was reminding everyone to pay attention to their stance and movement. Unfortunately, the situation now is in chaos. Everyone just acts to score goals. Even the team on the opposite side was confused. What were these people thinking? A teammate actually intercepted a teammate's ball. While several people were fighting for the ball, a figure remained unmoved, and the corners of Yi Liangqiu's lips curled up. This is interesting. Football from scratch, although he is a person who has traveled through time and understands many plots, only by experiencing this game personally can he understand that reality is not what he imagined. Just like what he said, the situation on the court has changed dramatically. Get out of the way. The national god gritted his teeth and fought for the ball with everyone fighting for the ball. Jiesher glanced at the unmoved Yi Liangqiu, then at the crowd in the center of the stadium who were about to start a fight, and fell silent for a moment. What is this? Everyone is only thinking about themselves and only wants to score goals. This is completely different from the football he learned before. At this time, he suddenly found that Yi Liangqiu was moving. He rushed into the crowd like a fierce beast showing its fangs, separating everyone in an instant. When he rushed out, the football was already at his feet. Yi Liangqiu's eyes seemed to reveal a strong killing intent, and everyone standing in front of him was an ant that could be crushed at any time. Get out of my way. A swarm of ants. He rushed straight towards the goal, but several defenders were passed by him at extremely fast speed. Ma Lang seemed to have known for a long time that this guy would come with the ball and was already waiting there, with an unnoticeable excitement in his eyes. Yi Liangqiu also noticed him and showed a cruel smile. You're just like them. If they are ants, then you are a slightly bigger insect. Chapter 9 Mercy. It seemed that he heard Yi Liangqiu's dismissive voice. The veins on Ma Lang's forehead popped out, trying to stop the beast that had already rushed in. At this moment, the distance between the two is only 5 meters. At this time, Yi Liangqiu glanced at the players around him who were rushing toward him, grinned, and his eyes seemed to be flashing with red light. You ants should just sit aside and watch the miracle. I saw him gently tipping the ball. The next second, his whole body twisted, and his legs were swung out like a knife. There was a bang sound. The football hit directly from Ma Lang's ear. There was a burst of exclamation behind him, and the score reached 1 o'clock on the big screen hanging not far away. Feng Le seems to have become accustomed to this kind of scene. A long time ago, he didn't know Yi Liangqiu. At that time, he was an outlier on the court. Every time he played football with others, he would tease him about what the monster was. But, it was precisely because of this that he accidentally met Yi Liangqiu. Only then did Feng Lu understand. The manifestation of monsters is not just a fantasy, there are real monsters in reality. And Yi Liangqiu is his monster friend. At this moment, the monster is waking up little by little, and the devil on the court is eating away at everyone. Feng Lu showed a smile. Good shot. Jiesher shouted as soon as he regained consciousness. Although he had been watching from the outside, he could clearly see Yi Liangqiu's feet just now. With his own strength, he got the ball. He passed several opponents in a row and finally succeeded in shooting. Undoubtedly, this game seems to belong to him alone. Leisure snorted coldly and muttered, if it weren't for the god of the country and you guy to stop me, I would have scored the goal. The god of the country gave him a cold look, I should have entered. Obviously, even if Yi Liangqiu scored a goal, their team would almost completely split under the influence just now. Yi Liangqiu didn't say much, just glanced at Ma Lang. The king of the stadium was already suppressed by himself before he had time to show off his strength. In this case, this guy may have become completely furious. The next games will only be more interesting. At this time, the little monk ran over and seemed a little afraid to look into Yi Liangqiu's eyes. After all, it was because of this guy who stole the ball just now, otherwise the goal would not have been so difficult to score. Before he could speak first, Yi Liangqiu said, Litu, if you dare next time, I'll kill you. Although there was no hint of anger in this light tone. But the little monk was stiff all over, and he didn't relax until Yi Liangqiu walked away. Disgusting. At that time, Qiushan should have eliminated this cancer first. Indeed, in addition to causing trouble, this guy is also extremely powerful. He seems to be the lowest-ranked player in the entire team, and he also likes to cause trouble. Can't you just hug your thighs honestly? If you have to do some tricks, this chestnut head deserves to die. The barrage area in front of Yi Liangqiu continued to curse, but he showed an imperceptible smile. In fact, he had also thought about eliminating this chestnut head. After all, in the first level of the ghost-catching game, it was already proven that this guy was not a good character. And he also likes to do some clever things. Coupled with the fact that his strength is at the bottom, there are countless reasons to eliminate this guy. However, Yi Liangqiu kept him here. The reason for this was because this little chestnut would play a huge role in the future. Fortunately, after Yi Liangqiu scored this point, the atmosphere on the court has changed. At least it wasn't like the mess he remembered. The X-team on the opposite side has fallen into internal strife. Qiu, do you still need me to pass the ball? Feng Le walked over with a relaxed look. Yi Liangqiu nodded. If possible, I still like the ball you kick. Don't fly too high. I'm afraid it will hit other people's heads. At this time, the radio sounded. Team X, please continue the game. The two sides readjusted their positions, and this time the person serving was Ma Lang. His face was gloomy, staring at Yi Liangqiu like an evil ghost. As a whistle sounded, Ma Lang rushed out with the ball like a ball of black lightning. His direction was exactly where Yi Liangqiu was. Obviously, in order to regain the field, his choice was to fight head-on. But Yi Liangqiu stood there without making any movement. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and opened slightly. It seems to have said something. Ma Lang's pupils were huge, and he actually broke through Yi Liangqiu's defense with the ball. In other words, Yi Liangqiu had no intention of stopping him and just let him in. Many people are paying attention to the two people's movements. Lei Shi's eyes widened. Why didn't you stop him? He clearly saw Yi Liangqiu standing there without making any movement. But no one responded to him. Without the threat of Yi Liangqiu, Ma Lang, who was carrying the ball at the moment, was like a wolf among sheep. After easily passing a few people, he came to the goal. He grinned and exerted force. There was a bang sound. The ball headed toward the net. Iman, who had no blocking experience, didn't even react and the ball was already shot. The score came directly to 1-1. Lei Shi was so angry that he directly approached Yi Liangqiu and asked, "Do you think that after you score a goal, this game has nothing to do with you? If that's the case, you go and become a defender for me. I really want to kill you." As he said this, he looked at everyone angrily and said, "Pass all the balls to me." Are you kidding? You should have passed it to me. For a time, the team became even more chaotic. Ma Lang came to Yi Liangqiu. He stared at the person in front of him and said in a bad tone, "What do you mean?" Yi Liangqiu's expression did not change at all. If a team is in chaos internally, from my understanding, it is equivalent to moving forward with a bunch of burdens. And I'm not that kind. The waste should be buried in the ruins. Ma Lang was silent. This was the first time he felt that someone was more arrogant than him. The meaning of this sentence is that Yi Liangqiu's team has lost him and cannot score even a single point. The previous rules also stated that there is a personal point system and a team point system. As long as the person who scores the goal, the team faces elimination. The person with the most points can stay. Obviously, Yi Liangqiu's meaning is self-evident. If the team cannot score even 1 point without him, then he will choose to abandon the entire team and enter the next stage alone. Chapter 10 Mercy. Terrible thought. Even Ma Lang looked at the group of players behind Yi Liangqiu with some pity. If he is the king of the court, at least he leads his people, players, forward, while Yi Liangqiu is like a dictatorial devil, forcing his people to keep up with him. If you can't keep up, you will be abandoned by him at any time. This is why Ma Lang felt a little bit of pity, but when he looked at Yi Liangqiu, his eyes became more and more fearful. This guy is too scary. At this time, there was chaos on the court. Team Z is in complete chaos. Team X gradually united at the moment Ma Lang showed his strength. Jie Shi watched all these changes and was a little overwhelmed. He kept recalling Hui Xin's previous sermon in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened. So, is this what it looks like from 0 to 1? Because of the strength of one person, the entire team can unite. No. It should be said that the power of one person can make the entire team gather around him and unite. When he looked at Team X on the opposite side again, he smiled bitterly. He knew it too late. Even if he knew these truths now, the other side had united, while his side was in chaos. But when his eyes were fixed on Yi Liangqiu, he was very confused in his mind. As soon as Jie Shi understood, even he understood this truth, and this person must also know it, so why did he choose to let the opponent score? Some viewers laughed out loud after hearing Jie Shi's thoughts. You are right to be confused. I just came from Qiushen, and as expected Jie Bao doesn't know anything. What does it mean upstairs? What bad intentions does Yi Liangqiu have? You don't understand this. Qiushen is playing a very big game. If this group of people cannot reach a level that satisfies him, I'm afraid they will all be eliminated. Ah. So cruel. Suddenly, many people poured into Yi Liangqiu's perspective. However, these barrages also caught his attention. Oh. Can my voice be heard? Just when he was thinking this, the system popped up. The audience who is watching you can hear part of your voice, but they have no way of knowing any anime memories you know and the branches involved in the development of the plot. So host, you don't need to worry, these viewers will know your secrets. Yi Liangqiu smiled. It turns out this is what happened. It's no wonder that before, he always talked about his thoughts when he saw the barrage. It turns out that this group of viewers can actually watch the inner voice. Of course, this doesn't matter to Yi Liangqiu, as long as this group of viewers doesn't know that he is not a character in the anime. And looking at the way this group of barrages are talking, he probably knows that this group of viewers can understand the inner thoughts of everyone present. This is interesting. The audience knows equals Yi Liangqiu knows. Yi Liangqiu knew what the current group of people were thinking, and he could know it from the mouths of the audience. It's really interesting. But now is not the time to learn about these things. After all, the game on the field is still going on. And it seems that Jieshi has understood the principle of going from 0 to 1, so he has to take action. Feng Lo, can you pass the ball to me later? Jieshi held the ball in one hand and looked at Feng Lo. He knew that this guy had very good skills. It was even because of him that Yi Liangqiu was able to play a few times. Comfortable. So he went directly to File. File responded with an okay gesture. Apparently he agreed. The next second the whistle sounded. Just as he was about to pass the ball, Jieshi heard bursts of running sounds from behind. Jieshi turned around and saw Lei Shi and everyone running towards his direction, ready to grab the ball. You guys. Without waiting, Jieshi reacted. Lei Shi stole the ball directly with one slide. He laughed and said, I don't need you to score a goal. You just have to watch. In the next second, he was slapped in the face. The ball was directly intercepted by the little monk. Even in the process of interception, the little monk made a face and said, what a joke, if you can score a goal, I can even invite Buddha. You bald guy, you deserve to die. Lei Shi gritted his teeth and almost rolled up his sleeves and rushed over to beat this guy up. I just couldn't laugh for more than 3 seconds. The little monk's ball was intercepted by a player on the opposite side. The ball machine is really bad. It's not as good as my dog. Before intercepting the player mocked him. And the direction he was running was exactly where the Ma Lang was. Obviously the opponent already knew that as long as they relied on this king of the court, they would be able to score continuously. Fight around the horse and wolf. As long as the ball can reach his feet, we can score. For a time, the actions on the opposite side of the court became more agile and faster, and the team seemed to have a core. However, Jieshi saw all this but could do nothing. Until the ball was passed to Ma Lang's feet, everyone was attacking him. Just as Ma Lang crossed Yi Liangqiu, he slowly said, is this really good? As the only one in the team who can score goals, it's almost impossible for these rookies to stop me without taking action. I'm happy with this match. His words seemed to want to anger Yi Liangqiu. However, Yi Liangqiu remained unmoved. There was a bang sound. As the shot sounded, Team X scored a point. Lei Shi stepped forward, just about to have a fight with Yi Liangqiu. What on earth are you thinking about? This is a competition. If you lose, you have to go home. Go home. Yi Liangqiu raised his eyes slightly and grinned, let me tell you this, if you can't score even 1 point before the end of this game. Just don't expect me to help you score. My team doesn't need trash. You. Lei Shi clenched his fist and almost smashed it down. He didn't understand the meaning, but he knew that this guy actually messed up. Feng Lu sighed, sure enough, it will eventually turn into this. I thought this place would arouse Qiu's interest, Jieshi was a little confused. You seem to have known that Yi Liangqiu would do this. Feng Lu touched his chin, although Qiu is a person who loves football, his way of liking it is a little different from us. If we just play football and have fun on the pitch. Then, Qiu should be an extremely controlling type, or an egoist. He doesn't like teammates getting out of his control. It is precisely because of this favorite way that Qiu will control his teammates and opponents on the court. Once his own players have various reasons. In Qiu's eyes, it's a betrayal and the death penalty. Unless it can please him. Chapter 11 Monster. Suddenly, Feng Lu grinned, well, I've long been used to his state. As for how to awaken this dictatorial devil, I have a suggestion. With that said, he looked at Jie Shi and stretched out his hand. If you want to win, then the only choice now is to cooperate with me. Otherwise, we will also become victims on this court. Only by awakening or killing this demon king can we win this game. Why? Aren't you and Yi Liangqiu friends? Jie Shi looked at Feng Lu in confusion. He couldn't understand why the relationship between friends could be so fragile. Feng Lu burst out laughing. He looked in the direction of Yi Liangqiu and said, friends are just for stepping on. Only the strong can walk with them. Rather than expecting others to help you win. Only by yourself are you most comfortable. Jie Shi's brain seemed to explode suddenly, and suddenly he remembered Hui Xian's words at that time. There is no need for team spirit in this stadium, only an extreme egoist. Then, he slowly clenched his fists and said, okay, then it will be up to the two of us to crush this stadium. At this moment, Jie Shi's world seemed to have changed. If it turns from 0 to 1, then Ma Lang is the leader of all this. No. Suddenly his eyes looked at Yi Liangqiu. Jie Shi's pupils trembled violently. No. It's not Ma Lang, it was him who forced the opponents to unite. If our side is a piece of loose sand, then Yi Liangqiu is the tiger that condensed out of the sand, and Ma Lang's team felt the danger because they encountered a severe threat. So we banded together and became a wolf pack. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. That's why he was retreating steadily. Yi Liangqiu knew that he could not break through the wolves with his own strength, so he gave up the resistance. Or maybe he has the ability to break this state, but simply wants to see the team fail. Hey, the next round is about to start. What are you thinking about? Feng Li's voice suddenly appeared. Interrupting Jie Shi's thinking, he touched his chin and looked at Ma Lang and Yi Liangqiu from time to time, and the aura on his body gradually changed. Shut up first, I'm thinking about something. It's about winning. Feng Lu smiled happily and narrowed his eyes. Is another monster about to awaken? Qiu, look at the good things you've done. I think it won't be boring next time. As the break draws to a close, Feng Li's eyeballs seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. He had already entered the state and asked, do you want to go up? Of course. Jie Shi said the same. The ideas in his head had gradually taken shape. As he looked back at Yi Liangqiu's figure, if you want to change from 0 to 1, maybe the best candidate may not necessarily be the best candidate. It's you. Let me break this tug of war. Feng Lu stepped on Qiu, looked up at the lights above, and suddenly grinned, run away, Jie Shi, see you at the goal. Okay, Feng Lu. The next second, the whistle sounded. Jie Shi ran directly towards the goal without the ball. Many people froze on the spot and ran directly towards the backcourt. It's just that other people don't understand what it means, but there are still many understanding people on the court. Feng Lu, who had the ball in his hands, was surrounded by several people. His eyes were fixed on Jie Shi in front, and he passed the two people with his extremely skilled dribbling. With a bang sound, the ball flew out from Feng Li's feet. He looked at the ball, stopped in place, and the smile on his lips became more obvious. This is it, Jie Shi, let me see if you have the ability to wake up that monster. Jie Shi seemed to feel the ball and stopped in place, stopping the flying ball in his tracks and said, good pass. Feng Lu. He looked towards the empty goal in front of him, and thoughts were racing through his mind. If I use my strength, one-on-one, I can score. Just the next second, Ma Lang appeared in front of him. That's right. The moment Jie Shi moved forward, he was the only person on the court who could clearly see the intention of these two people. I thought I could treat everyone like monkeys. But, he is the king of the court here. Ma Lang's pupils exuded an astonishing murderous aura. If you can, beat me, you rookie. Staring at this killing intent, Jie Shi felt a sense of fear in his heart, as if he was facing an unknown creature. The fear that kept emerging in him stopped him in place, and he did not dare to shoot the ball for a long time. At this moment, a virtual stadium seemed to appear in his mind. Everyone was running on it. But he noticed a figure flashing a fierce red light, which was like a sun shining hot and dazzling. Under everyone's gaze, Jie Shi moved his lower leg and actually passed the ball. I saw that direction happened to be where Yi Liangqiu was. No one knows why this guy appeared here. Even the people in Team Z didn't notice it, because after conceding 2 goals in a row, everyone's attention was on the ball. As for Yi Liangqiu, who was dazzling for a while before, it seems to have disappeared. But now, Jie Shi found him and even passed the ball to his feet. Good shot. Yi Liangqiu gradually showed a smile, and a blood-red flame seemed to ignite in his scarlet eyes. I have to admire, Xiao Shi, you can still find me in this situation. Then I won't be polite. One of the interceptors had an exaggerated expression. Isn't it possible? How could it be shot from such a long distance? There was a bang sound. The ball at Yi Liangqiu's feet had rushed out like a cannonball and hit the net. At this moment the score comes to 2-2. There was no applause or cheers, just gasps. Super long-range shot. Even the national god was stunned. Perfect, really perfect. As a heavyweight player, his specialty is shooting, and he can also control the range of his shooting, which is also commonly known as the golden area. It was precisely because of this that he saw the gap. Your own shot needs a run-up. However, Yi Liangqiu was able to kick such a long-range shot just by standing still. One can imagine how far his shooting range would be if he was asked to run up. The god of the country swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but cursed secretly. Monster. Chapter 12 Seeking Skin from a Tiger. There aren't too many gorgeous moves, nor are there any crazy shouts. The eyes of the entire stadium were locked on Yi Liangqiu. He felt the fear coming from around him and felt the changes in the stadium. He was enjoying it very much at this moment. Well done, Xiao Shi. However, Jie Shi, who was standing not far in front of the goal, had a dull look on his face. He subconsciously passed the ball. It was obviously an ordinary pass, but it was different in the blue prison. Everyone scores goals for the sake of scoring goals. But standing at the goal, he handed over the last kick to others. That hot breath seems to be approaching me from behind. Am I afraid? Is it the fear of shooting, or the fear of the enemy in front of you? Or maybe it's the fear of good autumn night. At this time, Lei Shi picked up Jie Shi's collar and said angrily, "Why don't you pass the ball to me? Obviously I'm the closest one. If you are afraid, why do you assume this forward position?" Cole. Ma Lang also walked towards Jie Shi, with a look of disdain in his eyes. A rookie who is standing in front of the goal but still believes in his teammates cannot stay here. You are not qualified to be this striker. Jie Shi looked a little confused. I didn't want to pass the ball, but my body subconsciously kicked it out. Are you a fool? Lei Shi cursed angrily. At this time, Feng Lu walked forward, his eyes a little cold. Isn't this different from scoring? Why do we need to make a noise? Our team is not lagging behind. Now it's a draw. Hearing this, Lei Shi let go of Jie Shi and clenched his fists. Shut up, you Kappa. Only the person with the most points can stay here. Don't you see that? That red-eyed freak obviously wants everyone to lose, and he only scores goals to improve his score. That's right, the ball has already reached his feet. Will Yi Liangqiu let it go? Naturally, if Yi Liangqiu continues to score goals, no one will be able to score points. Even if they contribute to the team, if the outcome is a loss. Everyone has also stepped into the abyss with half a foot. This is also the reason why Lei Shi is angry. Instead of passing the ball to an extreme egoist, why can't it be passed to him? You want to die, but I, Lei Shi, don't. As if hearing the ugly nickname, Feng Lu smiled, and the coldness in his eyes became deeper. He said slowly, then show your strength. Since you also want to score goals, you don't need to be clean as well. Shi's pass. The ball is at his feet, and he can pass it to whoever he wants. Why does it have to be passed on to you? And in my opinion, passing it to Qiu is at least better than passing it to you. Immediately, Lei Shi was ready to point his finger at Feng Lu. Jiu Yuanxia immediately stepped forward to stop him. If this continues, the whole team may fall apart. It was obviously them who scored the goal. But from this point of view, the contradiction still exists. Chikiri, who was standing on the edge of the court, also watched this scene indifferently. He is like a marginal person, always doing odd jobs on the court, and his presence is very low. But he watched the whole process of the last goal, and it was exactly what NVC said. He obviously had the widest view from that place and was closest to the goal, so he had a great chance of scoring a goal. However, Jie Shi passed the ball to Yi Liangqiu accurately as if he had eyes behind his back. Why? Qianqie touched his chin and seemed to be thinking. And the same goes for the god of country. On this court, almost everyone who could understand the ball just now seemed to have a question in their mind: what was Jie Shi thinking at that time? At this time, the whistle sounded. The first half is over. Everyone returned to the lounge, and the atmosphere seemed depressing. The entire team was directly divided under the football, each doing its own thing without disturbing each other. Yi Liangqiu wiped the sweat from his body and didn't care. At this time, the god of country spoke. Yi Liangqiu, what are you thinking about? Do you really plan to wait and see like this, waiting for the end of this game? Wait and see. Yi Liangqiu's hand-wiping sweat stopped, and his scarlet eyes looked at the god of the country. If I am waiting and watching, did you get these 2 points? The god of the country was suddenly speechless. Indeed, Yi Liangqiu got these 2 points. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid the morale of the entire team would be even more broken now. Yi Liangqiu's tone was indifferent, but he spoke without mercy. A group of mentally retarded children who can't even play football. Haven't you figured out the rules of the game here yet? This is a world of self-interest. If you want to be qualified to stay, then you must first look up to the strong. Undoubtedly, these words made the atmosphere in the rest room even more depressing. The little monk muttered, looking up to the strong. I don't need to. I just scored 2 goals. If the ball is at my feet, I can also. But his words were heard by Yamaru on the side. You can't. His super long shot. Of all of you sitting here, I'm afraid only Aiman and Kunigami have this kind of power. The little monk touched his head in embarrassment, but he didn't expect to be heard. At this time, Jiu Yuanxia stood up and looked at Yi Liangqiu. If that's what you said, then I am willing to assist you, as long as you can let me score goals and let me stay here. I don't want to leave the stadium, and I don't want to lose my future. That's right, as the only brain in formulating tactics in the team, Jiu Yuanxia is willing to give up his pride as a forward on the court and his worthless dignity, as long as he can stay. Just like Huixin Shiba said, each of us has selfish motives when we come here. Hidden under this selfishness is the inner dream of the players, which is also the driving force for progress. But all the prerequisites are to be able to pass these levels and stay until the end. If you are about to be eliminated in the second level, then, who is this dignity for you? Dignity is exchanged for the future, and the long-term relationship is clear. Even if he doesn't hesitate to be a dog and a scumbag on the court, he must stay. Now, he devotes his heart to the devil on the court, just to seek refuge. The corners of Yi Liangqiu's mouth cracked and raised to a certain extent. Really? It seems that there are still people who know the current affairs. What about you? As he spoke, he looked at the others. Now Jiu Yuanxia's statement has already explained Yi Liangqiu's attitude. What he needs is someone who will absolutely surrender. What is needed is someone who works hard on the court just to let Yi Liangqiu score. Compared to Ma Lang, Yi Liangqiu's sense of oppression actually radiated not to the opponent, but to his own teammates. Feng Le was leaning against the wall, watching the show. For him, the goal was to play around, so even if he didn't express his opinion, Yi Liangqiu knew what he was thinking. At this time, Jie Shi stood up. If all of us help you score, you will definitely be able to help us advance to the next level. At the same time, everyone looked at Yi Liangqiu. That's right, there is only one loser. If Yi Liangqiu doesn't work hard, all of them will be eliminated, and only one person will be able to stay. Now, it is undoubtedly a stupid way for them to bet everything on one person. But if there is only Yi Liangqiu, then they must ask him to score more goals. Yi Liangqiu looked around the crowd. If you think I'm not good enough, you can choose to kick yourself. I have never threatened you. It's your choice how you want to kick. It doesn't matter to me if everyone on the pitch is a forward. Just like the rules of the court, we are just players who attack with the ball. The only thing is to score goals. Only the one who scores the goals is the most dazzling presence on the court. It depends on whether you want to be a dazzling presence, or whether you are willing to be the shadow behind me. It all just happens on the court. After saying this, Yi Liangqiu hooked his fingers at Jiu Yuanxia, and then the two of them walked out. In the lounge, the atmosphere of everyone improved a lot. Leisher's tone was a little urgent. Hey, hey, hey. If this guy's plan succeeds, I'm afraid, we can get out of the next game. You said it wrong, you should be punished. Qianxia combed her hair and said something inappropriate. Leisher became even more anxious. So are you all planning to let this guy advance through this method? At this time, Feng Lu said, is there a possibility that you are wrong? Qiu just said that as long as we are willing to attack around him, then he will lead us to victory. But why do you think he can't do it? Advertisement. Or maybe because he conceded 2 goals, you think he won't play. It's a bad performance. In my eyes, you guys are so weird. You want him to score, but you don't want him to score. If it were me, I'm afraid I would do the same thing. Everyone was silent. Jieshi lowered his head, also thinking about what Yi Liangqiu said just now. Now it is actually a process from 0 to 1. Yi Liangqiu wants to use his own strength to bring the entire team together and takes extreme measures, because only in this way can the sharp corners of this group of ambitious players be eliminated. Perhaps at the first goal, he had already discovered that Team Z was different from Team X. The difference in players between the two teams. After Yi Liangqiu scored a goal, there were still conflicts in the entire team. After Team X realized that Ma Lang could score a goal, they immediately took action to surround Ma Lang. Undoubtedly, the people on the opposite team know better how the game should be played. Only by surrounding strong people can victory be achieved easily. But the same thing is actually Ma Lang and Yi Liangqiu, one is the king of the court and the other is the devil of the court. In their eyes, teammates themselves are tools, but they are just looking at which tool is the most useful. Suddenly, Jieshi stood up and said, maybe I understand what Yi Liangqiu means. Huh? What do you mean? Jieshi glanced at everyone and said, if we continue to play like this, I'm afraid that just as Yi Liangqiu thought, the team will fail and be eliminated. Do you still remember what Ashin Heba said before? From 0 to 1, what this means is the dominance of those who show extraordinary strength and personality on the court. I looked at our previous performance against Team X. It's always in disarray. If it weren't for Yi Liangqiu's appearance, I'm afraid, we wouldn't get a single point. Because we are too self-righteous. Leisher retorted, you, a person who gave up resistance in front of the goal, have the nerve to say this. Trash fish. However, Jieshi did not refute, and said slowly, this is a typical example. Leisher's eyes widened. If the national god hadn't stood up and stopped him, he might have been given a red card in the lounge. Advertisement. After suppressing the cursing Leisher, the god of the country asked, you are self-righteous. What do you mean by this? Jieshi was silent for 2 seconds, I have no idea of my own weakness. Yes, his words were mocking everyone present, including himself. We think we have good skills and can even achieve dazzling results on the court, but that was all in the past. No matter what glory we have experienced outside, when we come here, we are just ordinary players. As he spoke, Jieshi pointed to his sleeve, the number, Z274, was particularly conspicuous. According to the ranking of Blue Prison, he is second to last. The last one is the little monk. If we calculate based on ranking, then, there are more than 200 people in front of me who are stronger than me. The more powerful a person is, the more powerful his charm will naturally be. Why should the strong serve the weak? This is the point I want to make, team. Maybe this is selfish. After all, none of you sitting here want to be a foil, right? Then you mean to help Yi Liangqiu score a goal, the god of the country asked. Jieshi did not shake his head or nod, you have all forgotten one thing. Although our selfishness has made us hungry ghosts on the court, after all, we are all on the same team. In the final analysis, there is no cooperation, even if it is as strong as Yi Liangqiu. It's impossible to score 100% of the time. As he spoke, a flash of fire seemed to appear in his eyes, so, what we should do is to cooperate with the devil and show our strength at the same time. Only in this way can we avoid being swallowed up bit by this court demon. As the whistle sounded, the second half was about to begin. When both sides stepped onto the field. Team X, I have clearly felt that the aura of Team Z has changed. If they were just a group of weak sheep, then now, these sheep have shed their skins and exposed the fangs belonging to wolves. The leader, Yi Liangqiu, smiled and said, this game has officially begun. Chapter 14 Be Happy. If all teams get 2 wins and 2 losses, the points will be 6 points, which means that if you want to advance, you must get at least 7 points, and this is just at the passing line. If all the goals scored are taken by Yi Liangqiu, then this game is completely over. No. I came here to become stronger, I can't leave like this. Don't leave your fate in the hands of a devil. So we must stop him. All members of Team Z stood behind Yi Liangqiu, with a strong smell of gunpowder in their eyes, and their bodies seemed to be enveloped by an invisible aura. Jie Shi's eyes became much sharper. Feng Le grinned, "Qiu. It seems that your provoking method was successful. Can you really feel happy just by waking up all your teammates and opponents?" As a whistle sounded, Ma Lang had already rushed over with the ball, and he still had that disdainful expression. Just when he wanted to easily cross the defense line of several people, a figure had already stopped in front of him. "I won't let you go again." The god of the nation had a low expression, and his strong body almost completely blocked the path in front of Ma Lang. "Tsk." Ma Lang snorted coldly, just as he was about to wag his tail. Suddenly, a figure pierced through and picked up the ball at his feet. "Ha ha ha, king of the court, your attention is too distracted." I saw Cheng Zhaohe taking over the ball with his flexible body. Then it spread quickly. The ball came directly to Feng Li's feet. He looked at the people around him and grinned. In an instant, he rushed out with the ball. In the deserted corner, Jie Shi had already moved into the penalty area, waiting for the ball to arrive at any time. However, somewhat incredible. But when he saw everyone cooperating with each other, he quickly threw away his thoughts and tried his best to stop the ball. "Ha ha ha, interesting. So you plan to do this?" Yi Liangqiu raised the corner of his mouth, already guessing what this group of people wanted to do. On the court, 11 people are of course standard. Advertisement. But, when the players on the court launch an attack, not all players may be able to touch the ball. But now they want to score points by directly skipping Yi Liangqiu, which can be regarded as directly abandoning this unstable factor. To put it nicely, it means abandoning this egoistic devil. I want to score goals with my own abilities. However, this is just their tactics. Ma Lang had a fierce look on his face and looked at Feng Lu, who was not far away, with a cold look. "Heh, a bunch of rookies, don't you think that uniting together will be useful?" After saying this, File was intercepted by several players. Different from before, after knowing that Feng Lu was very good at dribbling, Team X's defense became more rigorous, almost trapping Feng Lu inside. Feng Li's eyes kept rotating as if he was looking for a breakthrough. In the next second, he kicked the ball to the nearest direction. But there are people over there who are defending. But Qianqia's speed was astonishingly fast. He just ran a little, flinching, and it didn't look like he was using all his strength. Lei Shi roared angrily, "Hole. Can't you just run? Slowly, if you don't want to score, pass it to me." In an instant, he was already running in the direction of Qianqia. Qianqia bit her lip and seemed to glance at her calf joint. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." There was a bang sound. The ball flew directly to Lei City. Lei Shi burst out laughing. That's how it should be. But the moment he was about to touch the ball, a figure used a headbutt to push the ball down. Jiu Yuanxia narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "This is prepared for the Demon King, not something you should get. B********************************** D. B************** D. Lei Shi could only see Jiu Yuanxiang's back as he took the ball away. He stood there stunned for a second and cursed angrily. Seeing this scene, Team X was a little confused. Didn't you just see that these people were united as one? Why did you suddenly start grabbing the ball again? At this time, Yi Liangqiu, who had been standing in the center of the stadium, moved, and his figure quickly approached the goal. Advertisement. Because he stood still and didn't move, team. But he knows that this guy is a monster who can't lose to the Ma Lang on the court. However, at this moment, he suddenly started to move, which made everyone feel nervous. Damn, once this guy starts to move, it means he is going to attack with the ball. Looking at the players blocking him in front of him, Jiu Yuanxia smiled and his eyes seemed to open a little. "Open the way for our devil. Get out of my way." The next second, there was a sudden stop. Thigh muscles bulge. In an instant, I saw a ball suddenly fly out. That direction happened to be where Yi Liangqiu was running, and it was almost deserted. Suddenly, a successful voice sounded, "Finally, I've been waiting for it." Even Yi Liangqiu couldn't help but pause for a second. He watched helplessly as the ball in front of him was taken away by the D Jieshi. That's right, Jieshi doesn't understand his own abilities. But he has been observing the information on the field, and almost everyone thinks that he is waiting for the pass in front of the goal. Just now, Jieshi had already begun to figure out how to pass the ball if Zhou Yuanhua got it. Ultimately, in sophisticated imagination. Relying on Quan Wataru's performance and Yi Liangqiu's running, he calculated that, as long as he reached this position earlier than Yi Liangqiu, he would be able to get the ball belonging to the Demon King. As expected of the protagonist, this psychological journey is damn powerful. Stop talking, I feel that among these people present, everyone may have 800 opinions, no. Jie Bao and Qiushan probably have 800 more. Even the barrage didn't expect that Jie Shi would think so much all at once. What about this group of players? Yi Liangqiu couldn't help but have a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Jie Shi running with the ball. He knew that this was the spatial perception ability. Although it had not evolved to the level of outrageousness in the later stages, he could actually intercept his own ball with just a little bit of help. No doubt, Jie Shi counted him in. Interesting. Ha ha ha. It's so interesting. Yi Liangqiu suddenly laughed. Sure enough, I was right to come here. Only in this way can I feel happy. Chapter 15 Prejudgment. Hearing this laughter, everyone glanced at Yi Liangqiu and thought he had some disease. Isn't it just intercepting a ball? Is it necessary? But only Feng Lu saw this scene, and his eyes were smiling like a crescent moon. As the person who knows Yi Liangqiu best, he has rarely seen Qiu in such a state. Before coming here, he participated in any competition. Qiudu has no interest at all. It seems that for the opponents he defeats, winning or losing all depends on his mood. This may be why Yi Liangqiu became excited. In this blue prison, there are beings more powerful than him, and you can see the expressions of these powerful beings being kicked to pieces by themselves. At this moment, he finally no longer felt bored. However, Jie Shi had no idea that his precise calculations had completely released a monster. He only had one shot in his eyes at the moment. He vaguely remembered what Ma Lang and Lei Shi said just now. People who don't even dare to shoot are not worthy of being a striker. He is not a coward. At this time, Ma Lang had already caught up. He turned around and looked at Jie Shi with fierce eyes, and sneered, a rookie who doesn't even dare to shoot at the goal. You brought the ball here to give it away. Give it to me. But Jie Shi didn't respond to him, and an astonishing aura seemed to burst out from his pupils. Suddenly stopped in place, before the horse wolf could buffer and stop his body. Jie Shi hooked the ball with one foot. After the ball flew to a certain height, he volleyed it directly in the air. Boom. The diameter of the ball rushed towards the upper left corner of the goal, scoring a goal. Jie Shi raised his left arm high, and after 2 seconds of silence, he shouted out. And all the players came running. At this moment, Jie Shi's eyes suddenly looked towards Yi Liangqiu, and he happened to meet that corrosive gaze. Most of his original excitement immediately dissipated. After all, his goal was equivalent to robbing Yi Liangqiu. Advertisement. Seeing Yi Liangqiu walking up to him, Jie Shi just wanted to apologize. Yi Liangqiu showed a smile. Sure enough, only here can we create a real monster. Xiaoxi, you are very good. Did you predict that I would move on that shot just now? Jie Shi nodded blankly. He did not expect that Yi Liangqiu actually came to him not to ask for guilt, but to ask this question. Hey, Jie Shi won this point. Even if he stole the ball from you, so what? Is it the same as a goal? The young monk saw Jie Shi, a fellow sufferer, being approached by Yi Liangqiu, and thought it was because of the goal just now, although he was a little scared. But he rushed over immediately, his face a little arrogant. Yi Liangqiu didn't even look at him, but continued to ask, you can predict my actions in advance because you rely on the feeling when you pass the ball to my feet at the beginning, right? Jie Shi frowned, you know. Although he didn't know what that feeling was, he really had a pair of eyes behind his back, as others said, and could always notice what was happening on the court. And in his state, he can easily judge where the ball will be passed. It's just that sometimes it exceeds your expectations. For example, he thought the ball would go to Lei Shi, but he didn't expect that it would eventually be snatched by Jiu Yuanxia. Very good ability. Yi Liangqiu praised, turned around with Jie Shi's doubts, but at the moment he turned around, his voice slowly sounded, Jie Shi, if your next performance cannot be keeps me interested. Then I will crush your dreams with my own hands. Jie Shi trembled all over, knowing that what came out of this guy's mouth was true. The young monk snorted coldly, who does this guy really think he is? Didn't I just score 2 goals? One day, let him see how powerful I am. However, this sentence was immediately interrupted. Chenghao Asahi checked his sneakers and said sarcastically, you and he are not on the same level. If he becomes serious, what will happen to you? What did you say? Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, everyone also gathered around. Lei Shi's face was full of dissatisfaction, but he was obviously still a little unhappy about the ball being robbed. But when he saw Jie Shi snatching the ball away from Yi Liangqiu, his mood suddenly improved a lot. Advertisement. Of course, Guishan and Qianqia looked at each other. Just now, this guy was still cursing. It's been so long since this game ended. Next, they only need to defend until the end of time, and they will defeat Team X. So for the next goal, Jie Shi continued without waiting. Feng Le shrugged, don't worry about defense. Even if we score a goal, our worst plan is just a draw. Instead of accepting a draw, why can't we create the miracle just now? Just like breaking Chio's ball once. Jie Shi smiled bitterly, please, I was just lucky with that shot just now. Luck is also a part of strength. Feng Le said with a smile. The god of country geared up, so we keep the status quo and continue to attack. I agree. Lei Shi was the first to raise his hand in agreement. He played so hard that every time he touched the ball, it was cut off by others or robbed. He desperately needed a ball to regain his love for football. Ha ha ha, laughing to death, although Lei Shi has a bad temper, it seems that there is nothing wrong with what this guy says. After all, these people are all selfish people, and they are not much better. Sparrow food, I can already imagine that if the meat from Lei Shi's mouth is still snatched away at the next goal, I'm afraid this guy will stand on the court and start spitting directly. Okay, then it's decided, I'll still use the same method in the next game. Jie Shi agreed. At this time, the whistle began to sound. Everyone returned to where they belonged. Team. In the end, this point will determine the final outcome. Ma Lang stood at the front of Team X and glanced at the score. 2:3. If he wants to win, he must at least score 2 goals in a short period of time, or score 1 goal to tie the game, otherwise he will be the one who has half a foot in the abyss. Thinking of this, the veins on his forehead popped out. All of you, when you get the ball, pass it to me. Chapter 16 Special Guests. At this time, Yi Liangqiu also heard a ding-dong sound in his mind, and there was a clear sound. The wanton madness on the court leads the evolution of the monsters. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at you. In this environment, there are only 2 options, success and failure. The main mission officially begins. Main Line 1, lead the existing team through difficulties and defeat the team in front of you. Reward. Substitute level. Main Line 2, crush the opponent's hopes with a strong attitude. Requirements, at least 1 person scores 5 goals. Reward. Professional level. Main Line 3, in any future football match, dominate the entire stadium, and even crush the dreams of geniuses. Requirement, achieve 3 consecutive victories. Reward, Eye of the Demon King. Yi Liangqiu licked his lips, this reward is really rich. He thought that the system in his body was just in a wait-and-see state, but he didn't expect that he would start to get to the point now. I told you there was such a thing. Then he doesn't have to play like this. However, it's not too late. And looking at the main mission, it's not that you will disappear after defeating a team, but you can get rewards every time you defeat a team, so that you don't have to work hard to save emotional points. The only thing that puzzled Yi Liangqiu was that since they were all rewards, there might be a penalty for failure. However, after a few seconds, the next ding-dong sound was not heard. At this time, the outside whistle sounded. Chio. It seems that your attention is a little distracted. Feng Lu asked, standing on his left side. Yi Liangqiu came back to his senses, grinned, and said instead, "Lo, it seems you are planning to join forces with this group of people to deal with me." Feng Le shrugged, "I didn't say union, I only care about who can shoot. Isn't that what you said yourself? The people who shoot on this pitch have a say." As he spoke, he smiled slyly, "So, Qiu, are you afraid that I will be snatched away by others?" The smile on Yi Liangqiu's face gradually disappeared. He looked forward and licked the corners of his mouth. "I have seen my own path to success. Lo, if you can't keep up with me, eventually they will become eliminated in this game." The next second, Yi Liangqiu's figure rushed out. Bi Lu followed closely behind. Advertisement. Nowadays, the war between Team X and Team Z is extremely fierce, and they seem to be fighting each other. The ball kept being passed around. On the other hand, in the monitoring room, Huixin Shiba was eating noodles and watching the disputes among the people with a smile on her lips. Isn't this a little too cruel? In a game where all forwards are playing, the process of everyone going from 0 to 1 is so crazy. What are you thinking, Huixin? Crazy. Hui Xin glanced at the assistant beside her. This is not crazy. Everyone on the court is a knight fighting for honor. In this pyramid known for its strength, this group of people need keep climbing. Every step will push countless people out. Those who fell down are the same when they try to climb up. Whether it's me, the current country, or the world, they will only stare at the person standing at the top. The assistant on the side sighed and said, "No need to make so many excuses. Can you finish the noodles in your mouth first?" As she spoke, she looked at the players on the screen who were passing the ball in various postures. By the way, Team Z is really awesome. Whether it's his own skills or his skilled movements, this guy's level is definitely not low. I seem to remember that this person wasn't on the list at first, was he? Hearing this, Huixin Shiba raised his head and looked at the enlarged face on the screen. It was Yi Liangqiu. He smiled and said, "List. I have said before that Blue Lock never accepts the weak. As long as you have this strength, I can find it. And this guy is one of them." Special guest, the assistant was confused. Huixin Shiba stopped talking and seemed to be thinking about something in her eyes. On the court. The ball finally came to Lei Shi's feet. His eyes were like a guarding dog, always paying attention to the surrounding movements. Ha 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 ha. It's finally mine. Just the next second, the ball was kicked away from his feet. "A little bit, want to play football?" The little monk smiled slyly and kicked the ball towards the goal. However, at the same time, before he could react, one of the members of Team X blocked him directly and snatched the ball away with a hook of his legs. "This is our only hope of victory. I can't give it to you, a bald A****. As he accelerated violently, the little monk looked confused and cursed angrily. Not far away, Ma Lang was already waiting for this ball. Advertisement. Only if he gets this ball can this game get a perfect answer. Really? A light voice sounded, and Ma Lang's pupils widened. He saw a figure running out from behind him, and Yi Liangqiu seemed to be covered with a layer of black mist. "Little wolf boy, I won't be polite with this ball." The player from Team X carrying the ball in front has not yet reacted. Yi Liangqiu had already arrived in front of him and snatched the ball away with lightning speed. His speed was astonishing, like a shovel truck sprinting in the center of the stadium. Almost all the people who stopped him were passed by him using his flexible body in an instant. The threatening force in him seemed to have enveloped the entire audience. "Damn it. Stop him. Let him in, we will lose." The people in Team X were roaring. Ma Lang's pupils were filled with murderous intent, and he almost skinned Yi Liangqiu alive. But Yi Liangqiu ignored these glances. He only felt pleasure, very pleasure, and the curses danced in his mind like a stimulant. Looking at the goal that is so close. There was a bang sound. The ball draws a beautiful arc. Finally, it settled on the net and slid down little by little. Yi Liangqiu looked back at Ma Lang, who had stopped in place, and said softly, "Game over, the crown has fallen, the king of the country has perished." Ma Lang clenched his fists and his pupils shrank violently. He stared at Yi Liangqiu and gritted his teeth, wondering what he was thinking. The whole place fell silent. I saw Yi Liangqiu starting to leave the venue alone. The score has also reached 4-2 at this moment. Obviously this game is over, and Team Z has its first victory. The next second, cheers erupted on the court. Of course, that is the speech of the winner. At this moment, Ma Lang said fiercely, "Next time, I will definitely crush you." Yi Liangqiu paused, "Really? I hope you can stand in front of me again before that." Chapter 17 Disgusting. In the lounge. Everyone was laughing, and the oppressive atmosphere just now had completely disappeared. Obviously the best conditioner is a win. As long as you win, even if you make some bad moves on the court, you will be forgiven. Of course, everyone is still a little confused about Yi Liangqiu. Yi Liangqiu wiped the water drops on his body and sighed that taking a cold bath after playing football was the most comfortable time. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot one by one. Reward obtained, speed, substitute level. In an instant, he felt as if his legs were contracting and expanding. This was because the muscles in his body were being rapidly repaired and strengthened. This feeling is very comfortable. But it was over soon. Yi Liangqiu couldn't help but think that if he was an all-rounder, proficient level, before coming here, then now he finally has the capital to fight those professional levels. After all, it's not like he doesn't know how terrifying those professional levels are. Even Jie Shi, who had continuously evolved to the last level, was still crushed when facing those monsters. This was the difference. "Chio, do you want to go get something to eat?" At this time, Feng Le came over wiping his head. Yi Liangqiu opened his eyes, a little embarrassed to say, "Can you put your clothes on first?" Feng Le chuckled, "Isn't it just that you were exposed?" "I don't even care, what?" "Chio, do you care?" Until a crisp ding-dong sound sounded. There was also a pleasant scream coming from a certain place. Jie Shi also said at the side, "I'll go too, do you mind?" Yi Liangqiu glanced at him and said, "Come if you want, I'm not a devil. Look at you like this, it seems like I am doing nothing to you." After playing this game, how could he not feel the atmosphere in the lounge? This group of people seems to have regarded themselves as powerful enemies. Only Jie Shi, a silly goose, dared to come and talk to him like this. Jiu Yuan Shi also walked over, "I'm going too." Advertisement. Finally, in the cafeteria. The four of them sat looking at each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. "Ha ha ha ha, why does it look more and more like a Shura field to me? I'm really going to laugh to death from Jie Bao. This guy is not like this when he is on the court. Why is everyone different off the court? They are all a group of wolves in sheep's clothing." In the silence, Feng Le went straight to the point and asked, "By the way, what do you think about Chio's game? Knowing that doing this will make others more malicious towards you, which is likely to affect the next football match. Isn't there something wrong with doing this?" "What's wrong?" Yi Liangqiu bit into a piece of steak. "Did I do something wrong?" At this time, Jie Shi said directly, "The team is united. You should have known the process from 0 to 1. You were the only one who broke the deadlock at that time. But, why do we have to put the entire team in danger in such an extreme way? Enjoying excitement? Or fun?" Yi Liangqiu smiled slightly, "Since you understand everything, haven't you already guessed it? The coordination of our team is very poor. If you judge according to my opinion, as long as I am not in this team, you will probably have a clean sheet by that guy Marlin. That's what it is. However, in the face of this fact, your response to me is to play football on your own. Even using some dirty methods and various calculations, as long as they can score goals. But, I don't like this method of scoring goals, very much. Or, disgusting. Disgusting. Jie Shi was stunned, a little confused. It wasn't until he thought for a few seconds and looked at Yi Liangqiu that he understood the meaning. "Are you disgusted with this kind of kicking?" Yi Liangqiu nodded and slowly said, "I don't care where you came from, or whether you came here with your own pride, but now that we are a team, we must do whatever it takes to win. Everyone has his or her own personality, just like the national god. He likes fair football games. And what I like is a game that makes me happy. Their way of playing seriously made me feel disgusted with football, so I plan to retaliate against you like this." Jie Shi's eyes twitched. It turned out that this guy was thinking like this. No wonder he made such an expression in the first half, no wonder. Advertisement. Isn't this a person with the reverse character of a national god? Feng Lo, on the other hand, was used to it. Yeah, maybe you don't know Chiu, but this guy could have won the championship in the football match a year ago, but in the end, this guy led the entire team to the runner-up. My previous coach called him a devil on the court. As he said that, he glanced at Yi Liangqiu, lowered his voice and approached Jie Shi. Actually, this is a bad comment. Chiu doesn't like others calling him the devil of the court. The two acted sneakily. Yi Liangqiu was too lazy to pay attention. He was paying attention to Jiu Yuanxia. Now that he came to the Blue Prison in such a strong manner, this guy was already willing to surrender. Maybe there will be no such thing as selling information in anime. This may be a good thing. After all, he can see that Jiu Yuanxia is just too eager to win, or maybe he doesn't want to leave here and lose his football dream, so he uses whatever means necessary. After a full meal, everyone returned to the lounge. Others also came back from the cafeteria or the exercise room one after another. The screen lights up again. A painted heart appears on the screen. Dear Rough Stones, it seems that you are still a little excited after your first victory. You must have really started to understand Blue Prison. As he spoke, he waved with one hand. Your second game in Building 5 is over. Team V defeated Team Y 8-0. 8-0. The god of the country couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Isn't this pure crushing? Everyone also showed a surprised expression. Of course, except for a certain expression of excitement. Hui Xin continued, after experiencing this game, it seems that you should have understood what the process from 0 to 1 is. In football, everyone has a unique personal ability. Only when you put this scoring ability on the table and let everyone see it, they will move closer to you. This is the position that takes a striker from 1 to 100. It can be said that without this characteristic, many people would not be aware of their dedication, and football would not have evolved to this point. Hui Xin showed a weird smile and opened her arms. So you rough guys, do you think this is how football should be? Chapter 18 Weapons. Hui Xin grinned and opened her arms. Destroy your previous consciousness and put everything you have on this scale. I believe you already know exactly what you want. Is it honor, or being a world-class striker? Everyone, think about it. Start thinking. Think about how to continue to win in the next game, pick up your own weapons, and finally crush your opponents. I look forward to your performance. The next second, the screen turns off. Everyone fell silent. No, what on earth is this guy talking about? Why can't I understand? Leisure scratched his head, speechless. What thinking, what balance? Jie Shi fell into thinking. Naturally, he came here to become stronger and join the national team, otherwise he would not have taken that step. Yi Liangqiu showed a smile. Sure enough, the winners heard different quotes from the losers. Compared to the anime where Hui Xin directly told these people the key points of football, it seems to be more direct now. This was a revolution that changed the game of football. It also allows them to understand their own advantages and what the weapons are. The god of the nation stood up first. He touched his chin and said with some uncertainty, I probably understand what this guy meant just now. It is the personal ability that Jie Shi mentioned before. To put it clearly, it is our own weapon. Weapons. Leisure raised his eyebrows. You mean my gorgeous shooting skills? I didn't ask you. The god of the nation glanced at him and said, looking at Yi Liangqiu. He seemed to remember that this guy had said similar words to him before. Obviously, this guy should have understood the meaning a long time ago. Jie Shi also looked at Yi Liangqiu. Weapons. Yi Liangqiu chuckled, don't you understand what he said? Everyone has his or her own specialties. For example, this little shark just said that his shooting skills are very strong. This is his weapon. As he spoke, he pointed at Feng Lo, who was lying on the ground snoring. The so-called weapon is your most outstanding ability. For example, Feng Lo, his dribbling is very strong, so in the last game, he could often get the ball with his outstanding ability. Advertisement. This is personal ability. It's also the effect brought by the weapon. As for how you display your weapons on the court, that's your own business. I understand. Jieshe raised his hand. What Hui Xin Sherba means, let us clearly know the weapons of everyone here before, so that we can better cooperate in the next game. Yi Liangqiu did not shake his head or nod. Jieshi's statement is not correct, nor is it completely wrong. Huixin is actually just a reminder. He must have observed the video and knows the current status of Team Z. That's why the reminder is given. After several exchanges. In order to carry out the next game better, it was originally supposed to be Jiu Yuanxia who made statistics, but it finally fell on Jieshi's head. He looked at Yi Liangqiu. What is your weapon? Jieshi was very curious. If his guess was correct, it should be a super long shot. After all, he had seen the last game, and with that one goal, he shouldn't have guessed wrong. As if Yi Liangqiu knew what he was thinking, he smiled and said, "Speed." Speed. Jieshi's hand holding the pen paused, a little dumbfounded. Aren't you a very good shot? Why do you say it's speed? Yi Liangqiu tilted his head. Who told you that I have a strong shooting ability? That's just a basic skill. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Liangqiu with wide eyes, as if to say, are you kidding me? Fixed-point ultra-long shots are not strong, but there are only 2 people on the field who can reach that far. This is not his strongest weapon. What kind of international joke are you kidding? Narahaya Asahi got straight to the point and asked, we are also doing better tactical allocation for the next game, please don't make a fuss, okay? There seemed to be some fear in his tone. Yi Liangqiu looked at him and smiled, am I not joking? I said that is really not my weapon. My weapon is speed, power, and dominance on the court. Who told you? A person can only have one weapon. Isn't that unfair? Yes, everyone has a special weapon, and this weapon will make players like a fish in water, but it never means that a person can only have such a special weapon. Advertisement. In Yi Liangqiu's eyes, as long as this game continues, one day, he will get the weapons that these players dream of. Saying that, Yi Liangqiu sat up and said, the moment a player knows his weapons, he should know where the upper limit of his weapons is. The summary of weapons can be collectively referred to as human advantages. I'm not mocking those of you sitting here. It's saying that no one necessarily has only one weapon. Some people even don't know their weapons, and some are just hexagonal warriors. Can you tell what their weapons are? So don't have such a big reaction. Weapons are just the one thing you think you are most powerful about, but I think I am powerful in every one of them. Endless silence. Why does it seem that the more I look at this guy, the more he seems to be showing off? It was difficult for Jieshi who was filling in the information, so he finally wrote down the weapon that Yi Liangqiu just said. Suddenly, he thought, it seems like his weapons haven't been written yet, right? After hearing so many weapons, it seems that only his weapon is special. Spatial perception. Jiesher looked at everyone and asked if he didn't understand. After hearing his description, everyone didn't understand what it meant. After all, the world in his eyes may only be understood by Yi Liangqiu. After jumping over Jieshi himself, he looked at Chikiri who was sitting in the corner like a young lady. What is your weapon? Qianqia looked unconcerned. Me. I know, but I don't want to say it, so don't ask me. Rejected 3 times in a row. Leisure couldn't help but rudely said, don't worry about this willful queen. This guy is just a handyman on the field anyway. Jieshi was silent. In the end, he didn't embarrass Qianqia and sat down again. In short, powerful weapons are what us forwards must have. After knowing clearly the weapons of our teammates, we can better allocate positions. Then for the next game, how about the positions are arranged like this? Yi Liangqiu serves as the center forward, and the national god is the left forward. Chapter 19 Tactical Allocation. Relying on Jieshi who had been observing the movements on the entire court before, he quickly assigned everyone's positions, except for the goalkeeper, which was difficult to choose. One is Kimaru, and the other is Iman who has been in charge before. In the end, I chose Yuan. After all, this guy's weapon is his jumping power. At least Iman is much better as a guard. Before, everyone just shot at him. After such a serious screening, I am quite satisfied with the location allocation. Except for a certain guy who was already asleep, everyone already knew where they were going to play. At this time, Juyuan Wataru said, everyone has his or her own weapon, but each weapon may not be usable in the arena. The focus should be on how to make full use of this weapon. Bringing weapons onto the court. There is no problem in distributing it this way. However, overall it is still a mess. Everyone looked at him. Leisure was obviously a little resentful. After all, in the last game, this guy stole his ball. On the other hand, Jiesher touched his chin and looked at the sketch he had drawn. That's indeed the case. There doesn't seem to be any problem with our configuration, but the biggest problem has always been there, that is, we are all forwards. If it's like the last game, everyone can attack as they please. I'm afraid the ending will be as inextricable as the last game. Even losing the game. Do you have any suggestions? Jiesher looked at Jiu Yuanxia. In fact, he had known for a long time that this guy had a good mind, otherwise he would not have immediately defected to Yi Liangqiu when the team was at a disadvantage. Just because he wants to win. Jiu Yuanxia touched his chin and thought for a few seconds. Otherwise, you can let me allocate positions. Jie Shi handed over the notebook. After thinking for a few seconds, Jiu Yuanqing began to draw in his notebook, obviously falling into a tactical arrangement. Until a while later. Jiu Yuanxia raised his head and said, I call this tactic, it's my turn. Hearing this, Yi Liangqiu couldn't help but complain about good soil in his heart. Ha 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 ha, genius, it turns out the real genius of naming is here. Advertisement. Who put this guy in the literary world in the first place? I firmly oppose it. It's not long before the next game. On the training ground, everyone played football according to the tactics that had just been laid out. It seems that after having a commander, there is less internal strife among the entire team. Of course, except for Leisure who likes to compete with the national god for the ball, everyone else is keeping to themselves. It's so boring. Yi Liangqiu was lying on the lawn with a headache. He wished he could start the football match right now. Only then could he find pleasure. It can also become stronger. Instead of wasting time on training. At this time, Jie Shi sat next to Yi Liangqiu and asked, You don't recommend that I sit here? Yi Liangqiu glanced at Jie Shi's preoccupied look and smiled, It's up to you. But it seems like you came to me with a problem, right? After pondering for a few seconds, Jiesher nodded, I want to ask you what you think of your own abilities. During the last ball, you seem to have told me that I stole the ball from you with my own ability. You should know something, so I wanted to ask you. Price. Yi Liangqiu closed his eyes slightly and responded directly. Price. Jie Shi didn't react for a moment. Yi Liangqiu chuckled, You don't want to get anything from me for free, do you? Then you'd better leave as soon as possible. Jie Shi remained silent, I have nothing to give you. After all, his food here is natto every day. He can't give it to him when he becomes stronger in the future, or give him money by making a big pie out of it. Yi Liangqiu thought for a few seconds, I have an idea. As long as you agree, how about I tell you? What do you think? Jiesher always had a bad feeling when he looked at Yi Liangqiu. Give me support. Hearing this, Jiesher's eyes widened. It was already obvious that he wanted to play support, which was to let him pass the ball. Just when he was about to refuse, Jie Shi suddenly thought of the self-confidence he had when he first entered this prison, but now his self-confidence has been destroyed bit by bit. He was very unwilling, and he didn't want to leave without learning anything. Advertisement. Jie Shi clenched his fists, Okay. I can assist you, but only in the next game. After all, Yi Liangqiu just told him about the weapon. It's enough to save face by helping him. Yi Liangqiu sat up, looked at Jiesher with scarlet pupils, and teased, It seems you are quite well behaved. But I quite like it. Have you ever heard of a saying? There is more to human sight than just eyes, but the information you want to see in the world can only pass through your eyes. What do you mean? Jie Shi didn't understand. Yi Liangqiu continued, Your weapon is spatial perception, or information. Through constant peripheral observation, your eyes transmit the information on the entire court to your head. In the end, an information chain is formed, and the end of the information chain is the goal. You were able to intercept my ball before because you relied on the information to predict the direction of the ball. Do you understand? Jie Shi's brain was running rapidly. This sentence seemed to open up a new world. This was indeed how he felt at the time. He had an unobstructed view of the entire stadium. So was that pass. It's like he can feel which direction is 100% sure to score. Is this information? Information emanates from the court, allowing him to continuously combine the formulas for scoring goals, and finally find the answer to scoring goals. This is my ability. Spatial perception. At this time, Yi Liangqiu interrupted his thinking. Don't think so much. Weapons need to be practiced, and they cannot be used on the court overnight. Especially you, a newbie on the court. Jie Shi smiled awkwardly. He had nothing to refute. Maybe in Yi Liangqiu's eyes, he is indeed a rookie. After a moment of silence, Jie Shi couldn't help but ask, by the way, Yi Liangqiu, why are you here? I heard from Feng Lu that you are very powerful and can participate in the national team qualifiers with your own strength. Instead of coming here, and competing with the rest of us for a spot to get in. Yi Liangqiu lay on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. Does becoming stronger count? Chapter 20. Genius is just the ticket. I came here to find pleasure and to become stronger, not to play role-playing games on this court with a bunch of losers who don't even know how to kick a ball. Yi Liangqiu said very calmly. Everyone has a dream, including you and me. As for why I didn't go to the national team qualifiers, that's because I know the gap between me and those monsters. I'm very weak, so weak that I'm just a decent toy in the hands of some players. As he said that, Yi Liangqiu grinned and continued indifferently, Xiao Shi, there are people in this world, and there is a world outside the sky. If I can't even feel the difference, maybe I'm not even qualified to step into that stadium. For this reason, only by becoming stronger can you get a glimpse of those monsters. I have a message for you. Genius is just the threshold for meeting those monsters. Jie Shi's pupils shrank, and the blood in his body seemed to be flowing backwards because of these few words. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is genius just the ticket? Then, am I a genius? Since he came here, he has experienced countless blows, and he can see everyone's strength. However, a monster as strong as Yi Liangqiu can actually say that he is weak. What about himself? Just a slime among monsters. When Jie Shi came to his senses, he realized that Yi Liangqiu, who had been lying next to him just now, had stood up and continued training. He looked at Yi Liangqiu's back and couldn't help but murmured, "Thank you," softly. As a few days of training come to an end, the second game for Team Z is about to begin. In the lounge, everyone is still thinking over and over again about the tactics for the next game. Did you listen? Jiu Yuanxia looked at Feng Lu helplessly. Forget it, why don't you just go to sleep? Anyway, when the game starts tomorrow, you should know where your position is. Feng Lu tilted her head. I know. I just want to ask, are the next games determined to be distributed in this way? I think the focus should be on players who can score goals, instead of wasting time on transposition. At this time, Jie Shi said, this is to better display our weapons, and also to increase our previous cooperation and scoring ability. Advertisement. Changing positions is just a process, and it also allows everyone to enjoy the treatment of a forward. I think it's pretty good. Feng Lu looked at Yi Liangqiu. Qiu, what do you think? I don't care. Yi Liangqiu shrugged. The so-called tactics are equivalent to the rotation mechanism of volleyball. Everyone may stand in the forward position. This can not only satisfy everyone, but also maximize the display of weapons. But it also has a fatal flaw. For example, Yi Liangqiu Mingming could crush him with his strength, but he was assigned to defend from behind. If it were during a game, I'm afraid the coach would have to scold her. Hearing Yi Liangqiu say these words, Jiu Yuanxia visibly stiffened. He understood this man's unreasonableness very well. If he was unwilling to use this tactic, I'm afraid the entire team would fall into chaos again. Everyone else also looked at Yi Liangqiu. It's hard to believe that this guy started thinking about the team. Yi Liangqiu looked at the crowd and said, don't worry, I'm quite interested in this tactic. As long as the situation like the first game doesn't happen where people are grabbing the ball everywhere, I will play by myself. Of course, the premise is that you don't cause any trouble for me. That scarlet gaze seemed to have a hint of murderous intent. The little monk swallowed subconsciously. He had already imagined that if he grabbed the ball like the last game, he was afraid that Yi Liangqiu would kill himself. Jiu Yuanxia said, that's it, the tactical allocation will be based on the previous one. One rotation for every goal scored. The same goes for goals scored from the opposite side. Until the game officially started the next day. Team Y versus Team Z. Players from the two teams met on the court. The little monk geared up and grinned. I thought we were fighting Team V. I didn't expect to be playing against a team that had 0 shutouts. It looks like we will win. That's not necessarily true. Jieshi stared at the players across from him. The first game was just a process from 0 to 1. Now, no matter the losing team or the winning team, they are all teams that have changed drastically. Advertisement. With strength and teamwork, it will definitely not be as chaotic as the first game. Yi Liangqiu smiled and said, it seems that last night, Xiao Shi, you watched the videotape many times. Jiesher nodded and touched his chin. Their team was crushed by Team V. In the early stage, they basically fought for the ball like us, but they started to unite later. If it wasn't for lack of time, at least I could score a goal. So the current Team Y may not be the same as what was seen on the tape. And the most important thing is that Team Y is already standing on the edge of the cliff. If they lose this game, it will be equivalent to entering the elimination group. They are a wounded beast now. It is also the time when the combat effectiveness is strongest. Yi Liangqiu also looked at Erzi, who was unknown among the crowd. As someone who knew everything, he naturally knew the most effective way to deal with this team. But there was no way he could tell. As for how to enjoy this game, he has already thought about what to do next. Remember what I said before? In this game, you are my assistant. Jiesher nodded. He would not break his promise. Feng Le seemed to have heard what the two of them were whispering, so she stepped forward and asked, Qiu, what are you talking about? Can you add me? Yi Liangqiu rolled his eyes at him. Qian Wataru also stood up at this time. We need to pay attention to number 9 on the opposite side. He has very strong shooting skills and is also the scoring leader in the Kumamoto Prefecture competition, Okawa Hibiki. We need to keep the ball out of his hands as much as possible. This will also greatly increase the probability of winning. The young monk looked surprised. Ah. Have you studied this? Jiu Yuanxia smiled and said, before the game starts, you need to have enough information. Otherwise, if you don't even know the opponent's information when you go on the court, why are you talking about playing football? The young monk applauded unconsciously, as expected of you. On the other hand, other people were a little speechless when they saw these two guys. Can't they speak a little lower? Are you afraid that the other party won't hear you? However, the other side was also staring at them closely at the moment. Chapter 21 The Same Weapon. The Devil of the Stadium, Yi Liangqiu. There is also Bi Lehui who is extremely flexible in dribbling. Although I have heard of their names a long time ago, this is also the first time I have played against them. Okawa Hibiki looked at Yi Liangqiu Naruo with a solemn face. Yu Ruowu smiled and felt a burst of pressure. The companions on the side were a little puzzled. The king of stadium. Okawa Hibiki nodded. It is rumored that this guy's strength in the game scares the entire team, and many players even dare not play with him. That's why the title spread. I have watched many of his games and he is very strong, especially in shooting. All the team members fell into silence. Being able to let Okawa Hibiki say that his shooting is very good has already made them feel the pressure. After all, Okawa Hibiki is a player who is proficient in shooting, and even he is starting to feel a little unconfident. At this time, Erzi came out and said slowly, don't start fantasizing about losing before you start playing football. How can you know whether you can win if you haven't played before? Come on, try to win this game. In an instant, Team Y, which had been a little decadent just now, regrouped. Erzi smiled slightly and looked at Yi Liangqiu's tall figure, the demon king of the stadium. I hope this title is really what others say, otherwise I will be very disappointed. The atmosphere in Team Z is obviously much better. Everyone was talking and laughing. After all, they had already won a victory, unlike the other side who walked to the edge of the cliff. On the court, Yi Liangqiu stepped on the ball and looked up at the ceiling, like a believer praying. With a whistle, the game begins. In the tactics, he was the first to touch the ball. The next second, his figure rushed out. Okawa Hibiki's pupils shrank violently. What kind of monster speed? Before this, he had observed the last game of Team Z. He knew that Yi Liangqiu was very strong, but only on the real playing field could he clearly feel the strong sense of oppression. I absolutely can't defend myself. Damn it. Advertisement. Immediately, he reacted and shouted to the players on the side to intercept. Yi Liangqiu showed a successful smile, suddenly paused, and passed the ball. It was Feng Lu who caught the ball. He had already been waiting for the ball to arrive. Jie Shi was running on the side court, always paying attention to the changes on the court, and he couldn't help but make silent calculations in his heart. Feng Li's weapon is dribbling. Yi Liangqiu's weapon is speed and strength. The cooperation between the two of them is Feng Li's lone wolf attitude to break through to the place within his ability, ultimately getting the ball out, relying on Yi Liangqiu's super long shot to score a goal. Now everything is developing as expected. Jie Shi clearly knew that this tactic was not something mentioned in the previous assignment, but something that could only be accomplished with absolutely powerful weapons. In other words, this first goal was just a disincentive they gave Team Y, just to lower morale. Feng Li's smile became more and more rampant. Are there only two people stopping me? Then I will pass you all. More than that. At this time, Erzi's voice suddenly sounded, I have studied your dribbling thoroughly. If I guess correctly, your next move should be to pass the ball to the court demon, right? Feng Lu was stunned and looked at Erzi beside him, but he didn't panic. Really? Are you sure you have guessed everything? At the moment Erzi wanted to grab the ball. Feng Lu kicked the ball directly behind with his heel. And that location is exactly Jie Shi. That's right, all the tactics have been played over and over in my mind. The so-called egoistic approach is just the bait in this tactic. The only real goal is to score goals. Jie Shi got the ball directly without any hindrance. Through his analysis of the field, he already knew the opponent's thoughts. If my guess is not wrong, you should be there. There was a bang sound. The ball was kicked away. Advertisement. In everyone's sight, Yi Liangqiu arrived in the penalty area after passing the first ball. He seemed to have been waiting for the ball to arrive. While the ball was still flying, Yi Liangqiu volleyed directly in place. In an instant, only a boom sound was heard. The score on the big screen came to 0-1. Good pass, Xiao Shi. Yi Liangqiu grinned. He knew that the ball would be safely escorted to him for no other reason than the cooperation between Feng Lu and Jie Shi. Damn it. Okawa Hibiki cursed secretly. He knew that the opponent had a tactic, but he didn't expect that this tactic relied solely on strength to break through. Erzi walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we just didn't guard this shot. The next goal is not guaranteed. Feng Lu, who was walking back, looked back at Erzi and said in a low voice, the boy with bangs just now seemed to know our tactics. If Jie Shi wasn't behind him, I'm afraid the ball would have been blocked. But, it's all thanks to you, Jie Shi. I didn't expect you to be able to observe so carefully. Jie Shi scratched his head in embarrassment. I just observed the information on the field and made a judgment. This is all thanks to the method Yi Liangqiu told me before. Yi Liangqiu chuckled, don't shirk it. Strength is strength. There is nothing to be modest about. Wherever you can go, it means that you have begun to know how to use your own weapons. But, it seems there is someone similar to you on the opposite side. Are you talking about the boy with bangs? Jie Shi frowned slightly. Of course he knew what he meant. Yi Liangqiu nodded. It's not that our tactics have been seen through, but that guy is anticipating our actions and making up for it, just like what you did just now. He also has spatial awareness. Jie Shi's thoughts seemed to pause for a second, and he still felt an inexplicable fear about others having the same ability as himself. After all, before this, he had always thought that this ability was his own unique weapon. This weapon will place itself alongside those monsters and geniuses. Unexpectedly, in the second game, I met a guy with the same weapon as myself. Don't worry. At this time, Yi Liangqiu rarely said a word of comfort. He smiled, Xiao Shi, there is no absolute unique thing in this world. Weapons are always just weapons. Only those who use the weapons can control the trends on the court. Chapter 22 Prediction. Jie Shi quickly came to his senses. That's right. There are almost no unique abilities in this world, and it's something to be thankful for when someone with the same weapon as him appears on the other side. Explanation: this is talent. Yi Liangqiu chuckled. Maybe Jie Shi now doesn't understand the value of his own weapons at all. These are weapons that many top athletes on the court should have. On this court, everyone needs to hone their weapons to the extreme in order to stand out. After all, Just like shooting, passing, physical strength, speed, there is no way of knowing how many players in the world are better than myself. If you are confused even if your opponent has the same weapon as you, there is no need to play football at all. Jie Shi, who had relieved his inner demons, quickly returned to his normal state. He wiped the sweat from his chin and showed a smile. It's great that I'm here. Okay. Just remember to pass the ball to me. At this time, Yi Liangqiu said unexpectedly. Jie Shi stiffened and smiled bitterly. As the whistle sounded at once. This time it was Feng Lu who was dribbling the ball. He looked at the double team on the opposite side without any panic, and his eyes were even full of excitement. Are you here again? It's exactly what Qiu said, you have the ability to predict. On the court, there was still no flaw in the opponent's defense. Even Feng Lu was struggling like a mouse at this time, with his abilities being crazily restricted. Can only pass the ball out. After receiving the ball, the national god raised his eyebrows. His weapon is shooting, but he is still in the midfield. He still has some distance to reach his golden shooting area. And he saw the people who were outflanking him. He passed the ball directly to Lei Shi. Lei Shi laughed wildly after receiving the ball. Ha ha ha, it seems you don't want to score. Then let me do it. I saw him rushing forward crazily with the ball. No. This won't work. Jiu Yuanqia shouted, as if he saw something. Lei Shi, pass the ball out. When Yi Liangqiu saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up. Their tactics were changed to one goal one change in the previous meeting, but on the court, anyone can attack. After all, just score. But facing this strategy, I believe that the opponents have half a foot in the abyss. The players have also seen it. After all, every team is under Huixin's attention. Advertisement. Of course, what they can know, these people also know. The next second, just as Lei Shi had stepped into the penalty area, the opposing teams looked at each other and started running as if they were in sync with one another. There was a bang sound. The ball at Lei Shi's feet was shot directly. However, he was not caught by a figure. Erzi smiled and said, it seems that your shot is not as scary as that of the court demon. At the next moment, Erzi, who got the ball, looked in a certain direction. In the midfield, Okawa Hibiki was already running towards the penalty area. The second son passed the ball directly. On the passing route, Team Z just showed a gap. Jie Shi's pupils widened, and he knew, it turned out to be this. This guy had the same prediction ability as himself, and their tactics were originally from defense to offense. Because he knows his own offensive team very well. So, understand that everyone wants to express themselves, and this gives them an opportunity. It's finally here. I'm almost bored to death. Okawa Hibiki grinned and looked at the flying ball. Erzi also made a gesture like a telescope. Leave it to you, Okawa-san. With my weapons, even the court demon you fear, can also help you clear your obstacles. Quick, quick, get back on defense. Jiu Yuanqia seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking, and had been shouting before. Ah, are we being plotted against? Feng Lu scratched his head and looked at Yi Liangqiu standing aside. Neither of them made any next move. Obviously this goal has nothing to do with the two of them. Yi Liangqiu's scarlet eyes burst out with a hint of disdain. It's not about calculation, it's just a little trick. I didn't expect that the opponent would be able to remain calm in the face of danger in such a situation. Sure enough, a player with spatial awareness. He is the hero I least like to deal with. Brave. Feng Lu said with a smile, so how do you plan to deal with these slimes in this game? Yi Liangqiu smiled and said, crush it. At this time, in the restricted area, Okawa Hibiki sneered, it's impossible to guard against it. He has now stepped into the penalty area. As long as he finds the right angle, he can shoot the ball. The next second, the ball at his feet shot out like a cannonball, shooting straight into the net. Advertisement. Even Yamaru didn't stop him. The score came to 1-1. Okawa Hibiki raised his hands and showed a victorious smile. After all, he is also the leading scorer. Although he was hit hard in this game, he definitely didn't make a mistake when he shouldn't have missed the ball. Erzi also stepped forward and said, great job. On the other hand, everyone in Team Z gathered together, discussed for a few minutes, and then returned to their positions on the court. Yi Liangqiu's eyes met Erzi's eyes under the bangs, and there seemed to be an aura between them. Who is the prey? This time it was Team Z that kicked off because of the rotation system. The ball came to the feet of the national god. Yi Liangqiu was very close to him. The moment he passed him, he said softly, "If you feel that your weapon is too weak, you might as well think in another way. Abandoning teammates is not a good option." The god of country's pupils shrank. "I know. You don't need to teach me." The next moment, he passed the ball. Although they were fighting around him, he always felt a pressure on him, as if he was trying to do everything in front of a more powerful person. After receiving the ball, Jie Shi kept looking around. He knows that the other party has the ability to predict with himself. If he wants to break this prediction, an unconventional force must appear, that is, an existence that cannot be predicted. However, if you want to be unpredictable, there is only one way. A variety of weapons. The opposing team has watched the video of their own team. They should have already understood the general situation of Team Z, and even figured out what our weapons are. Now only the unknown can break through this barrier. Suddenly, he remembered Yi Liangqiu's previous words in his mind: people do not necessarily have only one kind of weapon. He gradually understood the meaning. There was a bang sound. He kicked the ball in front of Yi Liangqiu. Jie Shi showed a fierce look. "So, Lord Demon King, you should have a lot of weapons, right? Why don't you show it and take a look? Isn't it a bit too much?" Chapter 23 Restrictions. Seeing the flying ball, Yi Liangqiu couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha. It seems that Xiaoxi, you are indeed a very good assistant. In that case, it's time for me to show my true strength. Otherwise, these brave men will really be looked down upon." At this moment, it was as if a dark mist appeared on his body and enveloped him, and the scarlet eyes in his pupils kept flashing in the darkness. In an instant, his figure rushed out. Crazy fast. The player in front of him didn't even react. He only heard the words, "You idiot, don't take the lead," and was easily passed by. The second son did not expect this sudden change. To be precise, he watched the video and always thought that Yi Liangqiu's shooting skills were very good. However, at this moment, he was stunned for a second. This speed, terrifying, just like a cheetah. This further illustrates that this court demon did not use his full strength at all in the last game. Damn it. Erzi gritted his teeth and quickly returned to defense. He knew that if he could not prevent this goal, the entire team would fall into a sluggish state, which he would never allow. However, with several people coming to defend themselves, Yi Liangqiu felt that all the cells in his body were trembling. His eyes were fixed on the players blocking him in front of him. His body was quickly adjusting. He passed one person with a cow's tail. Then in this rapid state, came a Marseille pirouette directly connected two people. At this moment, he has reached his own golden angle. There was a bang sound. With this powerful volley, the ball was like a bullet. It hit the goal so fast that no one could react. Yi Liangqiu looked back at Erzi, who had paused in place, and showed a meaningful smile. "Prejudgment. Did I ask you to predict it? In a crushing posture, can the limit of your prediction be faster than the speed at which I can score a goal? Let's go home and practice, slime." Erzi's pupils dilated, and a sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart, as if he had returned to the despair he felt when facing Team V in the previous game. This person is just like the monster from the previous game. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth and wondering what he was thinking. Not only was he shocked, everyone else on the court except Feng Lu fell into silence, and even the cheers stopped abruptly. Jie Shi's pupils dilated. Advertisement. Sure enough, the person who can say those words before is absolutely powerful and terrifying. As expected of you, Qiu. Feng Lu grinned widely. "How about you let me score the next goal? We can't let you take the spotlight in every game, right?" He wasn't surprised at all, he was used to this kind of thing. Yi Liangqiu rolled his eyes at him. "Okay, as long as you don't give the ball away." Okawa Hibiki walked up to Erzi and asked, "Are you okay? Did that guy say something to you just now?" Erzi shook his head and wiped his sweat. "This won't work. Just guarding. If we can't find a flaw, our ending will be exactly the same as the last game. There is a variable on the other side that cannot be ignored. I can't predict it. At least two people must mark him, and he cannot touch the ball. Okawa Hibiki looked at Futoko's solemn expression and asked, "Change tactics?" Urtzi was silent for a few seconds. "It can't be changed. If it is changed, we will completely lose the opportunity. At least now it seems that our tactics are effective, as long as we can score. The main thing to watch is the king of the pitch. We must not let him get the ball." "Okay." Okawa Hibiki nodded, then looked at the teammates around him to greet them, and held a second discussion. While they were discussing, naturally Team Z was also discussing. "Aren't you playing according to tactics? The last round was the match for the god of the nation. We should fully assist him," the young monk said to fight the injustice. He saw Jieshi pass the ball to Yi Liangqiu, which was obviously not part of the tactics. However, the god of the country interrupted him, with a very calm look in his eyes. "I passed the ball, then Jieshi can pass the ball to anyone, as long as he scores a goal. How can that be done?" Asahi Qingzhou was also a little resentful. "The rotation system we agreed on, if this continues, won't it be the same as the last game?" At this time, Yi Liangqiu shrugged and said, "The ball comes to my feet. I have to kick it, right? Besides, isn't this a point? If I pass the ball out, can you guarantee that you will get the point 100%? The two boys were immediately speechless. Jiu Yuanqing stood up. He knew that the tactics he had discussed before could not be messed up. Once they were messed up, he might not be able to parry the opponent's attack. Well, the tactics are still the same as before. Advertisement. Let's change the way and do it according to time. Change every 10 minutes. Goal and change. This way everyone has the opportunity to be the core." Yi Liangqiu saw everyone staring at him and waved his hands quickly. "Don't everyone look at me, I have no objection." Jiu Yuanqing nodded. "That's it. For this tactic, balance is naturally needed, but if you want to achieve true balance, you need to hide your selfishness. However, in this egoistic game, how can the players not reveal their selfishness?" Yi Liangqiu smiled, maybe because he thought these people were a little naive. Of course, he also means what he says. Since it is a tactic, he will cooperate with it. Anyway, the score is now 1-2, and they have a big advantage. Soon, the whistle sounded. The kicker is from the opposite side. Urtzi's eyes were fixed on Yi Liangqiu, and he deliberately passed the ball to the player on the left. Only in this way could he avoid this court demon. In their discussion just now, the tactics remained unchanged. The only thing that needs to change is to block Yi Liangqiu's goal route and continue to apply pressure. Yi Liangqiu naturally saw the little tricks of this group of people, and couldn't help but smile scornfully. "There's no need to take action, right? Didn't I just score 2 goals? The players in front of him were under pressure." As the game continues. In the monitoring room, Huixin also watched with interest. "Have you all begun to use your own weapons proficiently? But, this is far from enough." And Li on the side couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "I still don't understand, are any of those things you said before normal? Are these players sure they understand what it means?" The corner of Huixin's lips curled up. "If your own weapons need to evolve, you must go through learning and break through yourself. Understanding is also part of it. Information is often understood by people, rather than force indoctrination." Chapter 24 Desire. So, rough stones, what kind of brilliance will you shine? Watch the players on the court fighting for the ball. Yi Liangqiu's pupils reflected an excellent goal-scoring route, but he suppressed this thought and couldn't help but whisper softly, "The game for self-interested people has just begun. Chaos, what I want is chaos. Only in this way, can you expose the desire among players." As he said that, he looked at the sweaty Urtzi and Okawa Hibiki, and smiled contemptuously. "You cannot usher in evolution if you stick to your own principles and the rules of the team. If you continue like this, you won't even be able to create pleasure for me. Release the desires in your hearts. Get the ball." A devilish whisper echoed in my mind. Urtzi gritted his teeth. Compared to dealing with Team V in the previous game, the pressure placed on him by Team Z came from Yi Liangqiu, which also caused the entire team to fall into a passive defense. The original tactic was to defend absolutely after scoring a point. Just keep the score and gain the advantage until the end of the game. This game is over. However, everything was broken by this man. Damn, what should I do? Is this game going to be destroyed by monsters like the last game? The unwillingness in Ertzi's eyes is heavier than anyone else's. He is the core of the entire team, and he clearly understands how disadvantaged the team is now. At this time, the ball suddenly passed in front of him. His confused thoughts caused him to be a little distracted. He had the ball in his hands, but he didn't know who to pass it to. He looked at the players who were running towards him, and then at Hibiki Okawa, who was already heading towards the goal. He gritted his teeth and finally kicked out. "Leave it to you, Okawa-san. We must score, this may be our team's last hope." However, at the next moment, his hope was shattered like a bubble. Kyuan Wataru leaped high and intercepted the ball flying toward Okawa Hibiki with a header. Advertisement. Without waiting for Ertzi to react, the ball flew out again and passed directly to Leisure. "Ha ha ha ha, it's Thunder Market time next. Help me open up the opponent's defense. It's up to me to score this point." Hearing this, everyone in Team Z began to sprint forward. Ertzi froze on the spot, his mind in confusion, but he had no time to think, so he could only subconsciously defend himself. At this moment, Yi Liangqiu's figure passed by him, and a faint voice reached his ears. "Slime, do you want to evolve and become a more advanced existence? Abandon the original style of play." Ertzi's pupils shrank, his face looking ferocious. It's a pity that Yi Liangqiu is already heading towards the goal. Because of the heavy defense against Yi Liangqiu, the entire Y team became more and more disorganized. The offensive players were like a fish in water, each using their own weapons to make a fool of this group of people. Even the little monk and Leisure can easily reach the restricted area. "Ha ha ha ha, it's finally my turn." Leisure laughed wildly and shot the ball at his feet. However, I don't know if I am too proud or too excited. The ball actually hit the edge of the goal and bounced out. An excellent opportunity for the ball, the little monk grinned, and the moment the ball hit the ground, a sliding shovel rushed over. But the ball was not tackled by him. A black shadow came to the goal at some point. Okawa Hibiki gasped for breath and roared, "I'm the scoring champion." The next moment, the ball was kicked out of bounds. Gained valuable breathing space for Team Y. Jiu Yuensha wiped his sweat and muttered with a little pity, "It's okay, it's okay. It's just one goal, the next goal will definitely be scored." But Leisure yelled, "Ah! I shot it wrong. Sorry." The little monk's eyes twitched, "That's why I told you not to get too excited. Isn't it just to get a ball?" "What did you say?" Leisure looked at him. At this time, the first half of the game ended and the rest time entered. Advertisement. In the lounge. Everyone drank water, and no one discussed the goal they conceded just now. After all, they had a big advantage now, but Leisure still blamed himself a little. At this time, Jiu Yuensha suddenly asked, "What do you think of Team Y? I always feel like the opponent is anticipating our actions. The previous goal was a bit weird. Although it is a big advantage, it still needs to be discussed. After all, the outcome of this football match has not yet been decided, and nothing is known yet." "It's the boy with bangs." Feng Lu raised his hand and said, "That guy has been staring at me and Chio, and he won't even let us touch the ball, even if it means a player fouls." As Feng Lu, who has the best passing and dribbling skills, he can certainly feel the Y team's targeting. Yi Liangqiu was even more deeply touched. After all, there were always two people guarding him in front of him. So in the last game, no one passed the ball to him. It's the ability to perceive space. At this time, Jieshi raised his head and said, "The boy with bangs has the same ability as me. He can make accurate passes and predict by overlooking the movements of the whole field, and his weapons seem to more skilled than me. That's why, every time we attack, he can defend clearly." "What the hell is spatial perception?" Leisure frowned, "Is this a weapon?" Jieshi explained, "Well, spatial perception means being able to overlook the entire stadium through the brain, roughly counting the information on the stadium, and finally forming an information chain in the mind. Just find the path to goal in the information chain. You can clearly know the movements of all players." "Ah." The little monk held his head, "Isn't this a little too perverted? Also, Jieshi, didn't you tell me that we would be salted fish together?" Jieshi shook his head, "My weapon is not strong and I need to rely heavily on my teammates. Moreover, this weapon has a fatal flaw. That is the inability to predict the existence of the unknown. That is, processing an unknown piece of information. As he said that, he looked at Yi Liangqiu. A person does not necessarily have only one kind of weapon, especially when facing an unknown opponent. My ability needs to make judgments and collect information. Otherwise, this kind of prediction has no effect at all. On the contrary, it will become a breakthrough. Although the national god said before that just scoring a goal is enough, he may still have a little resentment in his heart, and he immediately remembered the scene of the last goal. Is this why you passed that ball to Yi Liangqiu? Chapter 25, Night God Smiles. Life and death are unpredictable. Jieshir nodded and apologized. I know it's wrong to break the tactics, but that's why we want to get more information. Besides, Yi Liangqiu also said before that he has many weapons. That's why I passed the ball to him. Yi Liangqiu listened on the side and smiled. It was exactly as he thought. Ever since Jieshi learned about the wonderful use of spatial perception ability, he had begun to deliberately use himself as a puppet to control on the court. Any prediction has a trajectory. Only by cutting off one of these trajectories can one jump out of the chessboard. Treat me as a knife in your hand, Jieshi. Aren't you afraid of backlash? So your previous action was just to give it a try. The god of nations raised his eyebrows and looked at Jieshi, with a hint of anger in his tone. After all, the core of that scene was him, not Yi Liangqiu. I didn't expect Jieshi to be so bold. Sorry. Jieshi apologized again and again, but his eyes were full of determination. Regarding the use of his own weapons, he did ruin his tactics, but it was obvious that he still got the perfect answer. Because of his pass, the team scored a point. And he completely understood a truth. Only those who break the rules on this court can survive. Stop arguing. So what do you think of Team Y? Jiu Yuanxia asked. The god of country snorted coldly and sat down. Jieshir touched his chin and thought for a few seconds. The two most dangerous people on the opposite side should be Bang Boy and Okawa Hibiki. As long as we restrain these two people, the victory of this game will be ours. And I've already figured out their tactics. The defense turns to offense. Once they get the ball, there is an 80% probability that the Bangs Boy will pass the ball directly to Okawa Hibiki. So, before he could continue, Feng Lu said in advance, as long as the moment the ball reaches Hibiki Okawa, that's the moment we get the ball. Jieshir nodded, yes, since they like to defend, let them defend. They are the ones who should be anxious now, not us. Advertisement. We just have to wait for the opportunity and intercept the ball, and that's when we counterattack. And, from the other side's perspective, there is another alien in our team. Everyone looked at Yi Liangqiu. Yes, this outlier was him. If the ball fell into this guy's hands, his team would definitely be sure to score a goal. Of course, the tactics remain unchanged. Jieshir stood up, but for the sake of victory, I believe you all have your own ideas in mind. The corner of Yi Liangqiu's lips curled up. As expected, the protagonist is here to change. If the original plot develops according to the situation, Team Z is at the bottom of the two games. Now that Jieshi, who has been sleepwalking in the early stage, is suddenly awakened, the game begins to become exciting. The barrage has also exploded. Yishan smiles. Life and death are unpredictable. Who can believe that Jiabao was just a court baby a few days ago? Now that he has been educated by Yagami, his selfish mentality has fully blossomed. Don't tell me, when I saw Yishan smile, I'm afraid I've already thought about how to help the next person awaken. There was a discussion in the barrage. Only he knew Yi Liangqiu's smile. He was just feeling happy because the game became exciting. Qiu, do you need my pass later? Feng Lu suddenly came over and asked. Yi Liangqiu shook his head, no, just take care of yourself. I should be a thorn in the opponent's side now, and I'm afraid they won't let me touch the ball easily. Just as he was thinking. At this moment, in the lounge on the other side, Urtzi, Okawa Hibiki, and others were also discussing tactics. The score difference of 1-2 is indeed not big. But for Team Y, how to defeat Team Z has become a big problem. Z, I don't think we should guard against that person all the time. If we play like this, our midfield players will be very tired. It's not even possible to cover up the defense. Okawa Hibiki put forward his own opinion. Although he has been controlled by Urtzi to play football, he can also see the gap between his team and the opponent. Urtzi lowered his head. looked at the water glass in his hand, and said nothing. There is a sentence that has been thinking in my mind: if you want to evolve, you must abandon the original style of play. Has your weapon been seen through by that guy? Advertisement. If I continue to use weapons, I'm afraid it will become a loophole in this game. What should I do? He was crushed to death in the last game because the team was not harmonious, but Ötzi did not think it was because he and others were weak, but facing this group of people now, his abilities could not play any role. The unreal feeling made Ötzi feel suffocated. Is the enemy too strong, or is he too weak? At this time, Okawa Hibiki's voice reached his ears. Ötzi slowly raised his head, and the confusion in his eyes suddenly dissipated a lot. In front of him, all the players looked at him firmly. One of them said, "Son, I know your weapons can help us score goals. Then you can use us as much as you like, even if you become a puppet on the court, we only need to win." Another person said, "Yeah. If Ötzi loses this game, we'll probably have to leave. Can't lose." Okawa Hibiki also squatted down. "I know that the opponent is very strong, but we are not weak either. To be able to come here, who is not capable? Besides, didn't the men wearing glasses say that rankings are based on strength? We are ranked a little higher than our opponent. Then naturally we should be stronger. Ötzi, please don't be a coward, okay?" Ötzi gritted his teeth and clenched the water glass with his fingers unconsciously. Suddenly, as if he had released his emotions, his body relaxed and he laughed. "That's a good scold. I am indeed scared. The devil on the court opposite me gave me too much pressure. But now, I may know how to defeat the opponent." Hearing the sound, everyone walked up to him. I saw him discussing again. Until the whistle blows. The second half is about to begin. The confrontation between the two sides in the first half is finally coming to an end, and the players on both sides have a clearer understanding of each other's weaknesses. Ötzi's eyes met Yi Liangqiu's under his bangs. A smile appeared on Yi Liangqiu's lips. It seems that the slime has awakened. Chapter 26: Chaos, Fast Attack. The momentum on the other side has changed. Jiexi's pupils narrowed. He, who had been observing everyone in the audience, could naturally see the changes on the other side. But how will this change affect everyone on the court? As Team Y kicks off. Under the surprised eyes, the opponent actually did not implement the tactics of the previous game, but all the players launched an attack. No. Jiexi quickly turned around and shouted, "Return to defense, return to defense." The tactics have changed, which means that the ball from the opposite side will no longer be passed to Okawa Hibiki as he expected. Instead, everyone has the means to attack. In this case, the previous tactics will plunge Team Z into chaos again. Yi Liangqiu was also running on the court, carefully considering what Ötzi was thinking, and attacking with all the players, which meant that their defense had become weak once the ball was taken away. It's a fatal blow. However, in the face of such a high-risk situation, he still dared to participate in the attack. "So, Ötzi, what are you thinking about?" At this moment, the ball belongs to a member of Team Y. His eyes seemed to be constantly observing the people around him. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was mocking everyone. There was a bang sound. The ball was kicked back to midfield. That position happened to be where the second son was. Stepping on the flying ball under his feet, Ötzi raised his head, stared in the direction of the goal, and murmured to himself. "Isn't this the chaos you want? I bring the whole court rhythm into a fast dot. I wonder if your careful layout is of any use. Run. As long as you, the devil of the court, cannot touch the ball, you are always running. This victory is ours. By virtue of a ray of gap." Ötzi shot out, and the ball seemed to pass through several people and came directly to a player. The team member grinned, "Puppet. So what if you can win and be a puppet?" The next second, he passed the ball, and the time he touched the ball was not even a few seconds. He obviously regarded himself as a baton. And Okawa Hibiki was already in position at the moment when the two sons paused in the midfield. This time the ball was not blocked by anyone. Because Team Z's formation has been completely disrupted by their unexpected full-scale attack. After receiving the ball, Okawa Hibiki showed a wave of powerful volleys without any hesitation. The score came directly to 2-2. Ertzi smiled and looked at Yi Liangqiu with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Of course, Yi Liangqiu was not angry, but instead grinned. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly intense. What's going on? The other side actually dares to attack with all their troops. Aren't they afraid of us? Lei Shi cursed. Jiu Yuanxia touched his chin. It's not that I'm afraid, but I'm confident. The other side seems to have guessed that we will still use the same tactics as the last one. But, if the opponent changes tactics midway, don't you worry about tactical surprises. After all, a good tactic needs to be tempered and coordinated in advance. However, such a direct change in tactics may even cause the entire team of players to fall into confusion and chaos. It's a move that doesn't pay off. But from the perspective of the previous goal, the opponent's actions seem to be flawless. Jiu Yuanxia's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Is it possible that they have always had this tactic? It's just been useless. Want to wait until the disadvantage is used, to catch the opponent by surprise. Qianxia gasped and spoke. Of course, this is also possible. At this time, Jie Shi spoke up. It's not like they had this tactic in advance. Their entire attack just now seemed very inconsistent, but in fact it was not very different from the previous tactics. The only thing that changed was the change in the attack. Xiao Shi is right. Suddenly, Yi Liangqiu, who had never participated in the discussion, spoke up. He walked up to everyone and explained directly, the opponent's tactics only changed the way of playing football, but the core is still the same. There is no change, it's just Bangs Boy and Okawa Hibiki. Sometimes offense is the best defense. In my opinion, it is indeed the best choice for the opponent to have all members participate in the attack. Since they cannot defend the opponent, why not attack? Now, as the amount of exercise increases, everyone will fall into fatigue. In a state of exhaustion, not everyone uses their brains like Xiao Shi to think about how the ball will score, so most of the time your eyes will only focus on the ball, give up observing some insignificant changes on the court. Yi Liangqiu stared at everyone with his scarlet pupils. It is this little change that makes you give up thinking, so the fast break gives us a sense of oppression, creates chaos, and scores goals. And, it seems like the opponent is tired from playing like this. Actually, we are more tired. Ah. The young monk wiped the sweat from his face. In a fast break, shouldn't it be because the attacking team is tired? Why are we tired? We can just switch from defense to attack. It's different. At this time, Jie Shi shook his head. Have you forgotten what I just said? The boy with bangs opposite has the same ability as me. He is able to predict subtle changes on the entire court. In other words, all actions of the opposing players are already expected. They only need to run to the positions that have been planned in the previous tactics and wait for the pass. Do you still feel tired after this? For example, in a relay race, you only need to stand at the position where you want to relay in advance, wait for your teammates to pass the baton, and start running. This not only gives the team a chance to breathe, but also provides a better way to deal a fatal blow to the completely chaotic opponent. Jie Shi looked at Yi Liangqiu. If the opponent still uses this tactic, we can't move because of the ball, but just keep an eye on the goal scorer like the last game. With a puff, Yi Liangqiu laughed. That's why I think, Xiao Shi, you are a little too well-behaved sometimes. Since the other side is fighting to the death, what's the use of continuing to defend? Now the score has reached a draw, and both of us are standing on the edge of the cliff. Besides attacking, neither we nor they have any choice. Now is your chance to put the knife to your opponent's neck. Everyone looked at Yi Liangqiu with a hint of horror in their eyes. Just by meeting this guy, they had thoroughly studied the opponent's tactics. This kind of understanding is terrible. Feng Le shrugged. Don't be surprised. When Chu Qiu was on the team, sometimes his words were more useful than the coach. Chapter 27: The Awakening of Selfish Desires. If you compare players to blood, the place where the blood ultimately flows is the heart. As long as this heart is temporarily put into the hypoxic stage, then this team will be completely dead. And you, second son, how long can you carry this team? The cells in Yi Liangqiu's body are trembling. Being happy, it turns out that teaching teammates to play football is so boring. I can only raise the opponent's strength little by little to the specifications I want. Only in this way can the game be interesting. But this is far from enough. Whether it's your second son or Xiao Shi, you have brought me too little pleasure. This time the kickoff came to Team Z. In order to maximize the offense, everyone unanimously decided to give the core of the ball to Yi Liangqiu and use all his weapons as much as possible. Yi Liangqiu stepped on the ball, although he just stood there calmly. But the sense of oppression brought to the opponent is really strong. Erzi's eyes were even observing the layout around Yi Liangqiu, and he had obviously guessed that Team Z was preparing to let Yi Liangqiu score that point. As sweat fell from his chin drop by drop, his nerves were tense, and the next second, the whistle sounded. After pausing for a second, it went into an early warning. Yi Liangqiu's figure has moved, and it is still as fast as lightning. The players in the midfield are even passed by him without any hindrance. Damn it, is this guy a physical monster? You can still have such speed in the second half. Okawa Hibiki couldn't help but yelled. He wanted to support but was blocked by the national god. The god of the country smiled contemptuously, and he was already used to it. He already knew how terrible Yi Liangqiu was. The weapons were both specialized in shooting. He understood Okawa Hibiki's thoughts very well. The second son has also reached the defensive area. Looking at Yi Liangqiu, who was rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth. Bastards, you really don't treat them as human beings. They don't even pass the ball. Do you think our defense is too weak? The next moment, one of the opponents in Team Y did not hesitate to commit a foul and tried to directly intercept the ball with a sliding tackle. However, Yi Liangqiu seemed to be well aware of this situation. He jumped with the ball and easily escaped. Only the Y team players were left lying on the ground with dull faces. Is this all passed by him? As the goal got closer and closer, Team Y tried to stop Yi Liangqiu, but was stopped by all the people from Team Z. Erzi was thinking crazily about what kind of weapon Yi Liangqiu would use to defeat him. As long as he could predict it in advance, he would still have a chance to snatch the ball. Advertisement. Just when Yi Liangqiu came to him. Suddenly, a chuckle seemed to come from his ears. At this distance, you are full of flaws. Erzi. Just for a moment, Erzi's pupils dilated and he looked back. So fast. What the hell are you kidding? Yi Liangqiu's back had already left him, and the sound of wind in his ears made his heart tremble. At this moment, no one can stop this monster. Yi Liangqiu strode towards the goal. He seemed to enjoy this feeling. World, did you hear that? This is the desperate cry of the weak. There was a bang sound. The ball rushed out like a cannonball. You can only hear the announcement that Team Z scored 1 point. 2:3. This goal seemed to shatter all the illusions of Team Y. Whether it was tactics, defense, or offense, they were defeated in front of one person. And the bursts of announcements coming from Yi Liangqiu's mind also made him feel happy. Emotional value plus 999. The despair on the court made countless spectators feel unprecedented pleasure. It must be said that people are all emotional animals, but when it comes to the strong destroying the weak, no one can refuse this visual feast. Comfortable. As expected, it's better to watch Yagami play football. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw Erzi's confused expression. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, it seems that calculations are of no use, right? I still feel pity for him. His ability is similar to Jiabao's, but I didn't expect that Team Z would have a real monster who could break through his predictions. However, Yi Liangqiu, who commented on the barrage, only glanced at it and turned around to walk towards Erzi. Do you see clearly? The answers you want. Erzi clenched his fists, his expression seemed a little distorted. He gritted his teeth and said, see clearly, don't be too proud. Really? Yi Liangqiu smiled, I hope you can still be so interesting in the future. Advertisement. Until Yi Liangqiu walked away, Erzi collapsed on the ground. He was a little lost. Everyone's weapons were passive in front of this guy. Just because his technology was more powerful, this was no longer a rule that could be broken by relying on tactics. But he needs someone who can compete with him. After all, the stadium is a place where the weak eat the strong. Weak people are not worthy of standing here. This game is hopeless. After this goal there was absolutely no hope. Erzi has completely seen the future of failure. But he didn't want to leave this stadium, precisely because he saw the backs of strong men and higher mountains, which made him even more reluctant to leave. Yes, there is a way to stay. Score. As long as you can score goals, you can stay. At this moment, no one knew that Erzi's inner desires had been completely awakened by Yi Liangqiu. In this game, just as he expected, morale collapsed. In a short period of time in the second half, Yi Liangqiu used his personal power to completely turn the entire situation around. But Erzi's mind has also changed. He is no longer a partner who plays for his teammates. Instead, he is an evil spirit who steals the ball. The final score was fixed at 4-7, ending the game. In the lounge, there were constant ding-dong sounds in Yi Liangqiu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot 1 by 1. Reward, pass, substitute level. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot 2 by 1. Reward obtained, speed, professional level. For a moment, Yi Liangqiu felt waves of relief in his legs, and various passing memories appeared in his mind, and even his body began to throb instinctively. Yi Liangqiu almost laughed out loud. His speed actually reached the professional level. How terrifying. If other people knew that he could be even faster now, they would probably show horrified expressions. Today, 2 of the 3 main tasks have been completed. There is only this most special reward. Eye of the Demon King. Chapter 28: The Sleeping Monster. Monitoring Room. Ashin Shiba carefully considered several games, as if he was thinking about something in his eyes. All geniuses will experience a setback. This setback may make a person become an ordinary person, or it may make a person stronger. Today they are already in the process of transformation. Undoubtedly, this test has achieved very good results. The only thing that makes me feel different is these 2 people. His eyes looked at the screen. Yi Liangqiu and Nagi Ceasehiro. One was a madman who acted recklessly on the court, and the other was an undoubted genius. In Ashin's opinion, the potential of these 2 people was the most impressive in Building 5. 2 people looking forward to it. But he also clearly knew Yi Liangqiu's crazy character. How much damage will it take to get in? Have you noticed him too? Anli was wearing business attire and looking at the photo of Yi Liangqiu showing a disdainful smile on the screen. As long as it's a player with potential, I can notice it. Hui Xin rolled her eyes at him and continued, "What do you think of this guy?" Anli frowned slightly. "I have paid attention to every one of his games, but it always makes me feel a sense of urgency. He obviously has absolutely strong strength, but he repeatedly allows the score to jump on the court. It seems to be intentional. Furthermore, this human body's physical strength is very terrifying, coupled with the weapons you mentioned before. The data shows that this guy's overall data is still rising crazily after entering Blue Lock. There are even individual indexes that are approaching the substitute level. There is no doubt that he has been hiding his strength so far." Hui Xin raised the corners of her mouth and revealed a weird smile. "I guessed part of it right. It's not that he is hiding his strength, but that he has always been controlling the changes on the court. Have you ever heard of a saying? Mastering the changes of your opponent is equivalent to mastering the entire court. Every game of Yi Liangqiu is not played around the team. It's about letting the opponent feel the pressure first. This approach will put the 2 teams into a sense of tension and oppression, thereby unleashing greater potential. Of course, there is no need to question the strength. This guy is definitely hiding it. After all, this is the first time Hui Xin has seen such a player. According to the data, Yi Liangqiu was a hexagonal warrior in previous games, and his shooting skills were slightly better. However, after entering Blue Lock, this guy became a hexagonal fighter. It's like letting yourself go. His speed, shooting, physical strength, in his opinion, he has surpassed everyone in Building 5. To say that he could grow to this point in a short period of time, he was the first to not believe it. Advertisement. So, there are only 2 possibilities. First, Yi Liangqiu had hidden his strength in the past. Second, Yi Liangqiu already possesses this kind of strength. Anli raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this impossible? Football is a team activity. What can he do alone? It's nothing more than scoring goals. This kind of pressure is normal for any player." Huixin laughed. "That's why I said you don't understand football at all. Really, it's a team sport. But after I started this experiment with Blue Lock, I understood one of the truths. Sometimes the potential is squeezed not only by opponents, but also by teammates. Didn't you find that Yi Liangqiu's matches were incredible? The explosion of opponents and teammates seems to be expected in his eyes. And he can still cope with it easily, not because he is strong, but because he already knows that maybe he did something on the court that even we can't understand. Only on the side was lost in thought. A gleam of light flashed in Huixin's pupils. Yi Liangqiu, you are really special. It doesn't matter whether you are a court controller or a destroyer. What is important is, how do you make your opponent fall into a stage of self-doubt? This is similar to advancing the Blue Lock project now. But it's a good thing. In the cafeteria, all Z team players are having dinner here. Now that they have won 2 games in a row, they are almost equal to promotion. As long as they win the next game, all members of the second stage of the test will pass. Qiu, I want to eat steak. Feng Le kept staring at Yi Liangqiu with his big eyes, as if to say, if he can't eat the steak today, he will stare at it all day. I'm really impressed by you. Yi Liangqiu reluctantly pushed the steak in front of File and asked, didn't you score a goal in the last game? You can use points to exchange for steaks. Feng Le chuckled, that won't work. Autumn is more fragrant. Yi Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Feng Le. Just as he was about to put the dumpling into his mouth, his eyes happened to look at a familiar figure not far away from the opposite side. Nagi Saishiru and Ryu. Interesting. But he had no intention of licking his face to say hello. Advertisement. Instead, his eyes were attracted. As soon as Jiesher looked over, he recognized at a glance that these 2 people were the team that beat up Team Y before, and by observing the game, he also knew that these 2 people were the core of the entire team. Almost all goals come from that white hair. Are you interested? Yi Liangqiu suddenly asked, Xiao Shi, if you come into contact with this kind of monster now, you will only get beaten up. Jiesher curled her lips, can't you say something nice? What does it mean to be beaten violently? I have become stronger now, okay. Yi Liangqiu chuckled, and looked at Nagi Saishiru, becoming stronger. You are just beginning to master the power you should have, and this guy is just a football novice so far. Newbie in football. Jieshi was a little puzzled. Of course, it was more of a misunderstanding of what Yi Liangqiu meant by newbie in football. After all, Yi Liangqiu often compares the people in the team to rookies. They are used to it. Literally. Yi Liangqiu also knew that this guy was thinking wrong, but he did not correct it. Instead, he continued, the next games will only become more difficult. Every game is for you rookies to become more proficient in grasping the potential contained in your body. And weapons. As he said that, he looked at Feng Le, who was showing off his steak. The monster in your body hasn't come out recently, has it? Feng Le's cheeks were as bulging as a hamster's. Jieshi kindly handed him a glass of water. He was able to swallow the piece of meat with difficulty. Feng Le shook his head. It did appear once or twice, and every time he appeared, he was attached to Qiu. There were a couple of passes before, that's what it told me. Really? Yi Liangqiu fell into thinking. He naturally knew the monster Feng Le said, but he couldn't see it. Although the 2 have been playmates since childhood, Feng Le's monster existed before he met Yi Liangqiu. He has also asked many times. It seems that because of his own existence, the number of monsters appearing has decreased, and Yi Liangqiu will not let Feng Le not come into contact with the monster in his heart. Because this represents selfishness and evolution. Today's Feng Le regards himself as a monster, and he can become stronger by constantly chasing him. However, in Yi Liangqiu's eyes, this is a wrong way of evolution, because then Feng Le will always be just a chaser. Monster? What monster? Jieshi interrupted. You don't understand. Feng Le responded with a smile, but I can also tell you that monsters exist. Jieshi's head was crooked, a little confused. Chapter 29 I am here to rush into the world. There are still a few days until Game 3. During this time, everyone once again fell into training. On the court, everyone's cooperation became more and more tacit, and the previous tactics seemed to be fully adaptable to the rotation system under this kind of training. But everyone had a tacit understanding to adjust Yi Liangqiu's rotation time to 1 ball and 1 change, instead of changing according to time. This was achieved with strength. Jieshi and Feng Le sat on the edge to rest, and they discussed some topics for the next game. At this time, Jieshi suddenly asked, the monster you mentioned before is something that only you can see. Feng Le nodded, a memory flashed in his eyes. To be precise, it was something I could see when I was very young. At that time, no one wanted to play with me on the football field, so I saw it, that is, a monster. Only it is willing to play with me. Isn't Yi Liangqiu your friend? Jie asked after recalling what he had seen before. Yes. Feng Le nodded seriously. Of course Qiu and I are friends, but there is actually a competitive relationship between me and him. Whether it is on the court or off the court, we are friends and enemies. As for monsters, they sometimes appear on him. Jie touched his chin. He couldn't understand the monster in Feng Li's mouth. According to Feng Le, the monster was an ideology that could tell Feng Le how to kick the ball. In his guess, the so-called monster should be Feng Li's imagination. Actually, you do too. Feng Le suddenly laughed and said, any one of us can create a monster. According to Qiu, the appearance of monsters is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Because the existence of monsters is the bottleneck. Only by breaking through the bottleneck can we become stronger. This is why I say that a monster appears in Qiu, because he is the person I want to defeat and the person I am chasing. Only by defeating him can I become stronger. The corner of Jieshi's eye twitched. Why did he feel like he was having a conversation with a problem child? However, he still showed a smile. Compared with Yi Liangqiu's bad character, Feng Li's character was obviously more in line with his taste. After all, when he stayed with Yi Liangqiu, he always felt that he had been seen through and even calculated. Jie whispered softly, anticipation flashing in his eyes, speaking of which, it seems that each of us has become proficient in our own weapons. How will the next game go? Advertisement. Why did you come here? Qianqie looked at Yi Liangqiu, who was sitting next to him, very warily. Yi Liangqiu took a sip of water and responded, it seems that many people have asked me this question. But my answer is to become stronger. Isn't this enough? Not enough. Qianqie shook his head, others may not know you very well, but I know you very well. Before I came to Blue Lock, I knew your past and experience. Yi Liangqiu will participate in the national team campaign due to your ability. But at least he is eligible for reserve team selection. You obviously have a great future, but you are actually willing to come to Blue Lock to compete with others for the future. I believe you are not a fool. So why are you here? Just want to wreak havoc on the weak. Yi Liangqiu's expression was calm, I'm here for the future and for the money. Do you believe it? Qianqie was stunned, money. Yi Liangqiu nodded, every player who comes to Blue Lock is working hard for his future and running for the U20 national team. This is a bright future and a future that can go to the world. What a good future. As long as you can get in, you don't have to worry about life, right? Qianqie was a little confused. Could it be that Yi Liangqiu's life in the outside world was very poor? He pondered for a few seconds, so, your goal is to become famous in Blue Lock. Yi Liangqiu did not shake his head or nod, yes, this is the best platform. Although it is a bit cruel, which road in the outside world is not more cruel than here? Having such an opportunity, I will not give up. What about you? Chikiri. I have seen your reports before. The genius boy is a 1,000-year-old leopard horse. He has speed and talent that cannot be matched by his peers. Are you willing to be a foil here? Qianqi's pupils narrowed, do you know me? Yi Liangqiu smiled, to be precise, I only pay attention to the geniuses I think, and you are one of them, but your performance disappointed me. Qianqi was silent. He looked at his legs, not knowing what he was thinking. Advertisement. At this time, Yi Liangqiu also stood up and looked back at the somewhat decadent Qianqi, so why are you here? Just come here and give up your ideals. Giving up your future? I also give you a piece of advice. You are indeed staying here, but you are just greedily sucking the blood of the entire team like a parasite. I can take you to the next level. But it can only be the next level. Think about why you are here. After Yi Liangqiu walked away, he glanced back at Qianqi, who was still thinking about life, and couldn't help shaking his head and chuckled twice. He didn't expect that this guy had noticed him a long time ago. He is indeed not just here for the future. It's more about money. Compared with the change in thinking after coming to this world, it is more about the helplessness of life. His sister Xiaowei, is usually busy with work and has to take care of an older child like him, which is already very hard. If it weren't for his own reasons, it would be difficult for him to survive in this world. This was also the first time Yi Liangqiu realized the importance of money. Coming to Blue Lock now is a choice, and it is also a way for him to go out into the world and make money. Not just for fame, but as a springboard to hit the world. At this time, the big screen lit up again. Ashin Shiba appeared inside. Just now, the 6th game has ended. As for the results and rankings, you can see for yourself. I saw a form appear on the screen. Hearing the sound, everyone looked around. The little monk looked shocked. Team V didn't lose a single game. The score is still ahead of us. Isn't it? You must know that they have not lost a game, but there is still a few points difference between the scores. Chapter 30 New Tactics. That means, in the next game, one team will be eliminated. Jie Shi muttered to himself as he looked at the screen. Yi Liangqiu was also watching the score. After scoring consecutive goals, Team Z's score actually only ranked second. At this time, Huixing continued, "By the way, I would like to remind you that based on your results and performance, your ranking is about to change again." Everyone's names also appeared on the screen. The one at the top is Yi Liangqiu. The number plate on his body also rotated crazily until it stopped at 265. Oh! Number 1 as expected. Feng Le smiled and looked at the big screen. Everyone also looked at Yi Liangqiu. It was no surprise. After all, this guy had to score at least 2 goals in one game. Others even ended the game without scoring a goal. If he is not first, who is first? Hui Xin continued, "Next, your competition will be held within 24 hours. For all the rough stones who have just shown a ray of light, the final stage is about to begin." With the big screen closed. For the first time, everyone felt that this guy seemed to be talking less. Yi Liangqiu was also silent. Perhaps because they were the winning team, Hui Xin gave you fewer hints. He looked at the cheerful people and didn't know what he was thinking. In my opinion, the current Z team is completely carried by Akagami, right? I just don't know that after the second phase of training, if we continue to compete as a team in the third phase, I'm afraid this game will really become Qiushen's personal show. Upstairs, I think it's unlikely. If it really continues to be played in the form of a game, people like Team Z have no ability to enter the national team. From the beginning, Blue Lock has proven that this is a selfish stadium, united and friendly, hee. In fact, Yi Liangqiu had always watched their discussion. Whether it's a game or training, his own strength has put the entire team into a state of expansion. They have never experienced the word lose, so the natural pressure is not as desperate as in the anime. Of course, Yi Liangqiu would not let himself lose. Not just because of system-level rewards, but also why should he lose? The progress of this group of people has nothing to do with him. They are happy now, but they will be desperate later. Blue Lock is a place that only accommodates the strong. A faint smile appeared on Yi Liangqiu's lips. "Continue to enjoy the game, you guys will be desperate later." "Qiu, what are you laughing at?" Feng Le looked at Yi Liangqiu doubtfully. Advertisement. Yi Liangqiu looked at the match list on the screen. "Nothing. I just think the second phase of the test is a bit boring. Team W is a team on the verge of elimination. What kind of potential will it unleash?" In the lounge, Yi Liangqiu was lying on the soft mattress with a look of enjoyment on his face. As expected, it's better to take a bath and lie on the bed and have a good sleep. "Lo, if you want to watch the video, just go out and watch it and don't bother me." Feng Le laughed and said, "Well. Qiu, are you sure you don't want to watch the video? Are they all excited?" He saw that in the direction he was looking, everyone was watching the video, carefully planning tactics. After all, this W team actually defeated Ma Lang's team. Although they also beat the Mar Wolves. But what cannot be ignored is the Team Ma Lang. Without Yi Liangqiu, Team Z cannot win. Hence the evening discussion. What does it have to do with me? You discussed tactics, and in the end you used them, but ended up getting beaten up by the opponent. Yi Liangqiu said sarcastically. Every strategy discussed can indeed be used on the court. But in the end, one person has to stand up to turn the entire game around. There is actually not much difference between discussing this and not discussing it. Feng Le shrugged, but without tactics, our team would be in disarray. It's more difficult to play like this. Besides, I guess the opposite team has already thought of how to target you. It doesn't matter. Yi Liangqiu closed his eyes and fell asleep directly, looking like he was in ruins. Feng Le sighed, feeling a little helpless. Advertisement. He won't discuss it. Jie Shi came over and asked. Feng Le nodded and waved his hand. He's not interested in this thing. Forget it, let him sleep. It's rare for Chiu to be serious twice in the past few days. The corners of Jie Shi's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Yi Liangqiu, who was already lying on the ground, then turned and returned to the discussion group. Sitting in the middle, Jiu Yuanxia said his tactics once again, 3x3 all-star battle. How earthy. The little monk couldn't help laughing. Jiu Yuanqing said dissatisfiedly, this is a name I only came up with after I passed out in the bathroom. How can I be wrong? Even if you are stupid, don't underestimate the tactics I have planned. As long as we follow the arrangement above, any one of us can shine on the court. Really? Feng Le joked, but in the last tactic, it seems that those are the only ones who shine, right? Jiu Yuanxia curled his lips in embarrassment. There is nothing we can do about it. The opponent has seen through our tactics, and they are always on defense. Our tactics have been restrained. That's why this happened. But this tactic will never happen again. Oh. Feng Le was a little curious. Others also joined in. Jiu Yuanxia looked proud. In the tactics of the last game, each of us scored 1 goal and changed every 10 minutes. Such limitations prevent everyone from using their weapons to play their role in a short period of time, and it will also there is a sense of urgency. You should also have noticed that 10 minutes seems to have become a wake-up call. It makes us feel that after this time, our scoring time has completely disappeared. There is no doubt that this tactic will make us feel exhausted. So I improved my tactics. Change every 30 minutes, but there is not just one person as the core, but 3 people. These 3 people are equivalent to the core of our previous tactics. Everyone needs to play around these 3 people. This not only increases the goal range, but also allows for better coordination. The god of country touched his chin and nodded. It is indeed a good idea. After all, he has already experienced the discomfort of sitting on the bench. The most important thing is that there is another monster in their team, which makes them all feel the pressure. Every 30 minutes, doesn't that mean that only 9 people can be the core? The young monk immediately pointed out the unfairness. Because there is one more person. Chapter 31, Did you see clearly? Everyone looked at Jiu Yuanxi. Football is a sport for 11 people, except for the goalkeeper, of course, which means there are only 10 people running on the field. In these 2 games, everyone should have been able to see the difference in strength between the people around them. I did not isolate this last person. It's reserved for one person. Saying that, Jiu Yuanxia pointed at Yi Liangqiu, who was already asleep. This position belongs to him. If we are in the tactics, then he can be excluded. What do you mean? Qian Xie, who never asked too many questions, couldn't help but ask. Jiu Yuanxia narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't you understand? He is the additional core of the entire team. Our strategy is actually a 4-core lineup. Every game. As long as the core gets the ball, then we must fully assist the core to score goals. I guess you have nothing to complain about. After all, we are able to stand here now thanks to this Lord Demon King. For the first time, Lei Shi did not object to this tactic. Although it is a bit hard to say, what Jiu Yuanxia said is quite right. We discuss our tactics, but Yi Liangqiu has always followed the tactics when playing on the court. Moreover, his strength should be the strongest among our entire team. This position should be reserved for him. I have no objection. The god of country also stood up. Even those who saw Lei Shi could say these words, and others could not refute them. However, Yi Liangqiu had no idea, and his arrangements had already been finalized in his sleep. Until the next day, he rubbed his eyes and woke up with a yawn. Only then did he realize that everyone in the room had disappeared. Ah. You've been training so early in the morning. Do you want to be so introverted? Blue Prison, the 7th game is about to begin. On the court, the atmosphere between Team W and Team Z was a bit subtle. When Yi Liangqiu saw these 2 crocodile brothers who looked almost the same, there was a coldness in his eyes. The other party was also observing Yi Liangqiu. Ha 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 ha, brother, is this the court demon? Advertisement. I've wanted to play with him for a long time. Kasuk Kramama asked with a very exaggerated smile. It's just that the expression of Junichi Gatorama is obviously ferocious, and it is impossible for others to understand it. Oh, really? Brother, do you want to kick him out too? The chat between the two people was not loud, but it was just enough to reach Yi Liangqiu's ears. Standing next to Yi Liangqiu, Jie Shi felt the murderous aura coming from the side and muttered twice, "These two people don't know whether to live or die." There is no doubt that these words made Yi Liangqiu, who was already a little unhappy, feel even more terrible. As the big screen shows the game is about to begin. Everyone stood in their own place. The next second the whistle sounded. Team W takes the kickoff. Kasuk Gatorama grinned widely, walked forward quickly, and started passing the ball left and right, as if he was toying with everyone. "Brother, do you want to pass the ball? Do you want it?" Junichi Gatorama frowned, his expression a bit ugly. "I understand." Kasuk Crocodile responded. The next second, a breakthrough began between the two. Jie Shi at the front was passed directly before he could react. He was a little surprised. There was almost no communication between the two of them in the pass. Why could the pass be passed? Just rely on your eyes. However, before everyone could react, they had reached the middle of Team Z's defense. Kasuk Gatorama seemed to see a familiar figure. "Hey, isn't this the glass genius? I didn't expect you to come here. Ha ha ha. With your skills, you are still playing football. Brother, have you seen it? It seems that he is really reluctant to let go of his once glorious past and still come here to be tortured. Ha ha ha." Junichi Gatorama also showed a mocking smile. However, in the next second, a figure interrupted their words. Yi Liangqiu's murderous figure came directly in front of Crocodile Kasuk, stepped on the rolling ball on the ground, and in an instant, it was a Marseille slalom general. The ball broke for both men. "Shut up, you two are paralyzed. You can't even defend the ball, but you still have the nerve to mock other people. Advertisement. Crushing you is like crushing ants." The eyes of the Crocodile brothers were trembling. They didn't even understand what happened. The ball was already in Yi Liangqiu's hands when they reacted. Yi Liangqiu has already rushed to their court with the ball. "Guard them!" Kasuk Tomorama shouted loudly as he ran. But this scene was reflected in the eyes of Qianqia Leopard Horse. "Speed. Is this why you came to persuade me?" At this time, Yi Liangqiu had already dribbled the ball into the opponent's midfield. Almost everyone moved towards him. He smiled slightly and looked at the national god who was already rushing towards the restricted area. In an instant, he kicked the ball in that direction and passed the ball from a long distance. The national god who was still running did not notice a ball flying from behind him until the ball fell directly in front of him. "Huh." The god of the country looked back and saw Yi Liangqiu standing there, pointing his finger at the goal. The god of country showed a smile and his thigh muscles bulged. "Thank you so much for the hospitality." There was a bang sound. The ball rushed out like a wild horse. The score came directly to 0-1. The god of country roared angrily and gave Yi Liangqiu a thumbs up. "Good ball, good pass." He actually didn't expect that Yi Liangqiu would actually pass the ball out. The reason why he moved towards the penalty area was to find a good position. If Yi Liangqiu was restricted, he could also respond. But I didn't expect Yi Liangqiu to be in the midfield and directly pass the ball beyond the distance. It directly opened the distance between everyone. As a result, no one is marking my position, which gives me an opportunity. It can be said that this goal is the most comfortable goal I have played in Blue Lock. Thinking of this, the national god almost fell into self-doubt. Yi Liangqiu's passing skills are actually so good. And Yi Liangqiu turned to look at the Crocodile brothers. The smiling faces of the Crocodile brothers had completely disappeared, and they looked at Yi Liangqiu angrily. There is no doubt that the pass just now was a provocation to the two of them. Yi Liangqiu snorted coldly. He was telling this talkative guy not to show off in front of Guangong. It would be easy for him to crush them to death. Is the transmission good? Did you see it clearly? 2 balls. Chapter 32, Chasing the Football Figure. At this moment, Yi Liangqiu burst out with an invisible momentum, standing in front of the Crocodile brothers. His emotionless eyes seemed to regard the two as corpses. His voice echoed around the court. Sometimes people just can't back down. The more you retreat, the more those bugs will gain ground. Next time, remember to be nicer. Two losers who can't even pass the ball. The faces of the Crocodile brothers darkened, and they looked at each other and wondered what they were thinking. However, these words were heard by Qianqie. Is he speaking for me? Why? Qianqie gritted her teeth and looked at her legs again, as if recalling the moment of glory on campus and the day she fell into despair. Why did I come here? Do you just want to give up football? Yi Liangqiu, are you forcing me? At this time, only a whistle interrupted his thinking. Qianqie looked at Yi Liangqiu's back and wondered what she was thinking. Yi Liangqiu returned to his position with a smile on his lips. Often the higher a person stands, the more painful it will be when he falls. The more he cares about something, the more frightening it will be. I'm on the court, but not a good person. But there's only so much help I can give you. Chase my shadow like them. Cheeky, you have the talent to be a top player. I hope you shine on the field, because only then can I enjoy crushing you in your best position. Maybe that kind of pleasure is special. Standing aside, Jieshi always felt a cold wind coming. His body instantly trembled, and his eyes looked at Yi Liangqiu's vague smile. This guy, what is he thinking in his head? With that, Team W kicks off. As always, the two Crocodile brothers quickly used boring communication passes to pass several people. Compared with his previous disdain, he was now obviously wary of Yi Liangqiu. As soon as he arrived, he passed the ball directly to the midfielder. The ball kept circling the midfield for more than 10 minutes. Is this guy so physically fit? Kasuk Crocodile's expression changed from anger to shock. With constant dealings, Yi Liangqiu's running increased, and correspondingly, they also ran more. Advertisement. But the reason why there is passing is to prevent the enemy from being able to defend better. The idea of the Crocodile brothers is to consume Yi Liangqiu's physical strength first. Aren't you running fast? Once that physical strength is exhausted and enters a state of exhaustion, it depends on how you stop us two brothers. Unfortunately, the tactics have just begun. But I found out that Yi Liangqiu is just a physical monster. Have you been discovered? Yi Liangqiu wiped his sweat. You must know the effect of S-level physique, which can allow him to maintain exercise for a long time on the field. Even the recovery effect he tried during training. As long as he doesn't suddenly enter a relaxed state and keeps his body moving, he can at least complete a whole game on the court with high intensity. A 90-minute blast. Even some strategies that looked good had no effect at all against Yi Liangqiu. It will only put the team into a passive state. And now Team Z has scored 1 point. Brothers Crocodile began to feel a little panic. Brother, we can't go on like this. We'll be dragged to death. Just this moment of flaw allowed Feng Lu to catch it. His figure was like a black shadow and he took the ball out with one kick. Hole. Kasuk Takuma said rudely. However, Feng Lu only responded with a tongue-out expression, and then sprinted with the ball. His pupils seemed to reflect a monster covered in scarlet mist, and the tip of his nose seemed to be sniffing the smell permeating the air. Chio, the smell of blood on your body seems to be getting stronger and stronger. This ball is over there, right? In the next second, his right foot fiercely shot towards the remote end, and there was no one in the first second in that position. But suddenly a terrible breath rendered the entire stadium. The strong attraction, everyone saw a figure, where it was near the ball. Yi Liangqiu is actually chasing football. The god of the country was dumbfounded. Isn't this impossible? Footballs have always followed people, but now there are actually people running with footballs. But Jieshi understood the reason. What Feng Lu passed was similar to a prediction, but it was not a prediction, because in the eyes of ordinary people, his passing was a right to deliver the ball. However, this ball is not a pass. Instead, pass the ball ahead of time. Accurately send the ball to a position. As long as someone can feel this place, they can get the ball. Maybe it's the other side. Advertisement. It might also be on my own side. But just like that, Jieshi was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. How well does he know Yi Liangqiu to be able to pass such a ball? I saw it in an undefended area. Yi Liangqiu's figure was like a cheetah flashing with scarlet mist, and he volleyed in advance the moment the ball fell, directly hitting the upper left corner of Team W's goal. The stadium was extremely quiet. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Yi Liangqiu gasped, his heart beating violently, and he couldn't help but look at Feng Lo. This guy is passing like crazy. Did you gradually understand your own limit based on these 2 games? Feng Lo stepped forward and extended his fist. Qiu, you played beautifully. Yi Liangqiu calmed down his breathing and rolled his eyes at him. Lo, are you plotting against me? Can't you? Feng Lo grinned, I know you can definitely reach this position. The monster told me. The next second, Feng Lo screamed. Yi Liangqiu said angrily, do you know that this is very tiring? Feng Lo chuckled, isn't this a goal? It doesn't matter if you're tired. Besides, my passing seems to immerse everyone in your world. I saw that many people had not come back to their senses. All members of Team W, who were full of morale just now, fell into a sluggish state. After the 2 returned to the team, the little monk immediately rushed over and asked, how did you do it? Feng Lo, how did you know that Yi Liangqiu could actually catch such a pass? Did you plan it in advance? Everyone was not stupid, and they could see that Feng Lo had an ulterior motive in kicking the ball. Feng Lo explained, this is a tacit understanding. Qiu and I have been on the same team before. This kind of ball is just a way of cooperation. Don't be so surprised. If it were you, I wouldn't make such a bold attempt. Leisure thought of the thrilling goal just now, damn it, are you gods? You can also kick this kind of ball. No wonder you are on the same team as this red-eyed freak. We are really not a family. We don't belong to the same family. Chapter 33 Blockade. Facing the ridicule, Yi Liangqiu looked at the Crocodile brothers. Is it time for you to show your true strength? If you think that you can defeat me just like this, then this game, without a doubt, will have no pleasure at all. Kasuke Crocodari quickly stabilized Junichi Crocida, brother, don't be so impatient. Concentrate, that guy only scored 2 goals. The game just started. As everyone on the field returned to their positions, the first core rotation system has arrived. The god of the country, the little monk, and Leisure are the next core. Ha ha ha. It's finally my turn, you two, please don't steal my ball. Otherwise I will tear you apart. Leisure laughed, exuding murderous aura. He no longer knew how many balls he had been robbed. If he was still the core player and still had the ball robbed, he would probably be P************** D to death. The god of country glanced at the shark mouth and said, stop talking nonsense, you are not the core. I am also the core. Once the ball is in my hands, you have to assist me with all your strength. Hey, have you forgotten me? The little monk looked depressed. You. Leisure sneered, so far, you have hardly contributed to the team, and some of them are just side effects. I'm afraid you won't be able to shoot the ball once it's in your hands. Litu, if you want me to tell you, just help me honestly. Don't expect to score. Hearing this, Lon Liming gritted his teeth, and his eyes became fierce. Yi Liangqiu, who was standing on the edge of the penalty area, was also recovering his strength quickly. Just like Feng Lo, his body seemed to have become much weaker in a short period of time, at least his explosive power was reduced. Even a physical monster is still a human being, and his lungs will explode if he is tortured like this. Fortunately, the body can recover quickly in a short period of time. Just a little time will be fine. He looked at Feng Lo and couldn't help but think of the ball just now. Lo, the monster in my mind seems to be getting stronger. Is it because of myself? Forget it, just take a look. As the whistle blows. Advertisement. It's also the kickoff session for Team W. Their entire team was in a state of impatience, as if something was brewing. The Crocodile brothers seemed to understand that their little trick could not target Yi Liangqiu at all, so they chose to avoid the battle. Wherever Yi Liangqiu goes, they run in the opposite direction. Coupled with this weird pass, it actually tore apart Team Z's defense line bit by bit. Even Jiesher was stunned when he saw this pass, mainly because it was too fast, and the two people's cooperation was perfect. He wanted to predict it, but he had no time to think. Good shot. Kasuke Kramama laughed. Looking at the door that was so close, he was very rampant, as if he had found an opportunity to crush Team Z. However, a cold breath came from behind him. Yi Liangqiu's figure was really rushing towards the penalty area. The reason why the penalty area is a penalty area is not only because it is the golden area for the players, but also the place where the defender can intercept the ball most easily. Brother, kick it out. The smile on Kasuk Crocodile's face stopped immediately, and he passed the ball directly to Junichi Krokodama. The next second, he didn't hesitate. Direct shot. Team W scored the first point by using tactics that bypassed Yi Liangqiu. Kasuk Gatorama turned his head and showed a smile that didn't deserve a beating. It seems that you can't do it either, right? The king of stadium. Yi Liangqiu was not angry, and his face was neither happy nor sad. As the game progresses, his weaknesses are being exposed to public view little by little. Feng Le stuck out his tongue at the two of them, who is in the lead. Don't worry, we will get it back. Are you right, Chiu? Yi Liangqiu chuckled, yes, this game hasn't started yet. Monitoring room. The 8th aide is also paying attention. His fingers cross, watching the screen quietly, don't know what he is thinking. However, only on the side asked aloud, the ball played by Yi Liangqiu just now was really wonderful. I didn't expect that I could catch up with Feng Lehui with such a tricky pass. It's time to say, the speed of this guy is really outrageous. But Hui Xian's vision was more sinister, not only is he fast, but he is also explosive. Feng Li's return ball completely squeezed Yi Liangqiu's speed and allowed him to completely reveal his hidden weapons. Advertisement. People running after the ball is a scene that is rare to see on the court. Once a mistake is made, it will not only waste the opportunity, but also cause the team to be in jeopardy. But according to the information, the two of them were in the same team before. Maybe this cooperation can be explained in the past. But, the highlight of this game is not Yi Liangqiu's speed. Anli was a little confused. After all, she had been observing the entire Z team for a while. Not to mention the other players, Yi Liangqiu was the main force of the entire team. If she didn't observe him, who would she be observing? At this time, Huixin said, in this game, the cooperation between the two teams is obvious. However, it is already the third game, and the rough stones of weapons have begun to be mastered. But now the game no longer relies on weapons. It's a chemical reaction. For example, the reaction between Feng Lehui and Yi Liangqiu just now. The cooperation between the Crocodile brothers is extremely exquisite, coupled with the silent cooperation. This is a big trouble for the defender. As she said that, Huixin showed a weird smile. This game is really interesting now. A team that is chained up, a team that has been enjoying victory and expanding, has not yet realized a problem. The real core of the team is being sealed. Who will win the victory? On the court. The Crocodile brothers scored a goal. The two relied on silent cooperation and made the entire Z team spin around. The most important thing was that Yi Liangqiu was unable to touch the ball in this situation. Obviously, after watching the tapes of the first two games, the opponent. We already know where Team Z's weaknesses are. Now they are relying on their weaknesses and attacking the weakest places like crazy. Zhu and Wataru frowned. There was nothing wrong with his tactics, it was just for defense, and they were unable to stop the Crocodile brothers. What went wrong? No. I should say, what is the problem on my side? If this problem is not found and this continues, the Crocodile brothers will continue to score goals. Jiesher touched his chin and was thinking, it's really strange. Yi Liangqiu's suppressive power seems to have disappeared this time, and the opponent doesn't take him seriously at all. Did they find a way to deal with us in the first two games? At this time, Feng Le gasped for breath, and something changed in his eyes. Jieshi, have you noticed? The other side deliberately walked around Chiu. Chapter 34 Monster Time. Row. Jiesher suddenly looked at Yi Liangqiu, who was breathing heavily. This was the first time he had seen this guy start to feel tired on the court. Feng Le nodded. The first two goals in this game are just appetizers. The opponent's tactics have been targeting Chiu Lai from the beginning. I observed it for more than 10 minutes. No matter what time it is, there will always be someone standing next to Chiu to stop him, and the Crocodile brothers are also avoiding Chiu in this situation. Jieshi was speechless. You mean, their tactics are targeting only one person, and that is Yi Liangqiu. Don't let him touch the ball, don't let him score goals, don't let him act recklessly on the pitch. Feng Le nodded. After the 2 games, our team's advantages and disadvantages are obvious. Relying on Chiu's powerful aura, we did win 2 victories. But, the price of victory is bloat. If anything, they limited the way we scored. Then besides Chiu, you and me, who among them can stand up? Jieshi's eyes darkened. Feng Le was right. After 2 games, their opponents almost all lost because of Yi Liangqiu, and this 3rd team must have watched the first 2 games. So he deliberately targeted Yi Liangqiu. After all, it's too easy to target one person on the court. Moreover, in this blue lock, even if it is a foul, there are probably people who are willing to do it. Finally, someone understands. So far, Team Z has been able to get here entirely because of Qiu Bao. Once he is restricted, the entire team will be like a person full of weaknesses. And with the strongest goal-scoring point contained, the pressure on the opposing team will naturally be much less. Upstairs, are you looking down on the others? These people have all kinds of weapons after all. Aren't they just brothers among alligators? As long as Jia Bao uses his space perception ability, he can easily solve it. However, Jieshi couldn't see the quarrel in the barrage. He was still trying to figure out how to play the ball next. Feng Le licked the corner of her mouth. So what are you going to do? Jieshi. Is it to liberate the Demon King, or to shine in this one? Jieshi looked at Feng Le sharply. Feng Le put on a smile. When the main players are tired, the attention of this game will focus on some outstanding players. The first 2 games are Chiu's personal show, so, this game, isn't it time for unknown people like us to shine? Jieshi, do you want to be a shadow all your life? Jieshi was stunned for a moment, but there seemed to be some fire in his eyes. Of course I don't want to. So, are you here to tell me to crush these people? Advertisement. Let me tell you in advance, I don't have the physical strength and speed like Yi Liangqiu. Feng Le grinned. Don't worry, the monster will tell me. At this time, Yi Liangqiu had closed his eyes and his heart was beating violently, making him seem to be calmer. There was no betrayal in this game. The tactics were not leaked, nor was Zhou Yuanxia betrayed. With the expansion of the winning streak, no one seems to have discovered the fatal weakness of Team Z. It is easy for him to break through the restrictions. After all, his own toughness on the court cannot be completely restricted by 1 or 2 people. The entire stadium was just as he expected, with all the players fighting around him as a core. Including the group of enemies opposite. Yi Liangqiu Ryuruo showed a smile. Wonderful, really wonderful. Although I have experienced this feeling before. But, don't you all think too simply? As if feeling the change in Yi Liangqiu's momentum, the player who had been guarding him frowned and his body tensed up. However, Yi Liangqiu glanced at him and said softly, let's watch the show, this game may be different from what you expected. Without me, they should be playing more relaxedly. After all, I know my team better than you do. Now that the oppression is over, some people are going to stand up and resist. As he said that, he looked at the Krokodari brothers who were running quickly towards the goal. However, in the next second, Jieshi came out of nowhere. Kicked the ball away with one kick. You. Junichi Gatorama's pupils dilated. What are you? Jieshi's whole body seemed to feel relaxed countless times. For 2 consecutive games, although the opponent was always suppressed by Yi Liangqiu, their team was always dominated by Yi Liangqiu's terrifying strength. Now is the opportunity to show yourself and show your strength. He didn't want to give up. Now that the devil has been sealed, it's natural for brave men like them to save the world. Advertisement. Feng Le, catch it. I saw that from a precise angle. This shot intercepted the ball and even passed the ball. Feng Le has already been waiting for the arrival of this ball in a place of good luck. Good ball. The next second, he caught the ball and quickly took it out of the penalty area. When other teammates saw this scene, they quickly moved forward. Feng Le looked at the people surrounding him and sneered, do you think there is only one threat to our team? That would be a big mistake. In an instant, his feet were moving wildly, and he could easily pass the person in front of him with his dizzying bicycle ride. Then it rushed out like a black shadow. Feng Le's eyes were locked in position frantically. Chiu, just stand aside and watch. Without you, we can still score goals. The devil's rule is over. It's monster time. There was a bang sound. With one shot, the ball slipped from the net. Before Feng Le could shout out first, Jie Shi had already shouted, "Well done, Feng Luo." The Crocodile brothers were also stunned on the spot, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. There is indeed nothing wrong with their tactics, but the question arises again now, why does Team Z still have such a strong combat effectiveness? At this time, they looked at Yi Liangqiu and saw a smile on his face, as if they already knew this would be the result. When a demon king suppresses a group of monsters comes to an end. Those monsters that rushed out, the power that burst out from their bodies was the power that had been squeezed and pressured, and finally turned into a weapon to overthrow themselves. What a joy it is! Yi Liangqiu looked up at the light revealed between his fingers and murmured in a low voice, "Do you really think it is a good thing to seal me in this stadium? It will only allow more monsters to break through their shackles. It's really wonderful." Chapter 35, Waste in the Ruins. What's going on? Why did this group of people suddenly feel like they were given a shot of chicken blood? Kasuk Crocodile didn't understand what happened at all. This group of people actually seemed to have changed into different people in just a short moment. Why is that? Brother, do you know? Jun Gatorama shook his head, he didn't understand either. Why did this group of people suddenly become so violent, like a group of beasts that had just broken out of the cage? However, all this was seen by Qianqie from the rear guard. He fully understood what was going on, but why would Yi Liangqiu give such an opportunity? His weapons are more than enough to deal with the Crocodile brothers. After all, he knew these two people well enough, and besides, he had stepped on these two people before. Naturally, it was clear that Yi Liangqiu did this on purpose. Yi Liangqiu chuckled lightly, people will always doubt whether they are geniuses, and they will also clearly realize whether they have talents. No one is willing to forget his once glorious past, nor will he give up on regaining his own. Brilliant. Now, I give the stadium back to you egoists. Become stronger through struggle. What I want to see is a brand new you, not the waste that has been hiding in the ruins. Otherwise this game is meaningless and I lose the interest I should have. With the entry of this ball, everyone regained their form. Jie Shi and Feng Luo fist bumped, and both of them were a little excited. Well, I passed the ball beautifully, didn't I? Feng Luo nodded, very good, at least it's a little easier to catch the ball than Lei Shi's pass. Ah. What did you say? Lei Shi stepped forward quickly, how dare you say it again? At this time, the halftime whistle sounded. The first half ended with Team W versus Team Z, 2:3. In the lounge. Yi Liangqiu drank water, rubbed his sore neck, and lay down directly on the chair. He was indeed a little tired. He had been running around the field and was restricted by the flies. Who else could feel this way? It's not even comfortable to come. Chio, you are so miserable. Feng Luo joked from the side, from the beginning to the end, the opponent seems to be fighting around you. Advertisement. It's good to know. Did you enjoy the goal? Yi Liangqiu rolled his eyes and responded, those people are paying attention to me. It seems that the cooperation between you and Xiaoxi is perfect. Feng Luo was very confident, well, don't you see how flexible my dribbling is? Yes. Yi Liangqiu was a little perfunctory. On the contrary, Jie Shi stepped forward and said, the opponent's tactics in the first half seem to be centered around you. I'm afraid they still won't let you go in the second half. It does give us a chance. As long as we follow this trend, the opponent can't guard us. Did you see something? Asked the confused little monk. Jie Shi patted his head, as if forgetting that there was still someone in the team who hadn't noticed, and then began to explain the opponent's tactics. The opponent's tactic should be to block Yi Liangqiu across the board. If he is on the left, the ball must be passed to the right, which is the so-called targeted tactic. Aiming at tactics. The little monk touched his chin, the person they are targeting is Yi Liangqiu. Are they not going to let him get the ball? Jie Shi said, yes, our overall combat effectiveness has never been shown. After all, the first two games relied on Yi Liangqiu's unreasonable goals, and now they are targeting Yi Liangqiu with this mean. I think as long as he is restrained, the game will be over. So the goal between me and Feng Luo should have directly disrupted the opponent's tactics. But, in their eyes, maybe it's just good luck. I'm afraid there won't be any changes in the next tactics. At this time, Yi Liangqiu raised his head and looked at everyone, to make it clear, I will continue to be in jail. You just need to play football with all your strength. You don't need to regard me as the core. The opponent's posture is aimed at me. Do you understand? Hearing this, what everyone received was not sympathetic glances, but bursts of laughter. Leisure held his stomach and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha. This is the first time I've seen you so deflated. How do you feel? Do you feel like the whole audience is targeting you?" Yi Liangqiu glanced at him. "It's okay. It's an honor for me to be targeted by the whole audience, but you can't even score a goal in this situation. I'm going to laugh for the rest of my life." Suddenly, Leisure became depressed. On the contrary, everyone else laughed. Advertisement. Jiu Yuanxia said, "Then our tactics remain unchanged, and we still have the same group of 3 as the core, with a rotation system. It's just that we, Lord Demon King, have wronged you and are watching the battle." Coincidentally, their 3-person all-star tactic was designed with a 4-core lineup, and the extra core was Yi Liangqiu. Whether he disappeared from the court or not actually had nothing to do with the team, and did not disrupt the tactics at all. This allowed their tactics to completely demonstrate their perfection. Next game, it's Qianqia's turn. "I, Qingzhou Asahi, have no objection to being the core, right?" Jiu Yuanxia looked at everyone. Yi Liangqiu said weakly, "I have no objection." Everyone laughed again. To be precise, this tactic only requires one person to have no objections. The whistle sounded again. Team W discovered that Team Z's position had not changed at all, and Yi Liangqiu was still standing in the center. This made the Crocodile brothers think that Yi Liangqiu was the core of the attack. "Brother, it seems they don't know our tactics yet." Jun Gatorama nodded. "It's just that they don't know it at all." At this moment, Yi Liangqiu has been completely ignored. He is a bait to confuse the opponent. But Qianqia, who was standing at the front, had a longing in his eyes. He looked at his legs, trembling a little. "Why are you telling me this?" As a whistle sounded. Team W kicks off. The Crocodile brothers attacked, but their cooperation was still flexible. Kasuke Gatorama held the ball and mocked, "Isn't this Chikiri-chan? That genius? What? You haven't dared to run since your leg was injured, right? Are you afraid that it will break at once?" Hearing the sound, Qinghao Asahi looked at Qianqia with some doubts. What did they mean by these words? What's broken? Leg? Shut up, shut up. Qianqia gritted his teeth, with a ferocious expression on his face, hesitant and unwilling, and thoughts were flying wildly in his mind. Why can't I end my football career in peace? Chapter 36 is enough. Huge pressure surged towards Qianqia, and there seemed to be a dark figure whispering in his ear, "Run. Qianqia, why are you still not moving? Is this how to simply end my football career? Isn't that too cowardly? Even if you have a broken leg, isn't this your dream? To become number 1 in the world?" Qianqia's pupils trembled violently. Shut up, shut up, shut up. He looked at the Crocodile brothers who were rushing towards him. Just as he was about to lift his feet, he found that the other side didn't take him seriously at all and easily passed through his defense line. Kasuke Gatorama grinned widely. "Genius, you don't think you still have that arrogant capital, do you? The current time is no longer the domain of genius. Shut up, you 2 bastards." Suddenly, a voice sounded. Qianqia was stunned and looked back at the figure exuding murderous aura. Yi Liangqiu's pupils seemed to be glowing red, and his whole body was filled with an ominous aura. The next moment, before the Crocodile brothers could react, Yi Liangqiu's figure was like a flying black shadow, snatching away the ball at the feet of the Crocodile Master. Qianqia was still dazed. A ball has flown in front of him. Not far away, Yi Liangqiu, who was exuding murderous aura, could see his eyes burning brightly. "So, are you still prepared to regret your past? It's just a broken leg. If you break it now, it will be broken later. It will always be broken. So why can't you break it while chasing your dreams? Do you still need me to teach you this kind of thing? Thousands of leopards and horses." At this time, the 2 bastards of the Crocodile Master brothers followed up again. Their expressions were ferocious, as if they wanted to eat Yi Liangqiu alive, and they couldn't stop swearing. Qianqia looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes shaking. "Yes, the matter of breaking the leg hasn't happened yet. The reason I'm here is to make a quiet exit. But, the world's number 1 thing doesn't seem to be untouchable. Why should I be afraid of injuring my leg? Do I just want to play football? But isn't it just kicking now? I didn't feel happy or unhappy, it was like I was isolated from the outside. I don't like this feeling. The corner of Yi Liangqiu's lips curled up. So have you thought about it? The Queen of Team Z. Advertisement. It's time to run. Qianqie looked at his legs, and the boiling blood had begun to tremble. Actually, none of this matters. As long as I can continue to play here, I will be happy. What cannot be lost, what must be believed? That's enough. If you want to be broken, just be broken. Even if I break my legs while running, that's when I am completely broken while chasing my dream. Obey the already restless heart in your heart. I'm going to F***K. In an instant, Yi Liangqiu felt as if a scent of fragrance came from the tip of his nose, and a wisp of slender hair passed straight through his body. That speed that surpasses everyone is shown on the court. The Crocodile brothers were dumbfounded. This guy can't run away. Why? Damn it, why is this? The two of them looked at Yi Liangqiu with fierce eyes. What did this guy say to Qianqie? However, on the field, the red cheetah was finally no longer timid and sealed himself in shackles, speeding up like crazy with unparalleled speed. Stop him. Damn it, stop him. The eyes of the Crocodile brothers were filled with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Qianqie was enjoying the pleasure coming from her body. Everything in front of her seemed to slow down. Although she was running and moving, she was always recalling Yi Liangqiu's words in her mind. Only when you lose can you understand, cherish. The passion is temporary, but the loss is lifelong. But if you can't even enjoy a moment of passion, then what's the use of this life? All I want is the pleasure I feel now. This is also an opportunity to challenge the world's number one. His pupils seemed to be bursting with blazing flames, and his sword pointed at the goal. There was a bang sound. The football goes straight towards the goal. This kick seemed to shatter all this time of being spurned, and a proud queen stood up again. And Yi Liangqiu's goal has been achieved. This game is over. The score came to 2-4. Advertisement. There is no doubt that with the huge gap, even if the Crocodile brothers can score points, they will not be able to make up for this difference. Qianqie walked up to Yi Liangqiu, and she didn't know if she was being arrogant or something, and she gave a coy thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be stuck in this self-doubt. Thank you for your reminder. Even if I break my legs this time, I won't stop. Thanks. Yi Liangqiu frowned at his apology. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Feng Lu on the side nodded. I feel like the goal scored in the last game was really beautiful, but I didn't expect Qianqie to have the same speed as Qiu. Can I go faster? Yi Liangqiu said proudly. Feng Lu shrugged. I'll know when you compete that day. But after this goal is scored, the game should be considered over. No matter how hard these two brothers score goals, it's impossible to score 2 goals in a row in just 10 minutes. Yeah. Yi Liangqiu also nodded. This game is finally almost over, you can go back to sleep. I'm so exhausted. Compared with the pleasure he felt in the previous 2 games, he had no interest in the Crocodile brothers in this game. After all, they were too weak. Even in the anime, these 2 people relied on the rebels to get along with the Z team. You can imagine how weak the strength is. Faced with this kind of player, the reason why Yi Liangqiu fished all the way in this game was to allow some people in the entire team to adapt to the weapons as quickly as possible, and Qianqie was one of them. Although his speed could not be compared with his own. But when fully deployed, it should be speed, substitute level. And among the people present, almost no one could reach this level. Even Jie Shi's weapon, before it evolved, was just a simple prediction and spatial perception. When encountering an absolutely powerful enemy, his spatial perception may even become a flaw. Having said that, what interests Yi Liangqiu the most is the reward he will receive after the competition. Qiu, stop laughing. Penetrate. Feng Lu on the side pulled Yi Liangqiu back, who was already wandering in the world. After all, the game is not completely over yet. It was indeed a bit presumptuous for the two of them to discuss the topic and end it. Chapter 37, The Eye of the Demon King. As time passed little by little, under the momentum and weapons of Team Z, they were crushed. Team W suffered a disastrous defeat, and one of them was Yi Liangqiu, who was secretly thinking about some bad things. Brother, I am laughing to death. Others are playing football, but Qiubao, all I think about is resting after the game, how to rest comfortably, whether the bed is soft, what to eat today. Ha 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 ha, I watched it too, I'm so heartbroken. Is it possible that it is not arrogance, but absolute confidence in this game? I didn't see Qianxia being led out. If the current Z team meets the first two teams, the result may be different. In the lounge, I just came out of the bathroom. Looking at the barrage of comments floating on the mirror in front of him, Yi Liangqiu twitched the corner of his mouth. These guys really didn't keep any privacy at all, but they managed to survive with these few games. His emotion value has actually reached 67 million. After a while, he should be able to buy the thing he wants. At this time, there was a ding-dong sound in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot one by one. Reward, left-footed shot, substitute level. Congratulations to the host for completing the third main line. Reward, Eye of the Demon King. Almost at the same time, Yi Liangqiu felt severe pain coming from his left eye. This pain almost made him faint and his whole body was shaking. It's just that this kind of pain goes away as quickly as it comes. F***K, what the hell? It hurts so much. Yi Liangqiu slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that everything in front of him became clearer, and after he shifted his gaze, he could actually see traces of afterimages of everything. The fusion of the Demon King's eye is successful, the fusion degree is 10%. Note, eyes are the most important thing for watching the trends on the court. The opening time period of the Devil's Eye allows you to observe the changes of anything in the future 1 second period. As the degree of integration increases, the time can be extended. For a moment, Yi Liangqiu swallowed subconsciously and stared at the changes in the future. Is it so scary? Advertisement. If Jiexi's spatial perception ability is to observe changes on the field through information and look down on the overall situation, then his Demon King's Eye is a magical skill for single combat. Predict the opponent's actions in 1 second. This has an unparalleled effect during the competition between the two sides. For example, Yi Liangqiu is opposite Feng Luo. The dribbling he has shown, how many unimaginable actions he can make in 1 second, he can observe and directly stop it. Undoubtedly, the emergence of this ability. Even if Yi Liangqiu is a professional player, he can guard against him. At this time, he slowly raised his head and saw that in the mirror, a clock seemed to appear in the pupil of his left eye. With a thought, the clock seemed to disappear, and everything around him returned to its normal state. Ha! Yi Liangqiu forcibly suppressed the urge to rush out and test this power. After all, he didn't even have any clothes on. But with this excitement, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Although they don't have the ability to predict the movements of the entire field like the ones developed by Jiexi and Beyond the Horizon. But this is a 100% prediction of the world after 1 second, and it can continue to increase the time. Yi Liangqiu can't imagine that the perfect goal they thought they kicked out seamlessly will be blocked by him. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slowly cracked, like a ferocious beast about to prey. At this time, Feng Li's voice came from outside. "Qiu, you didn't die in the bathroom, did you? You're the one who died. Now we are the only two teams in Building 5 that have won all the games. Logically speaking, we have advanced directly, but there is still one game to play." Zhou Yuanxia held the tablet and was a little confused. Ah. Haven't we already won 3 consecutive victories? Lei Shi mumbled while biting a piece of steak. Qianxia combed her long flowing hair and curled her lips and said, "Although I don't know what Shin Shipachi is thinking, it seems that he doesn't want us to relax. After all, Building 5 now counts us as a team. Other teams have already been eliminated. Even if there is an opponent, we only have one opponent. Team V." Jieshi looked a little excited. After abandoning the consequences of leaving if he lost, he had completely let himself go. After all, he would not leave whether he won or lost this game. Then there is no need to be afraid at all. Advertisement. In other words, we will play against Team V in the next game. Guishan touched his chin. Is this a friendly match? Both sides can advance even if they lose. Can I choose to refuse? Zhou Yuanxia shook his head. No, the game will start the day after tomorrow. Anyway, we can just play it as a training match. At this time, Yi Liangqiu glanced at the camera observing everyone in the room. To put it simply, our game is someone's bad taste, right? At this time, the screen lights up. Huaxin Shiba looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, it seems that you have entered the relaxation stage. Do you think it won't matter after promotion? What else? The little monk muttered. We have all advanced, why not just send us to the next level? At this time, Huaxin Shiba chuckled and said, didn't I say before? In the entire number 5 prison, each of your teams will have their own competition. It's not my bad taste. It's about giving you enough time to master your own weapons. After hearing this, everyone started to look serious. The meaning of his words is already very clear. This second test is obviously prepared for the third test. Now that he is saying these words, he is telling everyone that the game is a game, elimination is elimination, and advancement does not mean the end of the game, it's just the beginning. Huaxin Shiba continued, it seems that you still know how weak you are, so I won't say more. If you don't want to proceed with this game, just wait for the notification to enter the next level. If you need to think about it, I will give you 30 minutes to think about it. I believe you don't want the people in Team V to see this embarrassing look, right? After all, they agreed directly without hesitation. Both teams were completely victorious. Although they advanced, they were not the first in Building 5. With the screen off, everyone looked at each other. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Liangqiu slowly said, just kick if you want. There is no need to be intimidating. Anyway, no one will die in this game and no one will be eliminated. Just treat it as proficient in your own weapons. What he means is that the third level is extremely dependent on one's own strength. Chapter 38 Team V. Everyone fell into silence. I would like to play against Team V. After all, their team is also in a state of complete victory, and it seems that every game is crushing. It would be a pity if we don't even have contact with this kind of opponent. Feng Lu laughed and said. Road. Jiesher nodded, Yi Liangqiu is right. We barely win every game. We can't even control our own weapons. You must know that this is the second level of the test. Perhaps the third level test will be more difficult. It's good to have a chance to play now. What do you think? I agree. Guishan nodded, by the way, let me know about our opponents in the future. Team V is also a promotion team like us. We should meet again in the next games. It is better to know in advance. For a time, everyone gave their opinions one after another. Eventually all agreed on the match. Monitoring room. Huaxin Shiba has been observing the choices of the two teams. The same rhetoric, the same statement, he used on the two teams, both of which were considering whether to play this game. It seems that the final result has come down. But Anli on the side asked, how do you know that both teams will agree? Aren't you talking nonsense? Hui Xin raised the corner of her mouth, in a building, there is a team that has the same victory as mine, so everyone would want to try the strength of a team like their own, and the subsequent test will be very exciting. Maybe he will be an opponent. In this case, there is no risk in conducting a trial match. Would anyone say no? Anli rolled his eyes at Hui Xin, wondering where his confidence came from, but now the two teams have indeed made the same choice. They both chose to compete with both sides without risk of withdrawal. Perhaps the excitement is not as good as before. Come on. Hui Xin seemed to have thought of something and asked, what if I add a little bit of seasoning? Will it make this game even crazier? Advertisement. There are still 2 days until the final game starts. The tense atmosphere in Blue Lock is getting stronger and stronger. Even when everyone went to the cafeteria to eat, they could see the losers' tunnel and the expressions of the players who left in despair. After those people go out, do they really have no chance to be associated with their football career? Asahi asked with some lingering fear, this is a bit too pitiful. Pity. What's so pitiful? Leisure snorted coldly, we all came in by ourselves. It's the path we chose after all, and no one forced us to do it. The ones who are pitiful should be those who come in and have their first ball sent away. After all, those people were eliminated because they were really angry. Their skills were useless and they were eliminated. I still sympathize with this kind of people, but there is no need to have any sympathy for these people now. I'm sure they were still thinking about how to eliminate others in the last game. Yi Liangqiu joked, hey, it's rare for a little shark like you to say something like this. I'm afraid I'm secretly saying that I shouldn't be teasing you when I was trying to catch people. Leisure dismissed it, a joke. You didn't fool us, but I still have a question to ask you. Why did you choose to eliminate Yu Imamura at that time? Is it really just a random choice? Everyone sitting here is not a fool. In fact, they have all seen Yi Liangqiu's strength. When he tested the ghost and catch people in the first level, the volley had already determined the target. However, among the many candidates, Imamura Udai was directly targeted. Is there any ghost among them? They all know it in their hearts. Yi Liangqiu touched his chin. It's true that I didn't choose randomly, but I was making a decision when I had the ball in my hand, who should be eliminated. He was eventually targeted. What's the reason? Leisure raised his eyebrows. Yi Liangqiu shrugged. I want to stay, do I need a reason? In fact, as someone who knew everything about anime, he did have a bit of difficulty in choosing at that time. He could eliminate the thoughtful betrayer Jiu Yuanba, or he could eliminate the little monk who had been causing trouble. However, in the end, he chose the target Imamura Utai body. Just because Yi Liangqiu didn't see any value in him. In the anime, this guy has almost no characteristics, no ability to score goals, and even makes frequent mistakes. Advertisement. Rather than eliminating these two people, it is better to send this marginal character away first. Moreover, Yi Liangqiu himself has already arrived in this prison, so naturally he will not let what happened to Team Z happen again. Obviously, he changed the original course. It even led the entire team to a level that did not belong to them. This has achieved his goal. Others fell silent when they heard his answer. Yes. At that time, when the devil was catching someone, all everyone thought about was kicking the ball out. They couldn't be eliminated. How could they think so much? I have to admire Yi Liangqiu's really big heart. After thinking about it, Leisure simply gave it up and said, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Have you figured out how to deal with that white hair in the next game? Their V team is quite strong. 8 o'clock eliminated Team Y, which was difficult for us to deal with before. I watched the video. Kyuan Wataru held the tablet and said, there are 3 people worth noting, Nagi Saishiru, Mikage Ryu, and Kenjo Zantetsu. These 3 are the main scoring points of Team V. Among them, Nagi Saishiru's physical coordination is able to complete various difficult movements and spin his opponents around. Ryu uses various tricks to pass the ball to assist. The final Kenjo Zantetsu is similar to Chikiri's speed form, but what's remarkable is that he didn't shoot with his right foot, but with his left foot. Left foot. The god of the country was stunned. His weapon was his left foot. Jiu Yuanhua continued, the power of these 3 people has almost raised the strength of the entire V team by several levels. If we want to defeat this team, what we need most is restriction and defense. The 4-core lineup is still usable. But facing this 3-core lineup, you still have to play one game to understand the difference. Bilu looked at the video of Nagi C's hero and couldn't help but exclaimed, Rainbow is extraordinary, Oxtail, this guy is really awesome. But it would be quite interesting to defeat such a person, Chio, don't you think so? You won't know until you try it. Yi Liangqiu smiled, I just don't know, how do they see our team now? Chapter 39 Goal Equation. While they were discussing. In the V team's lounge. Hey, Nagi, what do you think of this Z team? King Rei sat next to Nagi Saishiru and asked. Nagi was lying on the chair playing the game, there seems to be a very strong person. The aura on his body is very similar to that of a team he played in before. He seems to be called here. Too lazy to think about it. Prince Ling looked helpless, is it that Ma Lang? Hearing this, Nagisa Shiro nodded, it seems to be him. The aura of that person is very similar to him, but I don't know if he is good at playing football. But it doesn't matter, just kick them out anyway. Saying that, Nagi C's hero suddenly stopped the game he was playing and stared directly at King Rei. Ling, are you excited or scared? Prince Ling grinned, I was just thinking about how to crush this team like us. At this time, Kenjo Zantetsu asked, hey, don't you two watch the video of this team? It's too troublesome, I don't want to watch it. Nagisa Shiro looked tired, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he seemed to be able to fall asleep immediately. But Prince Ling chuckled softly from the side, he doesn't need these things. During the training, everyone sometimes couldn't help but look at the figure running on the treadmill. How much physical strength do you have? Aren't you going to let people live? The little monk complained. Although they are both the same age, Yi Liangqiu is able to outperform the two of them on the treadmill, which makes his remaining confidence disappear little by little. Even Qianqie was a little helpless. He couldn't beat Yi Liangqiu in terms of physical strength, and he had no confidence in beating this guy in terms of speed. Yi Liangqiu wiped his sweat and said, "What's so surprising about this? The most important thing for a player is physical strength. On the court, your physical strength determines whether you have more scoring opportunities in the second half. Furthermore, you don't seem to understand the truth. Just because you beat players of the same age here, it doesn't mean that you can beat those players who have been fighting on the field all year round. Those people do this kind of training every day. With your current physique, I won't say much, it is almost impossible to set foot in such a competition." Advertisement. Hearing this, the young monk's fighting spirit was ignited. "I want to be the #1 man in the world." Qianqie also took a drink of water and stood on the treadmill again. Finally, after some time passed, the two of them could be seen paralyzed on the ground. "What are they doing?" Feng Lu asked with a question mark on his face. Yi Liangqiu said with a smile, "Someone wants to be my man." Ah. Sigma, B. Until the evening, I don't know what this guy Feng Lu said to add fuel to the fire, and everyone in the lounge looked at Yi Liangqiu with something wrong. Yi Liangqiu raised his eyebrows and grabbed Feng Lu. "What did you say again?" Feng Lu stuck out her tongue. "I'm helping you find a man." The next second, the screams of Bilu were heard. There was silence in the entire lounge. Until the farce ended, everyone sat together and began to discuss tomorrow's tactics. Jiu Yuanxia touched his chin and thought, with the four-core lineup unchanged, what we need to do is to limit the opponent's goals as much as possible. So my idea is that if we want to maximize the value of our weapons in tomorrow's game, we should change every 10 minutes. A fast pace may be easier to deal with. Jieshe raised his hand and said, "But there are also disadvantages to this." Disadvantages? Yuan tilted his head, a little confused. At this moment, the screen lit up again, and Hui Xian's expression seemed to be teasing. "It seems that someone in your team has discovered this problem." Very good, very good. The ball played these days has not been in vain. Everyone looked at him, somewhat confused. Huixin Shiba took a sip of coffee and said very elegantly, "Maybe you haven't noticed it yet. You have too many goals by chance, and they are all goals that cannot be reproduced. But goals that cannot be reproduced on the court, I generally call them lucky goals." Leisure suddenly became a little angry. "Ah. You said our ball is a lucky ball. Didn't you watch the video? After all, the goal they worked so hard to score was actually downgraded to a lucky goal." Advertisement. Isn't this just blatant slander? Isn't it? Ashin Shiba put down the coffee in his hand. Any way of scoring goals has a process. A ball that cannot be copied. Can you kick a second one on the court? If you can kick the same ball, I admit that I was wrong, but obviously, most of your goals are short-lived goals. On the pitch, scoring is the only way to score. Do you still have to bet on your luck when playing football? Of course, I didn't talk about Yi Liangqiu. In my eyes, you should be regarded as the person who uses the most scoring methods in Team Z. I won't call the goals scored by your own strength as luck, because with these goals, you can kick out the second one. Everyone was silent and still listened to Hui Xian's explanation. After all, every time this guy appeared on the screen, he would tell them some information that they couldn't know on the court. This is for those of them who have just destroyed themselves and reorganized themselves. It's like good medicine. Huixin smiled slightly. "It seems that after a few games, you have learned to respect me, so I won't talk nonsense. What you need now is the formula for creating goals. Analyze your own weapons and how they work on the court to score goals. That's what you should understand now. It won't work if we continue to live by chance. Only by successfully creating repeatable goals can we have the chance to stay in blue lock. Well everyone, I wish you good luck." With the screen off, everyone was sitting on the ground, thinking about what they had just said. When Jieshe looked at Yi Liangqiu, he knew that this guy must know something. Seeing Jieshe, who was like a curious baby, Yi Liangqiu was also a little helpless. "I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious first. I'll tell you about the way it was scored. Lu, go get me a glass of water first. Feng Lu covered her aching head, feeling a little aggrieved. Jie Shi asked, I actually understand the specific meaning of how to score a goal. I just don't understand. If I rely on my own ability to score goals on the court, doesn't this count as using a scoring method? Advertisement. Chapter 40 Destroy, Crush. After taking a sip of water, he saw that everyone was sitting around him before starting to answer questions. Yi Liangqiu asked a question first, do you know what shooting is? Shoot, the national god responded, isn't it just a whoosh sound and the ball hits the net? Isn't this a shot? Yi Liangqiu nodded, that's a good expression. Yes, this is a shot. Any way you put the ball into the opponent's goal is a shot. However, the equation Eshin Shiachi mentioned just now is the steps before you shoot. For example, inhale, lift your legs, exert force, and finally shoot the ball with your most perfect posture. This is the simplest equation. Ah. What do you mean? The little monk scratched his head, obviously listening to the explanation step by step, but when these words were put together, he couldn't understand why. At this time, Jie Shi seemed to realize something, and he asked, this is a small equation, and it is also a scoring equation that everyone has mastered. So it's called a reproducible shape, but if you want to create a new equation, you have to combine your own weapons. It seems that they are not all fools. Yi Liangqiu nodded, yes, the formula is the way to score goals. For example, the one I just mentioned can be used by everyone. But there are other equations, such as your spatial awareness ability to predict the opponent's position, so you can grab the ball and score goals. This is also one of them. Leisure put his hands on his knees and frowned, feeling like he was listening but not listening, but it seems we can't use his equation, right? Yi Liangqiu seemed to have known that someone would ask this question, and immediately explained, this is what can be reproduced and what cannot be reproduced. Each weapon is different, or the way of thinking is difficult to synchronize. But weapons are not unique in this world. I'm using Jie Shi as an analogy. When we were playing against Team Y, there was also a player with the same spatial awareness among the opposing players. The two of them predict the direction of the ball and even move to an area simultaneously. Although they are in different positions, through their weapons and various factors, their only purpose is to get the ball. Final shot. That's how the equation was born. With this explanation, everyone completely understood. Qianqie said, in other words, the equation is actually using itself as a standard to design a perfect way to score goals. It doesn't have to be something everyone else can use. As long as I can score goals. Advertisement. Yi Liangqiu put his hand like a gun to his temple, yes, you can imagine that you are on the court now, and there are 3 people guarding you in front of the goal. What method should you use to score a goal? Whether he shoots directly, passes the ball, or takes a risk and rushes in. Every way you score a goal, even though it's just an idea in your mind, it's really an equation. I just need you to take action. The most important thing is whether it can be reproduced. The little monk looked excited, I understand, don't you just think about how to shoot after getting the ball. Yi Liangqiu drank helplessly, not understanding how this guy's brain was structured. I have already explained it in great detail. I still don't understand. The equation is just a puzzle. Jie Shi suddenly said, the weapon, itself, and changes are unpredictable in every way. The equations are not fixed either. When using different equations on different occasions, you need to bring in not only your opponents, but also your teammates. The idea in your mind is destined to be just an idea. If you want to realize it perfectly, you have to consider any changes on the court. In the same way, the equation is also changing rapidly. Yi Liangqiu, am I right? Yi Liangqiu nodded, he is worthy of being the real protagonist, and his understanding is indeed quick. Yes, the equation is how goals are scored. But people are different, and the natural paths are also different. Just like Yi Liangqiu uses speed and precise shooting skills, this is how he scores goals. However, on the court, this method may not be effective in every game. That's why we need to constantly create new weapons and generate new equations. Only in this way can we deal with countless unknown enemies. I can't survive anymore, my head is going to explode. Leisure covered his head and rolled his eyes. Yuan was smashed and lay flat on his back. Only Jieshi and a few others were thinking about the mystery. Yi Liangqiu smiled slightly. This is only the first step, and it is also the step in the transformation of all Blue Lock players. After mastering their own weapons, they must make the weapons more powerful. Equations are essential. Advertisement. Although some people don't need it at all. A night of silence. Yi Liangqiu was woken up early in the morning and saw that everyone in the lounge had begun to change clothes, and Lei Shi and the young monk were wrestling on the ground. What's going on? Are you still allowed to sleep? Feng Lu also woke up in a daze, grumbling and complaining. It seems that I didn't remember anything about last night's exchange. On the contrary, when Jieshi was wearing clothes, he was still talking about the combination of his weapons. It wasn't until Yi Liangqiu woke up completely that the rest of the restroom became quiet. Today, the final competition between V and Team Z has begun. Although, both sides understand that no one will leave this game. But the moment we met on the court, the feeling of hostility has been exhausted. The smell of gunpowder in the atmosphere filled the entire stadium. Is this the winning streak team? It does seem a bit difficult to mess with. Narahaya Asahi stared at the three people at the front. Among them, the one who brought him the strongest sense of oppression was the white-haired boy. It was Nagi Saishiru. Behind him, King Ling and Jianqing also exuded a spontaneous aura. At this time, Cheng Zhao Asahi suddenly trembled and looked towards his home, his pupils contracted violently. All I saw was in his sight. Yi Liangqiu's whole body seemed to be filled with scarlet mist. He quietly looked at Nagisa Shiro, who had just broken out of the eggshell opposite him. The blood in his body seemed to be trembling, and the corners of his mouth gradually cracked, like an evil ghost coming. A perfect genius. A genius who still knows nothing about football. Crush him, destroy him, what a wonderful pleasure it will be to see his despairing expression. This is the first time I've felt like I'm in good shape since I came here. I've never felt better. Chapter 41 now, immediately. Is another monster excited? The two parties met without saying hello, and both were observing each other. Nagi Saishiru's eyes met with Yi Liangqiu's, and the next second, King Ray beside him heard a voice that made him unbelievable. Prince Ling, I may not be able to defeat him. Whether it was intuition or a premonition, Nagisa Shiro said this. A sentence that puzzled even King Ling. Even before the kick started, Nagi Saishiru already felt that he had lost. He was not talking about losing to the game, but losing to that person. Prince Ling also looked at Yi Liangqiu. In his pupils, he seemed to see countless monsters raging towards them. The entire stadium seemed to be wrapped in a layer of black mist. This feeling was like facing an invincible enemy. The enemy made him swallow his saliva subconsciously. But his eyes became more and more excited. Nagi, I know what you saw. But, we won't lose. Team Z is also discussing last night's tactics. Until the whistle sounded and everyone stood on the court, everyone's nerves were already tense. This was not a duel of life and death, nor was it a game where they would leave if they lost. All they had to do was enjoy the game. Master the weapons and constantly improve yourself. Now treat the opponent as a sparring partner, a tool for practicing weapons. Jieshi kept instilling this concept in his mind, but he was suddenly stunned. If this was the case, why did he still accept this game? Am I just here to lose? No. I should abandon this idea. What I want is to win, to keep winning, to keep learning to improve myself, and to crush the future of these players. Thinking, he looked at Yi Liangqiu in the front. I believe you should think so too. The next second, the whistle sounded. Team V kicks off. King Ling charged with the ball, his pupils seemed to be constantly observing the movements around him, not paying attention to the others, and suddenly a pass came. The ball flew straight to the right side of Jianqing, who had been waiting for the ball to come. Advertisement. Jianqing's weapons are a speed star and left foot shot. Everyone in Team Z already knew about it last night, so they were prepared. Reichi and Chikiri moved directly forward to block the way forward. Jianqing sneered disdainfully and passed the ball out again. King Ling, who had already entered the midfield, caught the ball once, and his opponent was Yi Liangqiu, who had already attacked. Yi Liangqiu seemed to be exuding murderous aura, but he was thinking about things other than the ball. Today's condition seems to be particularly good. Is it because of the pleasure brought by being strong? Or maybe it's the excitement of wanting to crush you, which has restored my body to its best condition. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that I have seen through your pass. The next moment, the pupil of Yi Liangqiu's left eye was like a small clock. The hands on it counted down at 60 milliseconds, and his world also changed into a slow-motion world. King Ling's passing movements were clearly visible in his eyes. You can even see directly where the ball is flying. In an instant, the next second after the ball was passed, Yi Liangqiu raised his leg and made a sweep, directly kicking the ball that had just flown into the air. Prince Ling's pupil suddenly shrank. How could this be possible? How could he see through the trajectory of my kick in just a few seconds? The most important thing is that this guy actually intercepted the ball while it was still in the air at the moment I passed the ball. Can a human do it? However, before he could react, he only heard the sound of wind in his ears, and Yi Liangqiu had already passed him with the ball. At this time, without the ball, Jie Shi arrived at the opponent's penalty area. The aura blooming on his body seemed to say, pass the ball to him immediately. Just pass it to him and he can score. But it was Yi Liangqiu who got the ball, and the corners of his mouth slowly cracked. The feeling of crushing you should be more pleasant than the previous teams. His figure flew across the court like a black lightning bolt. Prince Ling had also reacted and shouted, guard him, guard him. In the penalty area, facing the double-team situation of two people from Team V in front. Advertisement. Yi Liangqiu did not pass the ball, and his pupils filled with violence were constantly searching for a way to score a goal. If everyone has an equation. Now, with the combination of speed, eyes, and shooting, if you want to shoot unconditionally, you need to be like a monster, trampling and crushing everyone. This is how I score goals. A way to score goals that doesn't require teammates. In an instant, Yi Liangqiu's figure was surrounded by double teams. Suddenly he lifted the ball with his right foot. The ball flew into the air. His left foot had also been raised. The thoughts in his head made him a little confused. No. No rush, no. No time, now, right now, immediately, right away. Use your new weapons. There was a bang sound. With a heavy left-footed shot, the ball went straight through the two people who had surrounded him and rushed towards the goal. Even the goalkeeper didn't react. The ball rubbed his head and flew towards the goal behind him. The score came to 0-1. Everyone fell silent. Yi Liangqiu raised his head, exhaled a breath of turbid air that had been suppressed for a long time, and slowly raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, crushing these people is the beginning of pleasure. Jie Shi, who was standing not far away, was stunned. He was still predicting Yi Liangqiu's actions. He knew that in this situation, most people would pass the ball out, and he would be the one to receive the ball. However, no one expected that Yi Liangqiu would actually act in this situation. Next, he scored directly. This guy had no intention of passing the ball. Left foot. This guy just used his left foot. The God of Nations was a little sluggish when he stood there. He clearly saw Yi Liangqiu's movements and shot with his left foot very skillfully, without any sense of violation. This means that like himself, he can also shoot with his left foot. However, before this, their entire team did not know this guy's weapon. It wasn't revealed until now. Not far away, King Ray did not show the frustration of a loser. Instead, he covered his face and laughed. He slowly raised his head and looked at Nagi Cicero beside him. Nagi, this game is getting interesting. There is a monster just like you on the other side. Really? Nagisa Shiro's eyes were calm and his tone was shocking. Then let's destroy him together. Chapter 42 Reasons to play football. Enjoying all this, Yi Liangqiu seemed to be a little obsessed with this feeling. No, it should be said that he was already obsessed with this feeling. Walk back into the team again. Everyone looked at him with something wrong. The main thing is that the scene just now is really amazing. Although he did not break through all the defense lines single-handedly, he was able to steal the ball from the enemy and finally break through the defense line and score a goal. It was also shocking. Good shot. Feng Le praised, but then asked, Qiu, did you shoot with your left foot just now? I remember, you haven't tried to practice before, have you? I just started trying it recently. Yi Liangqiu said tactfully, When I saw the god of the country in the sword city opposite, I already had the idea to practice with my left foot. After all, one more weapon adds one more weapon. Odds of winning. Feng Li's eyes widened. In other words, you used your left foot in that shot just out of sheer desperation. Yi Liangqiu just wanted to nod. But I heard the voice of the god of country coming. No. Yi Liangqiu's kick just now was definitely not helpless, but he had already made a calculation in his heart. The difficulty of shooting with the left foot is indeed not high, but for a person who always uses his right foot to shoot. People, it's very difficult to break this habit. It can even cause the body to become uncoordinated. But in this situation, this guy was able to shoot with his perfect left foot. Obviously, your proficiency is far inferior to mine. Shuanglezu. Yeah. Yi Liangqiu knew that he could no longer hide it, so he had no choice but to nod. Yes, after training, I found out that I still have the talent for my left foot, which is what you call a double foot. Both legs can do the same thing perfectly. Effect. Okay. Chiu, you didn't even tell me such a thing. Feng Lu, who was on the side, punched Yi Liangqiu on the shoulder, but there was a smile on his face. Who knows what weird things this guy is thinking about? We're still talking. The next point is coming. Don't compete with me. Although Leisure knew how terrible the previous point was, he was already thinking about the next point and what kind of gorgeous goal he would score. Everyone returned to their positions. Jieshi stood next to Feng Lu. Feng Lu, did you see it just now? Advertisement. What did you see? Feng Lu raised his eyebrows. Is it Chiu Go Go? No. No. Jieshi shook his head, and the moment when Yi Liangqiu snatched King Ling's ball flashed through his mind. As a little expert in predicting, in fact, at that time, he had already thought of returning to defense. After all, he wanted to pass the ball. It's very difficult to interrupt. However, he saw something. Yi Liangqiu intercepted the ball that had been passed through his prediction. It's unimaginable that he actually predicted the trajectory of the pass. Jieshi did not expect that Yi Liangqiu's reaction nerves could actually keep up with dynamic vision. If it was intuition or luck, he could imagine it, but he always felt that this was not something that luck and intuition could produce. If it is as he predicted. So, how many weapons does Yi Liangqiu hide that he hasn't revealed yet? Hey, what's not? Feng Lu pulled Jieshi, who was once again lost in thought, back to the field. Jieshi patted his cheek hard, then looked at the player on the opposite side. It's nothing. He gradually discovered Yi Liangqiu's true level, but the more he explored it, the more he felt a suffocating sense of despair. It's still Team V that kicks off. Compared to the last time after being robbed of the ball, King Ray was much more cautious. He observed the situation and this time passed the ball directly to Nagi Sishiro. The two of them cooperated perfectly and continuously passed Lei Shi, who wanted to steal the ball. He and the young monk continued to move towards the restricted area. But this time, Yi Liangqiu was not given any chance. After all, they have a three-man offense, just like the Crocodile brothers in the last game, constantly controlling the ball and passing the ball. Nagi. King Ray shouted, kicking the ball towards Nagi Sishiro, who was already within shooting range. He glanced at the ball flying behind him and continued running. In front of him, Yamaru had already returned to defense. With his super jumping ability, he wants to head the ball but it will fly directly. At this time, Nagisa Shiro stopped. He also jumped up, but his movements were different from Kiyamaru. Upside down golden hook. The ball in the air was directly kicked out by him in this posture. Iman, the goalkeeper, had his pupils dilated. He was still trying to predict how the ball would come, but his body had no time to react and the ball had already passed by. The score came to 1-1. Advertisement. Beautiful. King Ray walked up and directly hooked Nagisa Shiro. The other members of Team Z have fallen into silence. The guy opposite is also the same monster as Yi Liangqiu. Although everyone has advanced, seeing these monsters flying unscrupulously on the field, they still can't help but feel a ray of despair in their hearts. After all, they all have to become the number one in the world to enter this blue lock. But now is the second level of testing. The shock brought by these monsters in front of them has made everyone numb. Are they all monsters? Lei Shi cursed, not knowing whether he was feeling emotional or really angry. At this moment, Feng Lu laughed. Interesting, really interesting, it is indeed the right thing to come here. Jie, don't you find it interesting? Although I don't know whether I am strong enough to survive this kind of dispute between monsters, but having fun with monsters is the truest version of me. Jie Shi's pupils trembled. Feng Lu, what are you talking about? It seems to be because of these two wonderful goals. Feng Lu also fell into this monster carnival. He turned his head and looked at Jie. So you plan to be a marginal figure? That game needs to be game over. Game over. Jie Shi fell into silence. From beginning to end, he just regarded this game as a training match. After all, there was no reason to lose in this game, and they were not standing on the edge of a cliff. You can stay even if you lose. But now, he felt something different. This is brought about by these monsters on the field. They seem to have regarded this game as a life and death game. This, why? Just because of the word win. Suddenly, he thought of something. Number 1 in the world. Everyone here is moving towards one goal. Before reaching this peak, everyone is an opponent. Are they fighting just because they don't want to lose? Is this the fundamental reason for this test? Chapter 43, Let's Compete, Monsters. At this moment, the screen suddenly lit up. The game time was also paused, and Ashin Shiba appeared on the screen, holding a bowl of noodles in his hand and sitting on a stool with a leisurely expression. Well, sorry, something delayed me just now. But now, it seems it's not too late. Your competition has just begun, don't you suggest I say a few words? Hearing the sound, everyone looked at the screen. Ashin Shiba put down the noodles in his hand and continued, it seems that you all have no objections, so I'll get started. In your eyes, this game may just be a game that has nothing to do with elimination. But I changed my mind. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Could it be that this guy was planning to temporarily change the rules? Huashin Shiba smiled slightly, don't worry, I'm just adding a little bit of excitement to this game, and it won't affect your advancement to the next test. From now on, the losing team will randomly eliminate a player. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the entire stadium fell silent. He looked at Ashin Jihachi in disbelief. Leisure even cursed angrily, what did you say? Four-eyed guy. The losing side will eliminate a player. Haven't we all advanced? Why? It seems you haven't realized it yet. Hui Xin showed a weird smile, here, in this blue lock, I am the rule. If you don't obey, you can get out now. I won't hold you back. Leisure suddenly lost his temper, but the expression on his face was a little ferocious. Jiu Yuanxia was also a little angry. They had finally reached this point, but they didn't expect that people would be eliminated in the last game. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? He directly asked, there has to be a reason why, right? We have all advanced. If you had told this matter earlier, maybe we would not have participated in this game. Why? Ashin Shiba's expression was calm, because this is the place where the best players in the world are built. Why do we need so many? The strong and the weak will always be eliminated. Advertisement. Don't think that you will feel at ease just because you made the cut. I've spent a lot of resources. I'm not asking you to come here and talk to me about your experiences and achievements. Here, I only need to see one result. Hearing this, Yi Liangqiu twisted his neck, and he guessed that something unexpected would happen in this game. After all, how could a place like the Blue Prison allow two teams that had already advanced to compete for no reason? This would be too boring. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? It's time to start cultivating selfishness again. It is true that the losing side randomly leaves a player, but it is also false. He understands Hui Xin's thoughts very well. He will only keep the capable ones, and those who have not scored a goal, or even not scored a goal in the entire test. Players who enter have a high probability of being kicked out. Therefore, randomness is false. It's true that they have to work hard to score goals. At this time, Huashin Shiba's gaze seemed to penetrate everyone. Start showing your selfish desires. Let me remind you that I respect the concept of the strong, those guys who have been fishing, I see it all. The next second, the screen turns off. The game clock restarts. It's getting interesting. Feng Lu licked the corner of his mouth and looked in the direction of Team V. There are two teams that have never experienced failure at all. The weak ones in the team all know one thing. After this game is over, there is no chance that the withdrawal invitation letter will appear in their hands after losing the game. Undoubtedly, this sense of panic is not aimed at those players who have already scored goals, but players who have been in a downstream state after testing. The monk had already collapsed on the ground. Listening to Hui Xian's words just now, he knew the meaning even though he was not smart. Why? Narahaya Asahi also fell into this chaos. At this time, the national god stood up like a hero. Why are you frustrated? You didn't lose the game. Do you already know that you are going to be eliminated? Don't be so pessimistic. Now we just need to defeat these guys on the opposite side. We can stay. The monk raised his head, his eyes a little hollow. What about losing? Those of you who have scored goals certainly don't have any pressure, but those of us who haven't scored a goal in 3 games, isn't that the same as being in vain? Is it on the list? Qianqie also said with some tone, then let's score a goal. Advertisement. Work hard and score a goal. You are here complaining about the rules and these. Don't you have to rely on yourself to score goals? The monk pursed his lips and said nothing. If you don't want to kick, just get out. At this time, a voice sounded, and Yi Liangqiu looked at him with cold eyes. You have to know one thing, you are here all because of me. Instead of relying on your 3-legged cat's kung fu. If you feel you can't do it, you can leave now. I believe that Guy Hui Xian would also be happy to see this scene. The words that sounded like murderous words made the monk's mind go blank. However, it was not only Team Z that fell into this kind of internal strife, Team V also had a quarrel because of this rule. After all, the previous goal points depended on 3 people. The others didn't score a single goal and were all within the elimination range. Shut up, you bunch of losers. Do you think we will lose? Prince Ling's veins popped up on his forehead, and he said angrily, do you not believe us? No. Under such strength, one of the team members lowered his head, we are just a little afraid of losing. After all, with the current situation on the court, all weaklings are unwilling to entrust their fate to others. Prince Ling's expression was indifferent, then just play football for me. Without us, you can't win. Monitoring room. Anli was a little speechless about Aixin Shiba's approach. You are playing with the rules like this and making these players fall into fighting each other again. Aren't you afraid that they will retaliate against you? Revenge. Huixin grinned, they still have to thank me. If I don't do this, these people will think this game is just a child's play, just an unimportant game. But you have to know that professional football players experience this kind of thing every day. If they don't play well in a training match, they will go to the corner and sit on the cold bench, so what? Do you want me to let them grow in a greenhouse like I treat flowers? Finally died on this road chasing the world's #1. Instead of letting everyone hate me, there is only one thing I need to do, and that is to lift this group of people to a level that is not theirs and make them realize the cruelty of this world. Monsters, let's start the competition. Which side will the winner fall on? Advertisement. Chapter 44 Monsters Feast. Everyone on the court has fallen silent. In other words, the game has just begun. Feng Li's blood seemed to be agitated. Jie Shi said, and he finally understood what lack was, that pressure, that motivation, a game that had no bearing on his own destiny. It seemed to be just a common thing, but when he rose to the point of leaving here. That's different. The blood all over his body was flowing against the current. He did not feel afraid, but instead became more and more motivated and excited about this game. Jie Shi couldn't help but ask himself, what happened to him? Since arriving at Blue Lock, where has the good-natured self gone, and who is standing here? A crazy, masochistic player. But this kind of excitement could not be concealed. He could only feel that the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. King Ling looked at Team Z and slowly said, Nagi, it seems that the real fighting has only begun now. It's up to us to defeat them. Nagisa Shiro nodded. Although his pupils were calm, he said something that made King Ling feel murderous. It's a bit troublesome, but I can feel that my body is in a good condition. Prince Ling, destroy and defeat these boring guys. Yi Liangqiu opened his arms and grinned. It's finally fun. He looked at the monk who was slowly standing up and said, instead of believing in Buddha, it is better to believe in me. The monk's eyes also revealed a fierceness. No one wants to be eliminated. Now in this game, the weakest person will be eliminated. The fighting has begun. It was Team Z's turn to kick off, and the atmosphere had completely changed. Everyone seemed to have an evil spirit that pulled the enemy into the abyss. The next second, Feng Lu raised a strange smile and passed the ball at his feet to Jieshi. Let's all start having fun. This monster feast. After receiving the ball, Jieshi quickly ran with the ball. His eyes were locked on the people around him. Yi Liangqiu, Qianqie, Reiqi, Kunshan, everyone he targeted had excellent skills. Passing lanes. But not now, now he needs to express himself and develop his own weapons. He clearly understands that this game is not just an increase in bad taste, but the most important thing is for the brain to enter a calm state, recall his own weapons, and create a scoring formula. Advertisement. But how can you make yourself score a goal? He doesn't have the strength to attack with a single sword like Yi Liangqiu and Feng Lu, nor does he have weapons like the national god and Qianqie. Some just predict the movement of the pitch. The ball under your feet may even be snatched away by others in the next second. In this case, there is almost no chance of scoring a goal. Suddenly, he remembered Yi Liangqiu's words, shooting. All goal-scoring equations always revolve around a few words, that is, shooting and scoring, no matter in which way. As long as the ball can be sent to the enemy, the goal is the correct equation. But the intermediate process cannot be ignored. I understand. Jieshi's pupils turned into mosquito-repellent eyes in an instant. My weapons are not as powerful as theirs, so I will use their weapons into my equation. The person who ultimately guides the shot can be me or anyone. The only thing is shooting. The next second, he passed the ball. Miss, it's you. A super long pass appeared. Qianqie, who was running, saw the ball flying towards him and raised the corners of his mouth. How good. One jump to catch the ball. Qianqibian began to accelerate, but, while accelerating, he also discovered that the opponent's sword city was running towards him, and the speed of the two was almost the same. This guy's weapon is speed, and it will most likely explode with extremely strong acceleration. Suddenly he remembered the previous scene against the Crocodile Brothers. Yi Liangqiu followed the trajectory of the ball. As if he had realized something, he showed a disdainful smile. To compare acceleration, let's see who is faster. There was a bang sound. Chikiri will kick forward while moving. In the eyes of others, it seems like passing the ball to someone, but there is Northwest one in that place. Jian Cheng, who was chasing after him, was a little dumbfounded. There is no one there. Who is the young lady planning to pass it on to? Qianqie chuckled. I'll pass it on to myself. Boom sound. Advertisement. When his feet stepped on the soft court, it was like a hitting sound was made. The next moment, his whole body accelerated again, like a ball of red lightning speeding across the court. Everyone in Team Z seemed to feel inexplicably familiar with this scene. They looked at Yi Liangqiu. Yes, this was the scene where Feng Lu relied on passing the ball to squeeze Yi Liangqiu's speed. Qianqie Leopard Horse, have you already begun to devour me? Yi Liangqiu stopped where he was, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, but this smile looked chilling. At this moment, Qianqia's speed was already approaching the goal in a straight line. His field of vision became narrower, and all he could see in his eyes was the goal. Are you too proud? Suddenly, a figure stopped Qianqie. Ling Wang looked ferocious, and directly shoveled the ball away with a sliding shovel. Even Chikiri was stunned. In his forgetful running and adrenaline surge, he completely failed to notice that the people returning to defense had surrounded him. At this moment, a sound of success rang out. Jieshi had arrived at the penalty area at some point, and the ball flew just in the direction of him. The flames in his pupils seemed to be unstoppable, revealing a terrifying look. Smile. Proud? Then what are you proud of? Do you feel like it prevented us from scoring? There was a bang sound. The moment the ball was still flying in the air, a volley shot through the chest of Team V like a sharp sword. Jiesher burst into roars. Everyone gathered in his direction. Qianqie raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. How long did it take for this guy to get here? But only Jieshi knew that he had planned all the predictions in his heart for this goal. From passing the ball, to running without the ball, to seeing Qianqie about to score, To observing the opponent returning to defense, his body was driven to this position by instinct. What you are waiting for is your opponent's relaxation, and what you are waiting for is for the ball to fly to the position you predicted. This is how I score goals. Use other people's weapons to predict the direction of your action, and ultimately wait for other people's mistakes at an unfixable location, and finally score a goal. I will definitely be the one to dominate this game next. Prince Ling clenched his fists and looked at Jie Shi with gritted teeth. Countless questions flashed through his head. How did this guy get to this place? And why do you think the ball will definitely fall in this direction? Nagi's hero came to his side and pulled Prince Ray up. He looked back at Kiyosei with an unnatural expression. Prince Ray, I seem to have seen it. That guy seems to have seen through us. Chapter 45, Break Through Yourself. Nagi, you. Prince Ray looked at Nagi's hero with a strange look in his eyes. This was the first time he saw Nagi show such an expression. Only the whistle broke the brief contact between the two. The two returned to their positions. King Ray grabbed his sleeves and wiped his sweat. He couldn't help but look in the direction of Nagi Saishiru. This was the first time he felt something different. Could it be because he was about to lose? No. Without the first time, there is no way Nagi and I would lose. As long as I pass the ball, my treasure will be able to exert unparalleled power. This ball game, as long as... Just when he was stunned, the whistle blew, and everyone on the court started to move again. King Ling also moved, and the ball had already reached his feet, but when he saw the people on the opposite side who were like countless monsters surrounding him, his expression became a little ferocious. Why do you have to stop me? Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. He looked back and saw that a black shadow had come behind him. Prince Ling and Yi Liangqiu looked at each other with indifferent eyes. Don't you understand yet? You who have climbed up to this point by clinging to the strong are actually worthless. You relied on a rapidly growing genius to reach this point. Of course, I have to admit that you, a reptile, still have some strength, but you only have a little strength. I can't even understand what pleasure is in you. Outstanding points, goal points, it seems like you don't have any of them. The next second, the ball at his feet was picked up by Yi Liangqiu, and he directly grabbed the ball with his crotch with a lob. Prince Ling froze on the spot, his expression frozen, and he could only watch Yi Liangqiu, who snatched the ball away, quickly move away from him. I was robbed of the ball. However, his mood continued to deteriorate. The sounds around him had completely brought him back to his senses. I saw Nagi Saishiru and Kenjo directly skipping him. However, at this time, Yi Liangqiu was enjoying the pleasure coming from his body. The eyes of the devil allowed him to see clearly the slow motion of everyone in front of him. 1 second is enough. The next moment, a player in front of him was easily passed by an ox's tail. Advertisement. But at this time, Nagi Saishiru and Kenjo also came over, from the same angle, but the shooting distance was completely beyond the control of Yi Liangqiu. The afterimages of the two people in front of them just happened to be able to observe a straight goal line. Yi Liangqiu was also constantly calculating in his mind the golden area in front of the goal that belonged to him for shooting. The sounds of Jie Shi and Feng Lu rushing to pass the ball could be heard in his ears, but he had now entered the state. The pupils, no. The blood in the whole body is boiling. To break this encirclement, pass the ball. Or shoot. No. I only have eyes for shooting, although the distance is a bit far. 30 meters. No, it should be further. It can be done, maybe it can be done, with my current strength and control. In this case, then surpass yourself. In an instant, the muscles of his right thigh bulged, and his legs and feet seemed to be wrapped with circles of jet black arms. Just listen to a loud bang sound. Football is like an arrow piercing the clouds, carrying strong winds and scratching a deep visible scratch on the lawn of the stadium, shooting in an extremely violent way. None of the players in front of the goal reacted. He rushed over as the ball grazed his calf. He could even feel the strong wind carried by the ball touching his skin. Even Yi Liangqiu had endless memories of this heavy shot. He stood there and looked towards the goal, enjoying everything. In an instant, the entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Feng Lu was directly attached to Yi Liangqiu, even speaking a little awkwardly. What an autumn. What a wonderful autumn. The god of country also stood there and stared blankly at this scene. He, who was never rude, couldn't help but curse, "Isn't this a miracle? At least 30 meters, no. A little further." At this time, the score directly widened the gap. 1:3. Nagi Saishiro wiped the sweat left on his cheeks. He looked at Yu Liangqiu and wondered what he was thinking. Suddenly, he said to Ray Wang and Kenqing who were walking beside him, "Let me do the next ball." This was the first time he asked for the ball. Advertisement. Even King Ling and Jianqing couldn't help but be surprised. The two looked at each other and made a decision. But at this time, the whistle just sounded, and the first half was over. In the lounge, everyone was lamenting the goal just now, and the god of the country even asked directly what Yu Liangqiu was thinking when he kicked that goal. After all, his golden shooting area is 28 meters, and in his guess, Yu Liangqiu's shooting area was about the same as he should have been in previous games. But now that he has surpassed this number, the god of the country really wants to know what Yu Liangqiu was thinking at that moment. "What am I thinking about?" Yu Liangqiu sat cross-legged on the ground, touching his chin and frowning. The blood all over his body is throbbing. There is a goal path straight in front of him. It's like his body is being controlled subconsciously. Of course, these are all fake. He suddenly looked at the god of the nation with a hint of ridicule. "Actually, that shot gave me a different taste. In my understanding, my golden shooting area is actually about 1 meter different from yours. It's just that in that moment, the surrounding environment does not allow me to walk to the golden area. So I just kicked him out. Is it that simple?" The god of country's expression was a little exaggerated, but then he started to think again. If he had brought himself in at that time, maybe he would have kicked such a goal. Seeing him starting to think, Yu Liangqiu suddenly said, "Just like you usually practice, 28 meters is just the limit of how you can control the football route, but beyond the distance of 28 meters, can you not control the football? It's just your subconscious that makes you think that 28 meters is the shooting area. If you want to go beyond your limits, you have to push yourself. It's just a ball, it won't kill you." The god of country raised his head and looked at Yu Liangqiu. He didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly said, "Thank you." Yu Liangqiu was a bit at a loss. On the other hand, Feng Le chuckled and licked his lips, as if a pair of devil's horns had grown on his head. "Qiu, tell me something quickly, how many weapons do you have at your disposal? Looking at your state, it seems that there are still many things you are hiding from me." Yu Liangqiu raised his head and saw this guy's smiling face ready to move. "For a while, my head hurt a little." On the other hand, others were also reminiscing about the moment when they scored a goal. Especially when Jie Shi recalled his crazy behavior and regarded Qianqie as a tool, he felt a little embarrassed. It turns out that my spatial perception ability can still be used in this way. Not only can he grab the ball, but he can also control changes in the situation. Chapter 46 Genius. Just the halftime effect caused the strength of several people to change. Although they may have realized it, it is still difficult to have such concentration in every game. Of course, this was just Yu Liangqiu's emotion. He glanced at the people in the lounge and wondered what they were thinking. Until the whistle sounded once. Everyone is back on the court. The atmosphere of Team V became extremely gloomy, and the murderous aura exuded seemed to be swallowing up the entire stadium. Jie Shi looked solemn. It seems they are also ready for a desperate fight. Although they were 2 goals ahead. But in these 3 states of self-breakthrough, he clearly knew how strong the opponent was. Until the last minute, the outcome of this game was simply unimaginable. In the same position, Yu Liangqiu looked at Nagisa Shiro once, and this time he saw something different. "Interesting, did you finally wake up after being beaten?" The awakening of self-awareness. Can a genius survive the first failure? With a whistle, Team V kicks off. However, what was unexpected was that this time the person holding the ball was replaced by Nagi Saishiro. His face was expressionless, like a robot. But the movements are neat and clean. Every step is just right. The monk wanted to stop him, but was directly broken through by a cow's tail in the air. What follows is a quick run. Return to defense. Return to defense. The monk's pupils were unfocused and he shouted, "Stop him." Without him having to say it, others also knew to defend. Qianqie was about to step forward. Nagi Saishiro glanced at him, moved quickly with his feet, and passed the ball directly. Not far away, King Ling was already waiting to catch the ball. Nagisa Shiro continued to run forward. There was no emotion in his eyes, but he was thinking about something in his heart. According to Prince Ling, my current situation should be called hard work, right? But why did I suddenly work hard? Is it because you still lost? It's still because I don't want to see Prince Ling lose. Or maybe it's because this is the first time you're going to lose. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. At this time, King Ling was once again targeted by Leisure. Damn it, why are you sticking to me like a dogskin plaster? Advertisement. Can't you get out? Ha ha ha, I'll stick to you. Leisure's shark mouth laughed. The next second, King Ling, who couldn't bear it anymore, passed the ball directly. When Nagi Seishiro saw the flying ball, he glanced at Kimaru and Kyuan Wataru who were jumping high to intercept the ball, and a flame suddenly burst out in his pupils. Perhaps it was this sense of curiosity that suddenly gave me the idea of working hard. Football, a boring game, now suddenly becomes interesting. It turns out, this is what it feels like when you're about to lose. But, at this moment, I want to use football to test where my limits are. Finally, challenge the strongest boss here. The next moment, he jumped high and caught the ball in a weird posture. The moment no one thought he could shoot. There was a bang sound. Scored a volley into the net. Nagi Seishiro exhaled, and looked at King Rei. Their eyes met. Prince Ling was completely shocked. Nagi, you. He was completely confused. It was hard to imagine that Nagi Seishiro had the self-awareness to get involved in football. Nagi Seishiro raised his head and slowly said, "This is the first time that I think football is quite interesting, at least in my life, it is full of things that make me boring. Yet, this was the place that filled me with intense curiosity for the first time. Prince Ling, thank you for bringing me here. Now, I just want to fill my curiosity. How many more points do we need to kill the game?" Prince Ling opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. There was some fear in his eyes, as if something had been taken away, but he couldn't say anything. But just one ball. But it also made everyone see the terrifying side of Nagisa Shiro once again. Jieshi wiped his sweat and stared at the newly awakened person. I am not the only one who has awakened on this field, the monsters on the opposite side are also gradually evolving. Although the score is temporarily ahead. But in a real sense, the goal that can kill the game hasn't happened yet. Then let me do it. End this game. Yi Liangqiu never got involved in this game called Searching for Curiosity. He knew that none of these people could stop him. And he didn't want to stop. At this moment, Yi Liangqiu is also very curious. Under his pressure, how far can this genius who has only been on the court for half a year awaken? If only the original state. Advertisement. That would be so boring. At this time, Prince Rei and Shiro Nagi walked past him. Yi Liangqiu suddenly said, "How does it feel to be a genius? Is football interesting?" Prince Ling almost turned around and yelled. This guy was the only one in the audience who was shooting and cursing them all for being trash. How dare you say, interesting? He almost didn't fight back. At this time, Nagi Seishiro glanced back at Yi Liangqiu and said, "It's not bad, at least it makes me feel interesting now. It might be more interesting if I can defeat your boss." Yi Liangqiu chuckled, "Then I'll wait for you to defeat me, genius." At this moment, there are still 20 minutes left. The tug-of-war has just begun. As time goes by, the two teams gradually understand each other and become more accustomed to each other. Most importantly, in terms of physical exertion, everyone had mixed reviews, and almost everyone was breathing heavily. Except for Yi Liangqiu, a physical monster. Sustaining a long, fast run is something almost no one else can do. Qian Xie had some doubts as to whether a monster wearing human skin came to the court to play tricks on them. In the midfield, Yi Liangqiu was surrounded by several V-team players. He did not get the ball. Apparently during the break, the opponent made a tactical assignment. In order to limit, this is his strongest offensive point. Block it directly without spending any money on players. Feng Le held the ball in his hands and kept dealing with King Ling. His sight turned to Jieshi who was running without the ball. It was as if I heard Jieshi's heartfelt voice. "Pass the ball to me." Let me crush them. In the next second, King Ling showed a smile of success and kicked the ball away. That direction happened to be the direction where Kenqing and Qianxie were confronting each other. You dare to get distracted by confronting me? Jiancheng, catch it. Feng Le was stunned for a second and wanted to stretch his legs to hook the ball back, but his reaction was obviously half a beat too slow. Not far away, the corner of Jiancheng's mouth curled up, and his powerful explosive power was quickly displayed. He directly threw Qianxie away and used his speed to take possession of the ball. However, Qianxie gritted his teeth and followed him. He knew that he couldn't keep up with this guy's explosive power, but compared to short distance and long distance running, his speed could surpass him. Nowadays, everyone is physically exhausted. He also knew that Sword City should be almost there. As long as you send this ball out, you will have completed your mission. Chapter 47, Break it into pieces. At the same time, Nagi's hero moved and ran towards the goal. Yi Liangqiu also moved. He ran towards the midfield area, and his eyes looked at Jie Shi, who had already penetrated into the unmanned corner. Both of them have their own hidden agendas. The battle between Jiancheng and Qianxie was like two cheetahs galloping on the field. In terms of explosive power, I can't compare to you. But when it comes to speed, I'm not afraid of you. Qianxie gritted his teeth and used all his strength to surpass Jiancheng. The moment he was about to touch the ball, he kicked the ball away. Good shot. Lei Shi shouted, and then looked at where the ball landed. However, there was no one in that direction. Jie Shi. Why are you there? Even Lei Shi was confused. Why did this guy suddenly appear in this place? Not only him, Nagi's hero broke through the interception and grabbed the ball the moment he saw the ball being kicked out. According to King Ling, we still need 2 points. Only by constantly attacking and attacking can we win this game. The next moment, the two stepped on the ball at the same time. But Kiyoichi was obviously one step faster, but unfortunately Nagi's hero tipped his toe, and the ball flew directly through Kiyoichi's crotch. Nagisa Shiro quickly ran away, trying to catch up with the football. Jie Shi's expression was somewhat frozen. Although he had predicted the direction of the ball, it was now a technical problem. When he looked back, he found that everything was different from what he imagined. The ball was not taken away by Nagi's hero. Instead, it came into the hands of Yi Liangqiu. He didn't know when he had arrived at this place, and even predicted the movement of the ball. He caught the ball that had just flown out in an instant, and then moved towards it without any hesitation. The opponent's goal advances. Even some of the V-team players didn't react. Until King Ling looked a little ferocious in anger, shouting, "Back on defense, back on defense." What are you looking at? Are there flowers on his face? Nagi's hero, who was closest to Yi Liangqiu, was always following him, with an aura of unwillingness to admit defeat in his eyes. Jie Shi thought as he ran, although I can't understand the current situation. Advertisement. But, this is different from the direction I expected. Why did Yi Liangqiu appear there? How did he know that I would definitely miss this ball? Is it luck? No. I don't believe there is such a coincidence. Is Yi Liangqiu plotting against me? Thinking of this, his eyes once again looked at Yi Liangqiu, who was confronting Nagisa Shiro. Obviously because he was too far away from the goal, Yi Liangqiu's speed was not improved at all, and Nagi's hero was always watching him like a dog's skin plaster. The distance between the two is not far. It's just that Jie Shi guessed wrong. At this moment, Yi Liangqiu seemed to have deliberately slowed down to be on the same level as Nagisa Shiro. He slowly said, "Do you think that with a little interest, you can trample everyone on this court?" Underfoot. Nagi Saishiru, before this I always believed that geniuses exist in this world. After all, you are living proof. Unfortunately, seeing it with my own eyes now makes me a little disappointed. Because you are too weak, so weak that you have to rely on other people's orders to awaken your self-awareness. Trash like you is not worthy of being called a genius by me. Nagisa Shiro seemed not to be affected at all, his eyes remained calm, and his eyes were always fixed on the ball at the feet of Yi Liangqiu. However, in the next second, Yi Liangqiu paused, his whole body seemed to be filled with black mist, and he rushed out. Prince Ling's pupils trembled, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, why does this guy still have such speed and physical strength in the second half? Did you take medicine? At this moment, Yi Liangqiu seemed to be in a much better mood because he had defeated Nagi Saishiru. He showed a cruel smile and activated the Demon King's Eye at full power. Any enemy in front of him seemed to have slowed down countless times. He could clearly see the movements and afterimages of this group of people, and what they would do next. So as to predict in advance. It's like being trapped in a deserted place. Even though everyone around him was surrounding him, thoughts were still dancing in Yi Liangqiu's mind. I have wanted to know one thing a long time ago: what is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? But when I came here, I discovered that there is actually a gap between geniuses and ordinary people that cannot be ignored. This gap can even lead to ordinary people spending their whole lives. All are inaccessible. Advertisement. But there is also a terrible fact among geniuses. That is, there is a more powerful genius. But I don't care about geniuses. What I want is destruction, destruction. These so-called geniuses, or in other words, I want to see these geniuses increase their motivation due to despair, and challenge me again and again. My expression after losing. The blood in Yi Liangqiu's body seemed to be boiling after thinking of these things, and the taste of violence in his pupils became stronger. He shuttled between the players, his eyes reflecting the direction of the goal. At this moment, right now, the time has come to shatter the pride of these geniuses. Nagi Saishiru, King Rei, let me see you after this game. Are you still as arrogant as you were at the beginning? Crush it, geniuses. There was a bang sound. The football was like a bullet rushing out of the gap between the players in a straight line. A heavy shot and a point. The score came to 2-4. Prince Ling sat on the ground with his legs on his knees, with a trace of despair in his pupils. He knew that he could not win this game. They are obviously teams with a winning streak, but on our side, why don't we even have the ability to resist at all? Shouldn't this be right? The questions that kept popping up in his mind made King Ling fall into doubts about himself. Nagisa Shiro also stopped in place. He looked at Yi Liangqiu's back, wondering what he was thinking, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Good goal. Everyone gathered around, although they were already accustomed to Yi Liangqiu's violent method of scoring goals. But every time I see this kind of goal, it still makes people feel excited. After all, isn't every striker's original dream to go straight in and break up all the opponent's defenses? But when this kind of thing happened to Yi Liangqiu, they didn't seem to feel surprised anymore. It was like a normal thing. The barrage had already exploded at this time. Emotional value plus 999. After seeing Qiubao's inner thoughts, I realized that I was one-sided. This guy is the craziest person on the court. He actually acted to crush the genius and create a genius who can compete with him. This is not good. Is it the same as a mental patient? Upstairs, you are right, Qiubao's idea is really scary. It's hard to imagine what Qiubao will do to these people if the blue lock test causes his teammates to fall into cannibalism. Great pressure. This kind of mental pressure is the most terrifying. Chapter 48, Head-on Confrontation. There are only 10 minutes left in the game. Nagi Saishiru walked to King Rei and suddenly said, King Rei, the competition is not over yet, I still want to give it a try. Prince Ling's mouth opened slightly, he no longer knew what to say. Wanting to score 2 goals in 10 minutes is nonsense. But if it was just 1 goal, it should be okay. When he saw Nagi Saishiru's eyes, he stood up silently. Okay, give it a try. Without the slightest breath. The final ball attack is about to begin. The momentum of the entire V team has completely collapsed. Many players were absent-minded, even praying that the invitation to leave would not appear in their hands. Some people had lost their sense of control and began to desperately grab the ball. King Ling, who had the ball in his hands, looked at the tiger and leopard-like players around him with a ferocious expression. What is going on with these people? Do they all want to score goals? Team Z, who saw this scene, understood that their opponent had fallen into the threat that they had previously imagined, and their combat effectiveness had plummeted. The next second, the ball was passed directly to Nagisa Shiro. His eyes met Yi Liangqiu's, but his body honestly avoided this direction. Just like the danger sense of a wild beast, Nagisa Shiro knew that he could not defeat this monster like himself, so he chose to break through others. Suddenly, he stopped. He looked sharply at Yi Liangqiu. No, why should I run away? Could it be that I was really just a weak genius who needed to rely on other people, as he said? In an instant, he made a decision, and even King Rei, who was watching not far away, was stunned and watched Nagi Saishiro rush towards Yabaraki with the ball. King Ling knows what he wants to do. Head-to-head confrontation. As if aware of Nagi Saishiro's burning fighting spirit, Yi Liangqiu opened his arms and took a deep breath in the bloody stadium. Come on, let me see what you are worth after awakening. If it's not worth it, let me teach you step by step and destroy it. Nagi Saishiro, come and destroy me. The next moment, the distance between the two was only 1 meter. Advertisement. The ball spins in the middle. However, at this moment, a figure appeared, Jieshi's pupils radiating flames. Monster feast, how about adding me? He took a step and intercepted the ball directly. He turned around and headed towards the enemy goal with the ball. Even Nagi Saishiro and Yi Liangqiu didn't notice this guy, and actually dared to directly grab the ball at this moment. Yi Liangqiu couldn't stop the murderous intent in his eyes. He had finally waited for this opportunity, but it was destroyed like this. As expected, he still hated the ability to predict the actions on the entire field. Especially this Jieshi who is self-interested to the extreme. Hey, do you think you're handsome? Suddenly, a voice rang in Jieshi's ear, and Jian Cheng's eyes flashed with an astonishing calmness. The next second, the ball was snatched away. Jieshi's pupils trembled. He had forgotten that his speed could not match this man's. In the end, he was still running within the interception range of this guy. Could it be because he was too excited to steal the ball from those two monsters just now? Just didn't wait until he barely hesitated. Jiancheng has already rushed towards the Z-team penalty area with the ball. At the same time, Nagisa Shiro moved and said, "Pass it to me." Kenjo was also stunned. This was the first time he heard Nagisa Shiro ask him for a ball, and it was also the first time he heard Nagisa Shiro's request. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he passed the ball the next moment. Nagi Saishiro raised his leg and caught the ball again. He looked back at Yi Liangqiu again, as if to say that the battle just now was not over yet, and then rushed towards the penalty area with the ball. Yi Liangqiu's scarlet pupils also bloomed with a feeling of boredom, a group of annoying bugs. But his body was very honest and returned to the goal. Jieshi looked at the entire stadium and found that the wind direction on the entire stadium seemed to have changed. Two terrifying auras were driving everyone into this madness. The outcome of the game has been decided, and now Team V just wants to defeat one person. And that person is Yi Liangqiu. Reichi wanted to stop Nagi Saishiro but found that the moment he looked at him, he felt an uneasy feeling in his heart and was stunned for a moment. A man wearing a crotch passed him by. Nagi Saishiro continued to move forward. He was like a group of unconscious NPCs on the opposite side. He passed all the enemies in front of him in various tricks, as if to say, I can also do what he, Yi Liangqiu, can do. Feng Luo, who was returning to defense, also stopped. He took a look at the remaining time of the game and saw that he could only score 1 goal at most, so he chose to watch the game. This was a head-on confrontation between two people. Advertisement. Nagi Saishiro has already reached his shooting range. At this moment, Yi Liangqiu's figure had already arrived in front of him. Such an extremely oppressive aura made Nagisa Shiro's whole body tremble, but then he said, "You are too slow." There was a bang sound. He kicked the ball in front of him. However, it was this goal that made the entire stadium quiet. In just a short moment, Yi Liangqiu reflected the path of the ball in his pupils, and with a sweep, he kicked the ball away like a table tennis ball. Do you think you can definitely get in? Sorry, you can't get in. Like a devil's whisper, it came out of Yi Liangqiu's mouth. Nagi Saishiro's eyes widened. An unknown emotion rose from his heart, causing him to stare straight at the goal without knowing what he was thinking. At this time, the game was announced to be over. Team Z defeated Team V by 4 points. Cheers rang out throughout the stadium. Yi Liangqiu grinned, turned around and walked to the lounge. He was happy with this game. King Rei stepped forward and looked at Nagi Saishiro, who was stunned in place, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. At this time, Nagisa Shiro said, "This is the first time I have experienced the feeling of losing. Prince Ling, it turns out that there are still interesting things in this world." Only King Ling understood the meaning of his words. Maybe he didn't lose to this game, but to someone. On the screen, the promoted teams began to gradually appear. Team Z won the first place with a crushing attitude. Team V is second. Then there are the remaining scoring leaders from the last 3 eliminated teams, Ma Lang, Ertzi, and Junichi Crocodima. In the end, 5 teams and a total of 24 people entered the second stage. The moment he saw the 24 people, the monk calculated it with a look of fear. One person was actually eliminated in this game, but the result was not announced. But it has nothing to do with them. Team Z advances. Chapter 49 Hungry Spirit. I feel that the restless blood in my heart has completely calmed down. Yi Liangqiu exhaled. He was really afraid that he would do something even crazier in that state. Originally, he had no intention of confronting Nagisa Shiro in the end. After all, the outcome of this game was already decided. There is absolutely no need to expend any more energy. But I ended up going anyway. Maybe it's the crazy factor in my heart that's at work. A familiar voice also sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the main plot one by one. Reward, body flexibility, substitute level. In an instant, Yi Liangqiu felt that his whole body seemed to have softened, and he couldn't help but lie down. At this time, Feng Li's cheeks were as bulging as a hamster's, and she was holding a dumpling in her hand and was about to stuff it into Yi Liangqiu's mouth. "Qiu, don't you want some? If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. The next test will be uncomfortable if you are hungry. If you feel uncomfortable, you may not be able to pass. If you can't pass, I can, maybe I won't be able to see you." While Yi Liangqiu was enjoying the pleasure of body transformation, he swallowed the dumplings in one mouthful and rolled his eyes. "Don't be so exaggerated as you imagined, okay? I won't die here. You guy." Jieshi watched the two of them fighting and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, Yi Liangqiu, you give people a completely different feeling on the court than off the court." Yamaru and the monk also nodded, agreeing very much. The aura that Yi Liangqiu exudes on the court makes it difficult for people to get close to him. The monk is the one who feels the same way most, and sometimes he even dares not to be on the same line as Yi Liangqiu. Not to mention grabbing the ball. Is it different? Yi Liangqiu blinked while eating the steak Feng Lu handed over. No, the same. At this moment when everyone was enjoying their rare leisure time, the screen suddenly lit up. Ashin Shiba appeared inside, and he slowly said, "Next, you will have to undergo a series of physical strengthening training, and you are not allowed to touch the ball during the training phase." In an instant, there was some restlessness in the entire lounge. Feng Lu touched his chin. "Shouldn't we start the third test immediately? It seems that we are still going to let us rest for a while, before we start." "That's not certain." Yi Liangqiu had long understood that this test was unusual, or, in other words, this was actually a small test, and many people would be eliminated at this level. Advertisement. Ashin Shiba continued, "People with higher rankings have already started simulation training. During this period, you can just wait here for the training to end. As for the third test, after it starts, I'll remind you." The next second, the screen turned off. He also did not say how long the training time would be. Leisure almost cursed. Of course, he held it back. Yi Liangqiu lay down directly. He had no energy at all for training. He just wanted to have a good sleep or take a bath. At this time, Feng Lu jumped directly onto his stomach, almost spitting out the dumplings he had just eaten. "Lu, get out of here." "No, are you going to play football? Anyway, you can do whatever you want during the training. Qiu, you are here to teach me the weapons you used before." The training process was extremely boring. In Yi Liangqiu's eyes, especially Jieshi's physical fitness was ridiculously poor. But 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the lounge, everyone was joking around. After just 1 month of getting along, everyone at least understood each other. Even Yi Liangqiu was almost led astray by them. At this time, the broadcast notification begins. All players are asked to assemble in the direction of the lobby. "Here we come." Yi Liangqiu stood up slowly, grinned, and finally started the third test. In his opinion, this test was the most interesting. He looked back at the people who were still playing. "I hope I can still laugh afterward." Hearing the sound, everyone came to the hall. Feng Lu looked at the people coming from other places with some doubts in his eyes. There are a little few people. Didn't you say there will be people from other prisons coming? At this time, Jieshi also discovered something was wrong. Why are the numbers on these people so low? At this time, the screen lights up again. Huixin Shiba greeted everyone. Hello everyone, thank you for your hard work on the physical training. We are about to enter the third test. I think people who are more discerning have discovered that there are no people from Building 1234 here, because those buildings do not exist at all. There is only a prison in Building 5. In other words, you are the only players here. The rankings are also fake. Advertisement. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the hall and people asked, "Ah, are you lying to us?" Huixin Shiba chuckled, "Yes, I just lied to you. If I didn't destroy the self-confidence of you people, would you regard this test as a joke? First? Second? Or third? Is it that important? I made it impossible for you to know the ranking. I just want you to understand your weakness so that you can finally unleash your potential. Or maybe I say this is the hungry spirit, which is also a lie I carefully set up. Isn't it because of this lie that you are chasing the strong and came here? In order to chase stronger, isn't it?" Huixin Shiba showed an exaggerated smile, as if this lie was just an insignificant matter. But everyone's eyes wanted to devour him. But he didn't care. Huixin Shiba continued, "There are many people in this world, but there are very few strong players. I have collected a lot of information, and what caught my attention is that there are players who can shine in the world now. Most of them were eventually eliminated because of laziness. And there are still a large number of players who devour their target players because of hunger and thus advance. Under such circumstances, do you think I will let you enjoy life in Blue Lock with laziness? Stop joking. This has always been a place where the weak prey on the strong. Now, if you want to defeat people ranked higher than yourself, your hunger spirit will be stimulated. Only by constantly devouring more powerful people can you continue to stay in this Blue Lock. I believe you should know more clearly that everything I do is not for me, but for you." For a time, everyone in the hall fell into deep thought. After Huixin Shiba pondered for a few seconds, starting now, the third test of Blue Lock is about to begin. The first test is to let you show your selfish desires of ghost-catching people, so the second selection is from 0 to a process. As for the third time, it's a process from 1 to 100. Next, there is a door in front of you. Behind the door is the test waiting for you. There are 5 levels in total. Only those who pass will have the choice to enter the next level. As for the losers, they will leave Blue Lock. And those who advance can also enjoy an intensive stay with the world's top players selected by me. Then let's begin. Remember, only one person can enter. All eyes are on the gate for the third test. Feng Lu also said, "Are you alone? Chio, why don't you go in and take a look first?" Yi Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Feng Lu. "Why do you let me go first when something bad happens?" Feng Lu chuckled. On the contrary, Yi Liangqiu looked at the many acquaintances present, some of whom he was very interested in. As if noticing Yi Liangqiu's gaze, Itoshi Rin looked back at the intersection of their eyes. Interesting, a man who came here after his brother. Chapter 50. The third test begins. The two of them seemed to have a clear understanding of each other and shifted their gazes at the same time. At this time, the screen had not been turned off, and no one immediately started the third test. Huixin Shiba glanced at everyone with cold eyes. Compared to the second test, there is another reason why the third test is fought alone, and that is because some people are taking advantage of the benefits brought by their teammates, but they still think that it is all because of their own strength that they are able to come here. People. Sorry, this test is targeted at this type of people. Don't you think you are strong? Then let me see if you can save these 5 levels until the end and be prepared. The first thing to be eliminated in this test is the self-righteous rubbish. A level where only the truly strong can stay. Suddenly, the entire venue was filled with noisy whispers. Yi Liangqiu glanced at the group of people behind him and chuckled. The elimination has begun. With the blood-sucking worms who continue to rely on the strong, what will you do? Woolen cloth. Just as he was about to enter the gate, a figure was already standing at the door. Ito Shiren looked back at Yi Liangqiu, his cold eyes as arrogant as ever. As the door opened, he walked in. And his name also appeared on the big screen. Almost anyone who is familiar with this surname will immediately recognize that this guy's name is very similar to that of Itoshi Sae, one of the top 10 freshmen. Then, just a second before Yi Liangqiu entered, he looked back at Feng Lu and Jie Shi, and slowly said, "The next game has just begun. Lu Xiaoxi, I look forward to your evolution. I also hope you will defeat my ideas step by step." After that, he walked into the dark passage. Everyone outside, Feng Lu and Jie Shi glanced at each other. Jie Shi's body felt a little chilly. He had a clear understanding of Yi Liangqiu's strength. He looked around and found that there were many people around him who exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Alone. That means that the next test will most likely be a personal battle. My opponents will be these monsters. Feng Lu walked to the door indifferently. "Well, Jie Shi, I'll see you inside." Yawning, Yi Liangqiu walked into the first level of the experimental scene and looked at the virtual humanoid players. He still couldn't help but sigh that the world's advanced technology could actually create such a thing. In fact, he had long discovered that this world has I love sports very much. Advertisement. In fact, most countries in the world have developed sports projects to a degree that far exceeds the intensity of his previous life. In this world, they are trying their best to turn athletes into weapons on the battlefield. Because athletic competition is the battlefield. Therefore, every country has made certain efforts in this regard. He glanced again and saw the time counting down on the wall. Obviously, the rule of the game should be to score 100 goals in 90 minutes. This is not difficult for him, even very simple. Yi Liangqiu stepped on the ball under his feet, and the next second, with a bang, the ball was kicked out. With such powerful force, the avatar barely reacted, and the goal had already been scored. The test of shooting skills is not difficult with his current strength. Monitoring room. Huixin Shiba looked at the players training on the screen, showing an unsatisfactory expression, and seemed a little disappointed. Anli held a notebook in his hand, recording data, and said, "Sure enough, many people will be eliminated from this level." "Did you expect this?" Huixin Shiba chuckled. "Some people rely on luck to reach this level, but luck may be useful in the outside world, but it is useless here. I only need strong people here." Anli sighed. "Then I will say a few more words, Mr. Huixin. We build this blue lock, plus the various expenses of the players and the development of the equipment. I am afraid we have no budget. The next development of blue lock. I'm afraid." Huixin Shiba stared at the screen without any rebuttal. He crossed his arms as if he were looking at his own child. "This is the space I want." Based on the individual differences of the players and overcoming their selfish desires, these 90 minutes are used to filter out some players who relied on luck to get here. But for some forwards who have gone from 0 to 1, this is the place to improve their weapons. The moment these players who have thoroughly mastered their weapons and used them in every moment walk out of this room, they are already the forwards of the new dimension. That's the person I want to create. It's up to you. Anli felt helpless when he saw Hui Xin's desperate look. "I will help you find a solution for the funding problem. But I still hope you will consider this matter." Advertisement. With that said, she took a document from the table and handed it to Huixin Shiba, but there were only a few words written on it: competition agreement. Huixin Shiba chuckled lightly. "There's no need to show this thing to me. After a while, the world will discover us." No. It should be said that the world will discover them. "Mr. Huixin, you are really confident." And in the training ground. As the ball was shot one by one, Yi Liangqiu gradually became a little bit interested in this training. He originally thought that his training would be like Jie Shi's ball spraying out of the server. But it's not exactly the same. Why is there something wrong with his difficulty level? The highest difficulty becomes devilish difficulty. I saw 5 dummies moving in front of the goal, and even 2 goalkeepers appeared. Is this what you call experimental training? It's so impressive that you are so thoughtful. Even Yi Liangqiu felt the pressure. He couldn't leave this training without using his own weapons. Eyes, strength, speed, shooting accuracy, ball control, almost everything is covered here. How long did these people playing with data in the monitoring room observe themselves during this period of time, and how much did they analyze their weapons? But it doesn't matter anymore. What's important is how to end this damn training. Yi Liangqiu looked at the moving dummy in front of him and the goalkeeper who stood there like a statue. He rushed out in the next second, the devil's eyes emanating from his pupils. With scarlet light, it constantly captures all kinds of information. Until this thing is finally over. Yi Liangqiu was so exhausted that he lay down on the spot. How could his training be different from others? If his training methods were given to anyone in Team Z, they would probably have a hard time even giving them a day. Thinking of this, he looked directly at the camera in the corner with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. There is no need to continue testing my strength in this way. The next thing you can see.
Hey, it's me, Audiobook Collection. Before we wrap up this video, I wanted to let you know about my exclusive Google Drive link. It's available for just $35 on my Patreon and Ko-fi shops. With this link, you'll get access to over 400 plus audiobook novels. If you're interested, check it out and enjoy even more amazing content.